Hey guys, thank you for tuning into the BallsTalkSports Pro Bowl Spectacular. As you can clearly see from the length of this video, it's long. So if you don't want to listen to the entire thing and you just want to see our picks, down in the comments, you can find a link to our Instagram where we will have the full rosters posted, and there are timestamps. So if you just want to see receivers or whatever, you can go look. Thank you for watching the video if you choose to.
Welcome to the Balls Talk Sports NFL podcast. Me and Victor are back home. You can tell that the set is a little bit different. We haven't posted an episode in a while, and that is because we have been grinding tape for today. It's the Pro Bowl. We are talking about all the best players throughout the 2025 NFL season. I am more excited than I have been in a long time.
This is going to be a special episode. The BallsTalkSports Pro Bowl Spectacular is one to behold, and it's also our Christmas episode, hence why we got the regalia on. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone. Thank you for spending a little bit of your holiday break, if it is a break, or watching this at work, which we encourage you to do. We encourage you to watch the podcast or listen to the podcast at work because, let's face it, you're doing what, like 4 hours of work a day maximum? There's another 4 to 5 hours to fill, and that should cover about half of this episode, I think.
I was going to say,
Maybe.
this podcast is going to be an entire workday.
Yeah, because me and Elson each have our own 53-man rosters for the AFC and the NFC, and the goal of today is to try to whittle them down so that we create one consensus 53-man roster for both the AFC and the NFC, and that will be the Balls Talk Sports Pro Bowl roster. So it is a bit of a vote because we're going to try to come to an agreement. I'll have some guys who won't make it. He'll have some guys who won't make it. I might have a couple more because I took some liberties, but I think he also took some. I think you also took some liberties because I know you. So it's going to be a really fun episode.
We're recording this starting at 8 o'clock. I crushed an energy drink before this. Fortunately, yep. I did spill about half of it on the grounds, which will only keep me up till like 1 or 2 in the morning, which should be just enough time to finish off the Balls Talk Sports Pro Bowl Spectacular. Victor, are you ready to get kinky?
Let's do it. Let's get kinky.
All right. So do we want to begin things with NFC quarterback?
Let's do it. I think that I'd be surprised if we don't have the same three.
Me too. Me too. I did have a little bit of a struggle with who I left out for my number 3 versus my number 4 since I went with 3 quarterbacks. Based on the outcome of the last week, I think that cleared it up a little bit. I've got Matthew Stafford, Jordan Love, and Sam Darnold wound up being my number 3.
Ooh, we don't have the same 3. I have Matthew Stafford, Dak Prescott, and Jordan Love. So I went with Prescott. You went with Darnold. And Darnold was my number 5. I had Caleb at number 4. And it was partially just because of the throw that he had to end that game against your team, the Packers. I was finalizing quarterbacks when I watched that, and it was just so difficult to not have him right there.
Did you see the throw he made the week before as well? Yeah. I don't even remember what team they were playing, but splitting double coverage in the back corner of the end zone. Yeah, absolutely absurd. Elite arm talent.
And every throw you see Caleb Williams make, it's like, yeah, that would be a ridiculous throw from a clean platform, empty pocket. And then you realize he's like halfway across the field, about 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage, 2 guys in his face, throwing off platform across the shoulder. And he still made that throw. Listen, he said last week, I can make any throw. And he said, put up or shut up. And he put up. What up? Listen, he doesn't make the Pro Bowl for either of us. And there are reasons for that. But when it's going really well for Caleb.
It's going in a scary direction for me as a Packers fan. I will just say that. I've been a Caleb Williams doubter. He is proving those doubts wrong right about now.
All right, so we both had Stafford as number 1. Pretty obvious. He is I think he's the leader in MVP odds right now, if I had to guess.
It's got to be him or Drake May.
Yeah, it's one of the two, and for really good reason. Rams are one of the best teams in the league. They did just lose to the Seahawks, but they're still a great team, and Stafford has just been operating at a level I don't think anybody's been able to match this year. The only reason he might not get an MVP is because he's working with like a lot more than Drake May or Justin Herbert or Josh Allen are, which are the other contenders, and that doesn't really factor in the Pro Bowl. So he's number 1 by far.
not making mistakes within that Rams fantastic infrastructure. Don't need to spend too much time talking about it because I think Matthew Stafford's game is pretty well known. But watching back the tape on him, he has this really enigmatic trait where he's one of the least mobile quarterbacks in the NFL, but how comfortable he is operating on bootlegs and varying the arm slots and using his eyes to do a lot of the mobile quarterback stuff. I mean, you combine that with his fantastic arm talent. He's a really fun quarterback to watch, even though he's not a guy who's running around a bunch. His production is undeniable. So Matthew Stafford in easily.
Yeah, for sure. All right, the second guy we both had in is Jordan Love, who is, despite inconsistency, to say the least, in the receiving room, playing the best ball of his career and the most consistent as well, which is really the most important part for me with Love. I've always been a Love believer, but what's always given me pause is how, yeah, you can go out there and look like the best quarterback in the game one week and then just suck the next week, throw 3 picks, and it should have been 5. And you're lucky it wasn't. But this year, I mean, I don't think he's thrown a pick in Toyotathon, maybe one, which that's always Jordan Love. He's the best during Toyotathon. But he is just playing really consistent ball. He's taking care of the football. He's making those great throws and cutting down on the mistakes. Obviously, I want to hear your take on him as a Packers fan, but I'm loving what I'm seeing out of him, and he deserves a Pro Bowl vote this year.
I feel like Jordan Love doesn't always necessarily pass the eye test, especially if you're not a Packers fan and you're not seeing every Jordan Love drop back. You're more likely to see one of his 4 or 5 lowlights on the season where it looks like, what are you doing? But the fact is, he's just such an aggressive type of quarterback that, yeah, he's going to have moments that look bad, but for every one of those, he has 3 gorgeous tight window throws downfield. He is the king of the fade away, getting buried in the pocket. No, 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 yes. Middle of field throw where somehow on a 3rd and 14, scrambles around for a while, throws off the back foot, and he manages to find Romeo Dobbs in the one soft spot in zone over the middle of the field. But it's not just that. I am a huge pressure to sack ratio type of guy. People don't realize a sack is what, probably about half of an interception. Obviously, you're really simplifying in that, but a lot of sacks are drive killers. And what NFL football is about is consistently moving the ball downfield and just creating scoring drives. Love does not take sacks. He always finds a way to escape and get the ball out of bounds if there's nothing there. And these stats aren't all going to be up to date now. I think quarterbacks, these are actually from 2 weeks ago. But at the time that I wrote these down, 0.22 EPA per drop back is #1 in the league by a wide margin. So even though he doesn't have the super high production, when Matt LaFleur does put the ball in his hands, he's been super productive with those opportunities.
Yeah, totally. I mean, he's tied with Stafford and May for EPA dropback right now at 0.2. So no doubt about it. He's a star. And like you said, I mean, one thing that I feel like I've been hearing has been coaches are consistently nailing in these guys' heads in college and in the league. Sacks are drive killers. You can't take a sack. You can't take a sack. And I feel like some quarterbacks take that to a very far extent where they will avoid a sack at all costs. I mean, a great example of this is like Bo Nix. Not so much recently, but like watch his tape earlier in the season, you're seeing a guy who refuses to take a sack to the furthest extreme where he's actually killing the drive by not taking a sack sometimes because he's so afraid of it. But Jordan Love, he's not going to take a sack, but he's not getting happy feet as much. He's going to stick in the pocket and he's going to make that throw, but he's willing to get rid of the ball. He's willing to take his chuck down if he knows he has to, if he feels the pressure. And I feel like he's really improved at sensing where the pressure is coming from and getting rid of the football. And that has been another massive improvement to his game, of which there have been many. I don't think the Packers are going to go very far in the playoffs. Sorry. But
I mean,
because
we're
of the
just out
injury
of
bug,
players.
yeah, it's just at some point you just run out of guys. And that's not Jordan Love's fault. But if they hadn't seen that bout of injuries, if Micah Parsons was still healthy, then I really think the Packers would be a team that I'd be pounding the table for as maybe the premier championship contender in the NFC because of how amazing he has been this year.
I am really looking forward to seeing that Jordan Love to Kraft yak and cheese combo next season.
Man.
That was nice. Jordan Love was actually my second team All-Pro before last week when Josh Allen and Drake May just had even more fantastic games, and I couldn't be
Brady
the Packers
versus
homer
him.
anymore, but I have a major appreciation for Jordan Love. Packers franchise QB, no doubt.
Yeah, it's so sad. Like Jenkins out for the season. Parsons out for the season. Kraft out for the season. You can make an argument those are their three best players.
Devontae Wyatt out for the
Wyatt
season as
out for the
well.
season. It's incredibly sad. And Zach Tom's missed some time as well. You've had some more missed games on the interior from a couple of your other role players. It's just been really bad injury-wise in Green Bay this year.
All right. Now, do you want to talk about Dak Prescott or should I talk about Sam Darnold first?
Yeah, I can talk about Dak. I don't think it'll take too long. Everybody knows Dak. I think I've said this plenty of times, but it's a perfect encapsulation of his game. He's never seen a ball that he doesn't like. He's never seen a throw or a window he doesn't think he can fit it in. He doesn't have the arm of a Stafford or an Allen or a Mahomes, but he has the audacity. And honestly, I love that about him because there's so many quarterbacks who know they don't have the arm to fit it into a window, so they never try. And that gets to a point where they start believing that they can't hit the windows that they can. Prescott, he's going to throw a pick sometimes. He's going to see a seam ball up the middle. The safety is going to jump because he just doesn't have the arm. But he's also going to see a seam ball where he can fit that in perfectly for 25 yards and get a big-time play out of that most quarterbacks just don't even attempt. And I feel like that gives you a lot more positives than it does negatives. Like with the Josh Allens of the world and the Dak Prescotts of the world, you see their high interception numbers. I don't know how many Dak has on the season right now. He's got 10 on the season, so decently high amount. There actually haven't been as many interceptions this year. But that is an acceptable stat if those interceptions come from just high risk plays that sometimes go the other way. I want my guy taking more shots, and if that means more interceptions, so be it. And I think Dak's a perfect representation of that. He's a guy who's going to put all or nothing on the table, and I feel like that has definitely benefited them more than it's hurt them this year because they've needed that. Because their defense has been so atrocious, you need your guy to not play safe, and you need them to be aggressive, and Prescott has really been the only reason the Cowboys were in contention for the playoffs until, I think last week.
You're selling me on Dak Prescott a little bit more because, like you said, I've long been high on Dak Prescott. I do love the aggression that he plays with, where it's good that you point out that he does not have the elite arm. That is something that over my last 1 or 2 years of watching more tape, I've realized with Dak, where if you just dial his arm strength up 10%, maybe you are talking about something more like a Josh Allen caliber player.
Yeah.
It's just with the nature of Dak, you're going to have a few more turnovers a year, but it's produced some really high scoring offenses. They just essentially in that offense ask Dak to drop back and find open receivers, use a lot of spread formations. The reason that I went with Sam Darnold in my roster is because I think that the Seahawks offense has been a little more explosive. I think that if you put their 5 best throws together, I think that definitely favors Darnold. And what I keep coming back to is how brutally inefficient the Seahawks run game has been. And I know that the reason they're trying to pound the ball with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet and it's been so inefficient is to set up the Sam Darnold stuff. But that has still put him in a lot of third and long situations where he has continually found answers. But I know that the volume stats, those go Dak Prescott's way. I think surrounding infrastructure, kind of a push. I mean,
Yeah.
Dak's interior is worse. Dak's interior is better. Darnold's interior is worse, but Dak's tackles are better. Darnold's tackles have been pretty solid.
And
they both have some really good receivers to throw to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, but I don't think it's a push because of the run game. Like that is a weapon to the pass game. If you can't run play action, then you just aren't going to be able to run the football. You aren't going to be able to throw the football as well. So I might give the edge to Dak, especially or to Darnold as far as having slightly worse situation. And as far as play callers go, I love what Shoddy's doing with Dak and the Cowboys this year. I think he's going to be underrated. People are might call for his head this season, at the end of this season. I don't think it's deserved. The Eberflus should be out, but I don't know. I like what Schottenheimer's doing, so I don't think the disparity between him as a play caller and Clay Kubiak's play caller is that big at all.
Then I think what you go to is who is trending the right direction right now. And Sam Darnold, 2 weeks ago, I don't know, kind of looked like that offense was falling apart, having a lot of high turnover games. And it wasn't great for the majority of the Rams game. and then they surge back late and they win it. Whereas the Cowboys, the wheels are just kind of falling off. They're officially eliminated from the playoffs. We know what Dak is. I don't think that Dak really has the upside to exceed being the seventh or so best QB in the NFL, but Darnold has the downside to be worse than that as well. And we still don't know what version of Darnold we're going to get in January. I don't know how he's going to close out the season.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I'm actually going to say I want us to go with Darnold as the third quarterback because
All right.
I think last year I wanted Darnold in and we couldn't fit him in. So just out of credit to him, I think and also I have a slight feeling that maybe January won't be the kindest to him. So as December's ramping down, maybe we give him a slight kindness and put him as in the Pro Bowl.
A little Christmas present.
Yeah. But also like I mean, the end of that Rams game was so fantastic from him. You face that pressure, you throw two bad picks early, and then you bounce back. That means a lot, and that probably gets him the nod.
Last thing I want to say about Darnold, I am rooting for this guy more than any non-Packers quarterback that I can remember to just have a great playoffs and put the doubts away and prove that he can be the guy who wins in the regular season and in the playoffs because Darnold is just such a likable football player and comeback story.
He really is. All right, on to the AFC.
Yep. You want to read your guys off?
All right, let's do it. I've got. I don't think there'll be. Again, I said last time that I didn't think there would be any disagreement. I don't think there will be any this time, so I'm probably going to be wrong again. I got May, Allen, and Herbert.
Nah, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. May's the starter, and then Allen and Herbert, however you want to do it, you sort them.
Right now, I do have Josh Allen over Drake May,
Really?
but it is really, really close. And it's because of what a joke the Patriots schedule has been.
That's fair.
And okay, so the Patriots did beat the Bills early, right? I'm not misremembering that. It was a little bit of a,
It
yeah,
did.
that was kind of May's breakout game. What did they
Yeah.
win that one? Like 23-20? It was a little bit of a
Yeah.
more low-scoring affair.
Rough first half, and then May came out swinging in the second.
This one, a little bit more of a shootout. Allen does Josh Allen things. It does feel like Allen is trending in the right direction, even as the Bills kind of fail to get the perimeter wide receiver situation together. It's just Allen had some uncharacteristic mistakes. On tape, he actually was holding the ball a little too long. He was passing up open receivers over middle of the field. Feels like even though nothing around him has really gotten better, he is just trusting the infrastructure more. And this is the Josh Allen that we've gotten to know and love. Drake May has been absolutely fantastic as well, though. I would say even better just against a weaker schedule. So pick your poison with those two players.
Yeah, I think May was my starter just because I like the full body of work better. I feel like Allen started the year relatively slow and really ramped up back into MVP form recently. And that's why, spoiler alert, Josh Allen is not going to be my MVP pick this year. I haven't decided on one yet. I just know it's not going to be Allen because I really value that full body of work. But okay, I can't. If I think we both take, unlike the actual voters, we both take in postseason success into account for voting because that's why we do our award show after the postseason. If Allen leads this team to a Super Bowl, then he'll definitely be in contention, because that team has no business being anywhere near the Super Bowl, even in a weakened AFC. So if Allen does that, then maybe. But right now, I got to go with May as a starter. Um, and then Justin Herbert, another MVP candidate, and for good reason. Chargers quietly, I haven't feel like I've heard many people talk about this. They've won 7 out of their last 8, most of which he hasn't had either of the all-world tackles that he's used to having. And Herbert's just dragging him along.
I have loved this season from Justin Herbert, and I don't know what kind of Pro Bowl recognition he's getting among the public because he does not have the counting stats this season. When I put this roster together, he had 11 picks. I watched them. I think like 6 of them were tipped. You take Justin Herbert out of this Chargers offense, I think you're looking at a bottom 5 unit in the league because the run game has not been something you can lean on for sure. That's not the main problem. The main problem has been the overarching pass protection. I mean, in that game against the Cowboys, I was driving home. I was in the middle of a 10-hour drive, and Cowboys announcers, I just want to say on the radio, were fantastic. They kept talking about how the Chargers were down to their 5th offensive tackle. I don't know who the Chargers lost in that one, but I think that they were down, obviously, the 2 starters, Pipkins, and I think it maybe was Deculus that they lost
Yep.
in that game as well. We're trotting out actual practice squatters, and you feel it. Nobody has stepped up on that offensive line. It is just Herbert showing the pocket presence that looks much improved, standing tall in there and throwing strikes downfield over the middle of the field, using his legs to extend plays and finding guys out of structure. You take Herbert out of that offense, the whole thing collapses, and maybe the Chargers have won 3 out of the last 8 games. I don't care. He doesn't have the counting stats. This is a career season for Justin Herbert.
Absolutely. And he's going to be in the MVP race. At least he should be. Because if the Chargers win out, that's a tough task. They've got the Texans and the Broncos as their last 2 games. If the Chargers win out, they're going to win the AFC West and they might be the 1 seed. Like, that is insane for this team. And it's not even like the defense has been like an elite unit either. They've been solid to good. Some areas where they've actually been below average, some games. They've been a really inconsistent unit. Man, I don't know how they're here, but they are. They just keep winning. And when I was watching that Dallas-Los Angeles game, Justin Herbert, you were talking about those 6 of those picks are tipped. I'm sure the other 5 are like the Dak Prescott picks I was talking about, where he's trying it, right? He knows he's got to have it, so he's just going to throw that ball. And most times it works. Sometimes it's picked, and that's okay. Because Herbert and Dak actually have a lot of similarities. I think if you give Dak a better arm, he's Justin Herbert. I think they have a lot of similarities to their game. So it was a really easy decision. It was sort of hard whenever Mahomes was still healthy, but anybody who had a season-ending injury, I did not include in this. So that does mean a couple of guys that I really wanted to get in aren't going to be playing. So like Micah Parsons, I didn't include him because I'm building this roster as if they were going to play in the first weekend of February.
Okay, that is important to know, because if you had a season-ending injury and I felt that you would still be a Pro Bowl caliber player by your overall body of work over the last 3 weeks of the season, you got in. And Micah Parsons has just delivered that many pressures where he's still going to be in the top 7 or 8 in the entire NFL. So Parsons would be in on my roster, but he might be the only guy. He might be the only guy whose season is done who's still in.
I'm down to keep Parsons in because, like, I just did that for my roster. I think for our roster, the guys like that, Parsons, we should absolutely keep them in. Yeah. So that's quarterbacks, I think. Is there anybody else of note from the... Trevor Lawrence has been playing like a Pro Bowler the last 4 weeks, but it's just, again, full body of work. You want to give credit to what a win in Denver. It was painful to watch, but he's dicing defenses up right now.
Dude, I have no idea what to think of Trevor Lawrence, but I guess we save that analysis for a future episode. Let's see if he can sustain it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see in the playoff. We'll talk about him more when the playoff episodes come.
All right, we ready to move to NFC running back?
Let's do it.
All right. I think we're going to agree here. I think we both have 3 guys. I've got Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, and CMC.
Yep. Pretty easy. I think you can talk about like Kyron Williams and Rico Dowdle, but they're just not on the same level of those top 3. Those are just, I think those are clearly the 3 best backs in the league. And
you're
Jonathan Taylor,
forgetting one guy.
Jonathan Taylor, you can throw in there, but like, even then, I honestly don't think Jonathan Taylor is better than those 3. I think I'd put him 4. So maybe over McCaffrey. It depends on how you, because McCaffrey honestly is a running back. If you just look at his running back stats, maybe we'll start there. If you just look at McCaffrey's running back stats, he's not a Pro Bowler. Then you have to factor in the fact that he's probably, if he was a wide receiver in the AFC, he would make the Pro Bowl.
Like, you're literally correct about that.
That's goes to show 2 things: how incredible of a receiver he is, and how atrocious the AFC receivers have been this year. Yeah, he's got 820 receiving yards, and he's got 1 less game than Bijan, who's second at 776. He's playing right now, actually, and he just caught another touchdown earlier today. So I don't know, man. He's a star receiver. The way they use him, pretty much is a receiver for the Niners. Option routes, you basically just can't cover him because he can run every route to perfection. And when you have to cover multiple of those routes, good luck covering one. But you have to cover multiple. What are you supposed to do as a linebacker who has to have enough weight on him to cover the run? I have to cover Christian McCaffrey in the open field one-on-one. That's just not a realistic ask. He's just unbelievable.
He's an absolute offensive engine for San Francisco. His touches haven't always been efficient this season, but he has been their offense. They have dealt with injuries. I mean, they lost Brandon Ayuk for the year. Of course, I drafted Brandon Ayuk in both my fantasy football leagues. No comment on that one. They had Juwan Jennings out there with 5 broken ribs. They started the year without Ricky Pearsall. The constant through it all has been Christian McCaffrey. That's not something I thought I'd say coming into the year, but the league is way better when Christian McCaffrey is a part of it. One more thing I want to address. The advanced numbers hate him as a rusher. Right now
They
he's
do.
sitting at, well, as of I think this was 2 weeks ago, still with running back, since this would be the second position that I analyzed. Negative zero point 0.9 rushing yards over expected per attempt. On tape, I don't think he looks like a bad runner. I think he
No.
looks like an average one. I think he has lost a little bit of spring in his step, where now when he gets low for a spin move through contact, he's just going to go down more than he used to, or he's not going to have those Bijan Robinson. It's 1v1 in a tight corridor, and I'm going to find a way to make you miss. He's just getting decked more often than not in those situations. But why I think the advanced numbers hate him so much is because San Fran runs a lot of outside zone, and outside zone tends to have a higher yardage expectancy, but
Yeah.
they've been running it very efficiently, or very inefficiently. I would say that that falls on the offensive line, not Christian McCaffrey. That's what the tape tells me. I think he's been okay as a runner, and he's been stellar as a receiver and overall producer.
I agree. That's a perfect analysis of why the rushing yards over attempt have been low. Because technically the yards are there, but pound for pound is much harder to get those yards when you've got San Francisco's guards blocking for you than, for example, Atlanta, where you got Chris Lindstrom and Ryan Newsel in front of you and Matthew Bergeron. So it is tougher to get those yards, but rushing yards over expected per attempt is not going to see that. They're just going to see those yards were there. It's not about how difficult it was to get those yards. They were there and you didn't get them. It's still a good stat and I do like it, but that is a deficiency.
So you mentioned Atlanta and Bijan Robinson a little bit. Is that where we want to go next?
Yeah, let's talk about him. I think you're on record as calling him the most talented back in the league, and
I
I think he's
am, and I'll
proven it
stand
this
by it.
year. Because yeah, he's proven it this year. He's incredible. I think we're talking about how good of a receiver Christian McCaffrey is. Well, Bijan Robinson has 776 receiving yards. He's only 50 yards behind Christian McCaffrey. He's been similar to Christian McCaffrey. He's been most of Atlanta's offense. It's just been Drake London when he's healthy, throw back shoulder fade to him, and then you give the ball to Bijan Robinson. It, it's been a really really great year for him. That elusiveness is really starting to show. He just cannot be tackled. His balance is otherworldly. Like you cannot bring him down. Um, there's nothing he can't run. He can beat a guy in the gap and deck him, and he can go on outside zone, and he can beat somebody to the edge. He can read out the blocks really well. There's not much to say about Bijan that we haven't already said. He's just extremely talented, and it was always going to be an easy pick to have him here.
He is leading the league in missed tackles forced per attempt. When I put this together, he was sitting at 29.2%, which might not sound incredible, but one important caveat with missed tackles forced is you've got to make a guy miss, and it's usually got to be in space, and then you have to get like clearly free and get tackled by an entirely different player. So it's not a missed tackle when it takes 3 guys to get you down, and one kind of goes flying off behind you, and you're putting one into the ground, and then the group effort puts you on the ground 4 yards later. You get nothing for that, and that is how every Bijan Robinson carry seems to end. His just strength combined with balance, combined with elusiveness and feel. Hardest tackle in the league.
Jameer Gibbs.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs. Is he RB1 in the NFL?
I don't think so, but he's pretty damn close.
What I think is new to his game this year is he's running with a lot more power and true contact balance. He's always had the elite angle annihilating explosiveness and long speed to snap off huge touchdowns. He's always been able to make you miss in space using his natural foot speed combined with the fact that he's a threat to hit a home run in every direction in the open field. This year it's been a lot more contact balance spin moves. He's able to do a little bit of dirty work in the trenches. They weren't able to lean a ton on David Montgomery early on. It felt like David Montgomery was banged up early in the season, and they weren't giving Monty the ball in the gotta have it situations. It was Jahmyr Gibbs on more third and twos, and he's converted a whole lot of them. Just taking another step up this year. Fantastic receiving back as well. Nothing not to like about his game.
100%. And he's needed to get a lot of better in those situations because of how poor the interior offensive line has been for Detroit this year. He's needed to be able to meet linebackers in the gap and pull them over, get those yards after contact, those pile pushing, tough yards, and he's met the challenge. So Detroit Lions might not be going to the playoffs, and that sucks for him, but it's not for lack of trying on Jahmyr Gibbs' part.
Anybody else we want to talk about? Anyone you really considered?
Nah, it was just these three. Like I said, Kyron Williams and Rico Dowdle are fine, but I also don't think they'd be considered in the AFC either. So
I wanted to find a way to get Josh Jacobs in when I made this 2 weeks ago. The injury has really been wearing on him.
Yeah.
But Josh Jacobs is just as good as a running back can possibly be, while also just genuinely being slow, not really having home run hitting potential. I mean, elite vision, makes you miss, runs through you, catches passes out of the backfield, plays hurt, rarely fumbles the ball. One of my all-time favorite football players just does not have the production or the efficiency this year.
I love Jacobs, and he's absolutely worth a mention as well. From the Tulsa area, shout out.
I love seeing people wearing the Josh Jacobs shirts around the TU campus. That is sick. Fullback, real quick for the NFC. I mean, I got Kyle Juszczyk.
I don't have Kyle Juszczyk. I got CJ Ham just because I love CJ Ham. And yeah, is Kyle Juszczyk the best fullback in the NFC? Sure. Is he playing like it? Yeah. But let's give a shout out to CJ Ham. You know, like the Pro Bowl doesn't always have to be that serious, you know, especially because we're not actually voting these guys in. I can give a shout out to CJ Ham because he's been a tremendous blocker. Like, I don't think I've noticed a fullback more on tape ever than CJ Ham this year. Like, he's just not missing. He's doing all the little parts right, and he's just driving guys like an old school fullback would. It's incredible.
Does not get enough recognition. One of the 4 or 5 fullbacks in the NFL that isn't just on the roster, they are actually in the offense.
Yeah.
All right, now we're ready to go to AFC running back.
Let's do it. There are 4 guys in the AFC that I considered seriously, and I did go with 3, and I'm pretty sure you have 3 too. We both have Jonathan Taylor and James Cook, I assume.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
However, James Cook was actually the one I considered leaving out of my roster.
Interesting. Who's your number 2 then?
It's Devon Achane.
He's my number 3. So we both, Derrick Henry was 4, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. We both left him out. Just not his year as far as Pro Bowl goes. One of the other 3 to get their recognition because of how incredible they've been. Let's just start quickly with Jonathan Taylor because it won't take long. We've talked about Jonathan Taylor quite a bit this year. He's a star. He's obviously benefiting from a fantastic Colts offensive line that has been run blocking at an elite level this year, but he has had to do quite a bit himself as well, and he deserves all the credit in the world. He's the starter for the Pro Bowl. Not really much to say.
I guess he doesn't have all-world vision in receiving chops, but he's got all-world athleticism, make you miss ability. He'll just lower the shoulder in the open field and kill you. Man, I miss watching him in the red and white and playing in Madison. Coming out of nowhere as, I think, some low 3-star recruit. That is right when I started to get into football. It was fantastic watching Jonathan Taylor break off 60-yard touchdowns across midfield. I will always be nostalgic for that, and I love seeing him play in healthy, elite football in the NFL.
He's so good. And you know what? He is playing right now because we're recording this during Indianapolis, San Francisco, and I'm sure he's doing great things. Phillip Rivers is giving him more opportunities, I think, because they're not scared to throw the ball.
2 touchdown passes, Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, he's dicing these guys up, man. I don't know what to say. It's so weird. He should have been the Pro Bowler we should have mentioned him for the quarterbacks. It's so weird.
Nothing matters. NFL isn't real.
No,
I just not play for 3 years and it'll be fine. 4 years?
I don't know how long it's been. This is just a perfect example because the Colts can still technically make the playoffs. I don't know if it'll happen, but man, if they do, that is going to be prime time must watch football. Phillip Rivers back in the postseason. Because you have to start him back in the postseason. I don't know who else you go to.
Yeah.
That I am rooting for that really hard to happen. If I get one Christmas gift, it's Phillip Rivers playing meaningful January football.
Hey, he'd be fresh. Doesn't have all that season wear and tear bringing him down.
Wear and tear is definitely something Phillip Rivers does not have. I saw somebody say he looks like the Grinch today.
Oh my God. Uncalled for. And I love the Grinch.
And he looks like a coach because he was one a few weeks ago. This is insane. This is the best thing that's ever happened to football. All right.
Absolutely.
Do you want to talk about Devin Achane?
Yeah. So I think it's actually Achane.
Devon Achane, I think.
So when I first learned who this guy was, that was before I was a big time ball knower, and I learned about him through fantasy football. I looked up his name because everybody at the lunch table was pronouncing it differently, since I think he was relatively late draft pick. I'm not sure if he was day 2 or beyond that.
Yeah, I think either 3rd or 4th rounder to the Dolphins at A&M.
And he was not a household name coming into the season. So I looked this up because my I gotta know how to pronounce players' names thing was just fledgling at that point. And all the announcers in college were calling him Achane. And it's like, that's kind of not what I expected, even though it's spelled like that. And then I was watching the Dolphins take on, I think it was the Steelers a week ago, and the commentators, it was garbage time, they had nothing else to talk about. They were like, Devon Achane, I think he should have kept it Achane. I liked Achane better. Achane sounds cool. Achane, that's nice. So it's like, okay, I guess it's Achane now. So I'm going to go with Devon Achane. Has been another one of these true offensive engines for the Dolphins. It's been a turbulent season. I assume we'll talk about Jalen Waddle when we get to wide receivers. Jalen Waddle's having a bounce back campaign, but that's because he was pretty rough last year. I still do view him as sort of a limited player. Achane is less of a limited player because he's a receiving threat. We know that this year. I think he's taken big steps up on the ground. I think his vision and consistency making people miss between the tackles is improved. Make no mistake, he's still not a guy who's going to run through you. Arm tackles can get him down, which isn't the case for most NFL running backs, but it has not been as egregious as it was in the past. He's not bouncing stuff outside as consistently as he did in the past. And I mean, he's running to the tune of 5.8 yards per carry, leading the league with 1.3 yards over expected per attempt. When he does get free, when he gets past that second level and linebackers aren't able to square him up and he's running with safeties, he actually can show some power to extend runs. I mean, he had one hell of a carry against the Jets, making about 5 people miss with the physicality in one play, and he's had a lot of those throughout the season. So is he an elite running back? No. Still think he has some limitations, but I think you're pretty happy with Devon Achane as your number 1, and he has all the efficiency metrics in the world for this season.
Yeah, the production has been incredible, and I really do think he's improved, especially with the vision. I think, from what I remember, I don't think I watched him coming out, but from what I remember from scouting reports was that his big issue was first contact guy. He's just really small and really needs to improve his vision. And from what I can tell, even from year 1 to 2, he is, or this is his second year in the league,
3
right?
for him, isn't it?
3. Yeah, either from last year to this year, his vision has much improved because now you're able to see he's not just, like you said, he's not bouncing it out every play. But now that his vision has improved and he's hitting the right hole often, he is banging it rather than bouncing it, or sometimes he's bending it. He's really added that part of his game. Now that home run hitter, you can see that honestly more with him now, because now that he's hitting right hole, his creativity, his ability to find space and see the end zone better than most running backs is allowing him to beat safeties, is allowing him to attack the weakest angles and turn carries that most guys don't even get the chance to, turn those into touchdowns. So he's an incredible back, explosive, and I love to see him maximizing that this year.
So James Cook, he was your RB2. You want to talk about him?
Yeah. Carrying me in fantasy right now. I'm going to be 9th place, but it's not his fault. Okay. It's not his fault. James Cook has been the MVP of the team. It's not his fault. Tucker Kraft went down. Malik Neighbors went down. I made some very poor managerial decisions. It just happens. But he's incredible. It seems like every week he's got a run that, man, that shouldn't have happened, but it did. I mean, did you see the touchdown he had, the 44-yard touchdown against Cleveland yesterday?
No,
Oh
I
man,
was busy making a long drive, but now I gotta
yeah.
watch it.
Oh yeah. It was incredible. He runs horizontal more than any other running back does, but it always works out for him. He just finds the end zone. He's fantastic at short yardage. He's fantastic at hitting the home run, and he's also one of the best backs when it comes to just hitting those 10 to 15-yard carries. He knows when to take the yards in front of him. So he's going to hit all of those carries. If the yards in front of him are a touchdown, he's going to find the touchdown. If the yards in front of him are 15 yards, he's not going to try to make it like 30, 35 or a touchdown. He's going to take the 15 yards. And in short yardage situations, he's going to be able to bowl over. He's got great balance. He's an incredible player and also a receiving threat. So a guy that really is, I believe he is the rushing leader right now. I don't know if that'll stay the same after tonight's game because Jonathan Taylor is currently playing, but he is the rushing leader. I also believe that he is tied for, he's tied with Achan. He's up there with rushing yards over attempt at 1.2, over expected per attempt, and it just shows because this guy's always finding that extra yard. So Cook, fantastic player, easy Pro Bowl nod for me.
Victor, I completely agree with you. I think in terms of it's 3rd and 4, you got to run the ball. You want a guy to get you a bucket. We talk about this a lot with quarterbacks. I think it's probably, and this is in no particular order, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, who I want to spend like 30 seconds on in a little bit, and then James Cook. That is how good I think James Cook is on a play-to-play basis. But he's got 6 fumbles, and they're
That's
real
true.
fumbles. They are fumbles that when the Bills were having that mid-season offensive lull, a big force behind it was James Cook coughing the ball up. I think he's lost 4 or 5 of those. It's not just like the ball is getting poked away as he's running out of bounds. On a year-to-year, game-to-game, play-to-play basis, absolutely, he is that guy, and he deserves that credit. It's just Pro Bowl is highlighting your body of work over the course of the season. That's why I wasn't entirely sure, but just a reminder, I did include him because I think that's how much value he contributes. Even if he costs you a couple possessions this season, he gets you back so many more points.
Absolutely. And you know what, the fumbles, like you said, are real. Horrible fumble last week against, oh geez, was that the Cincinnati game or was it the New England game where he extended to try to get the touchdown and he lost the ball? It was either
Oh,
Cincinnati or New England. Um,
that might be 7 on the season then for him.
I actually don't know how many he's got, but
Uh, 5. Okay, Pro Football Reference has him with 7, and
NFL
yeah,
has
okay.
him with 6 and 3 lost. But
Oh yeah, I'm looking at that wrong. He's got 6. Let
yeah,
the record show.
either way, it was an awful fumble, and it's one that should not have happened because that was a touchdown if you just don't reach out. If you just let Josh Allen sneak it on the next play. Now, I wanted to see him reach out because I needed the fantasy points, but it did end up hurting him. So he does, and that's always just going to be an issue. There are some guys who's like, yeah, you're an elite player, you just have this issue, and we just got to deal with it. That you will, like you said, you'll take the extra possessions if it means having all of the great stuff that we just talked about.
Okay, and then the player we both left out is Derrick Henry. He's playing better as of late, and it's felt like, oh, Baltimore, you've been so close to establishing a run-first identity where you just give this guy the ball and let him wear defenses down and break off long runs as they get tired. And then in the fourth quarter, like against the Patriots this week, they get away from it. Doesn't get a carry after like the 12-minute, 30-second mark. It hasn't all been perfect for Derrick Henry, but I do think this would be a Pro Bowl caliber season if they just gave him the high workload that he kind of needs to thrive.
Yeah. I think partially why I left him out and partially why he hasn't been getting that supreme workload is because he also has lost 3 fumbles on the season, 4 total fumbles. So that has been an issue that was never really won before with Henry. He's always been that guy that kept hold of the football despite the fact that he's running it more than anybody in the league. He doesn't let the football go. And this year it was an issue, more so early in the season than lately, but still it's one that it just gives you pause. When you're giving him the ball on 3rd and 2, it's not something you used to have to worry about. Now you do.
And I do think he's regressing. I think it's
Yeah.
especially
He's
been
just
the
not in the
lateral
past.
agility this season. Yeah.
And,
And
and
he's
that.
getting taken down in the backfield even more consistently.
Yeah, for sure. And he, it's a miracle he made it this long without regressing. Like, to be clear, he is a Hall of Famer. He is a superstar, and he's still a really great running back. He's both of our number 4s. It's just there are other guys. Maybe it's time to pass the torch. It is crazy that both of last year's Pro Bowl starters, Henry and Barkley, missed this year.
Barkley, though, I watched the tape. I think he's still that guy. I don't know if he's
I agree.
regressed a bit. He's just getting hit in the backfield every play.
I agree, but like that's the thing. It's with running backs. That's where the running backs don't matter crowd comes in. It's like,
Yep.
yeah, running backs are so heavily dependent on their situation. And I think Jonathan Taylor's the same guy he was last year, but the situation is wildly different, and that's why he's excelling. So Barkley is still elite. He's just not been as good as those guys that we talked about for the NFC because he hasn't been given the opportunity by the offense.
Let's hope that the offensive line cohesion can get it together
Yeah.
because we saw some flashes in, would have been the Eagles game 2 weeks ago. Did you see that get low, spin out a one, get hit from behind, and then reverse spin back out? Vintage Saquon Barkley right
Yep.
there. That dude is still in there.
He's still so good, but it just hurts, especially when you've got the leader of that offensive line, the veteran presence, Lane Johnson. He's been hurt for spells this year. You've had some missed games from the interior as well. It's just tough to work. And especially Kevin Patullo's play calling, it's always the OC's fault. In this case, it actually might be the OC's fault. All right. It has been incredibly inconsistent. And I think, I don't know if you've seen this online, but it's the up the middle with Saquon, up the middle with Saquon, AJ Brown deep ball, punt. It's it's really predictable what's going. So when you know it's coming up the middle with Saquon, it makes it a lot more difficult for him to get those yards.
Hey, once every 2 games, they do get Devontae Smith involved. And the game they
Yeah,
don't is always the one I start him in fantasy.
that's true. And then the other game, they try to get Devontae Smith involved, but Jalen Hurts throws it in between him and Dallas Goedert for some reason.
Let's hope they get it together. Saquon Barkley, so much fun to watch when everything around him is fine.
Absolutely. Speaking of receivers.
All right, we're an hour into the episode. Fullback analysis. Who's your FC fullback?
Oh, yeah. All right. Mine, again, I went with a guy that doesn't get the credit he should. Maybe he's not the best fullback in the AFC. I actually don't know if he has any receiving yards, but again, he's the fullback I noticed the most when watching tape this year, and that's Reggie Gilliam, the Bills fullback.
I haven't. Wait, am I stupid? No, I have Adam
Gilliam?
Prentice for the Broncos.
I love Prentice. He's a great choice.
Yeah, it's the blocking with him. Has he done any short yardage stuff? I can't remember if I'm hallucinating that or not. I've noticed him as a blocker.
Like I think last week they gave it to him on 3rd and 1, and then they didn't give it to him on 4th and 2.
Okay, we're not counting that, Kerry. Negative yards aren't real.
No,
Pat Ricard's still the better player for the Ravens, but I have like Adam Prentice. Pat Ricard has just missed time. Last thing I'll say on running backs, grinding more tape this year. Pat Ricard, when he's healthy, has just really stuck out to me. The Ravens struggled to run the ball at all early in the season, and I think that's because they didn't have him. Since getting him back, they just haven't used the run game as much as they should, but he's made a big difference.
Yeah, he's so good, but again, like, let's give other people some recognition. And I chose Gilliam also because of the blocking. I don't think he's done anything as a receiver or as a runner, but I mean, just watch the Bills run lead with him as the lead blocker. Oh, man, it's just beautiful. He is so good, and he at pretty much everything they ask him to do. So the Bills love their heavy packages, and Gilliam's a big part of that.
Fullbacks making a little bit of a comeback. Feels like, 25, 30% of the teams starting to use them more consistently. I like it. Heavy personnel is coming back. Okay, now
wide receivers. Yeah.
Wide receivers. So I went with 5 guys in the NFC. Do you have 5 as well?
I have 6.
Okay, so I imagine all 5 of mine will be included. You have all three of my first team All-Pro nods: JSN, Puka Nakua, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm assuming you didn't leave any of
I
those
have
guys
all
out.
three of those. They're not my top three, but I do have all three of those.
I then have George Pickens, who, if there was any doubt, really cemented that against the Chargers,
He's in my
outproducing
top
CeeDee
three.
Lamb, who CeeDee Lamb is underrated this season watching the tape, just the way he's able to run under the deep ball. Yeah, he's dropped some passes, but he's also made some deep ball catches that maybe three other receivers in the NFL can make. I didn't include him. Instead, I included Drake London.
Yeah, baby. I love it.
Just the best high point threat in the NFL. Like, obviously, he's super tall, but he makes catches that a guy who is 7'2" should not be able to make. Just bullying defensive backs out there. Great zone awareness. You can use him in the quick game because he does have the footwork to run a slant. He'll consistently box guys out. Just love me some Drake London. That Falcons offense is much different with him in.
Oh yeah, I adore him. All five of those guys are in my Pro Bowl. The only other guy was Devontae Adams.
Okay. I left Devontae out. We know what he can do in the red zone. Does he is he still sitting at just 14 touchdowns? I mean, has he
Only?
had has he had two straight games without a touchdown? Like, who is this dude?
Yeah,
Get
that
him off
might
the
be
field.
grounds to leave him out. Honestly, I think we're gonna have to leave him out. If yeah, he's still only at 14 touchdowns. I gotta leave him out.
Why why I left him out is outside the red zone. I do think he's been pretty mediocre. He's
That's
had
fair.
drops, like he's sitting at a 12.5% drop rate. Devontae has always been a guy who will occasionally drop open passes, but it's been more than we're used to this season, and he just hasn't won a lot of tough catches through contact. Puka Nakua has been the we're going to throw it up to you guy, and when Devontae Adams does get those targets, he hasn't converted many of them. I came up with this metric that I'm calling contested catch plus. So PFF does contested catch percentage. You have a certain number of
Mhm.
opportunities. How many do you reel in? Well, I checked what the average rate is. And like this isn't the stat they provide, it's just this was league average. It's a 47% make rate. So
Mhm.
for each one you make, you get plus 0.53. For each one you miss, you get minus 0.47. Puka Nakua, by the way, leading the charge at 9.94 contested catches over
Ooh.
average. Second place is George Pickens with 3.93.
Jesus, what a drop off.
Yeah. And then Devontae Adams is, I believe, worst in the league with negative 3.05. He's either worst or he's second or third from worst. So elite red zone threat due to the absolutely stellar release package. Love Devontae Adams. It's just down to down. The consistency hasn't quite been there for me.
That's fair. And I included him just because I wanted six receivers, but also because I just feel like he has been doing what he's asked. If he was the number one receiver on a team and he had this kind of output, I wouldn't be as gung ho about him. But because you have Puka Nakua and because of how well he played whenever they didn't have Puka Nakua, um, he has really stepped up and done exactly what Stafford needs him to do and been that guy. And I think I heard someone say before the season that, like, oh man, we kind of, after the season, we're going to look back and be like, how did we just overlook the fact that the Rams just added Devontae Adams to a team that already has Matt Stafford and Puka Nakua? And we really did overlook that. That is just kind of insane. And that's just been a game changer. He's been unstoppable in the red zone. And that matters a lot more than I think some people might think. So the touchdowns do actually matter. So I did include him. Another guy I wanted to include, I really wanted to get in there was Ted McMillan. Just couldn't quite make the argument. Um, but
Oh my gosh, I forgot that the Panthers are an NFC team. I ranked him against the AFC guys. He wasn't
wait,
close for
really?
me regardless. I've been a little bit of a T-Mac hater,
Really?
actually.
He didn't
He's
make
one
it in
of
the
the
AFC?
no, in fact, he wasn't close.
Wow.
He was probably like my wide receiver 10 or 11.
That's
For
shocking.
contested catch over expected, he is sitting at minus 2.91. And to be clear, that is not a stat that I made up to justify my opinions.
Yeah.
I've been seeing people really talking highly about T-Mac, and I get it. He's been great for a rookie, but they're talking about how he catches everything. And I watch some of these targets, and it's like, well, yeah, that was tough, but he also didn't catch it. And I don't remember a ton of that was tough, and he did come down with it. So that's why I'm a little lower on McMillan.
The reason I've I was really struggling not to include him was because of how important he's been to the Panthers team as far as, and it hasn't been the contested catches. I've been really disappointed in that part of his game, and I like that you called that out. What's been just incredible for me, and we watched him both. We both watched him last year, obviously, coming out of the draft, and I really need to see the route running improve when you go to the NFL, and it has. And I'm like, man, you're a really solid route runner at the very least, and that has allowed him to get open enough to where he can use his supernatural run after catch ability as the 6'5", 210 monster he is to just annihilate defenses. Like, you're seeing when teams are playing the Panthers, everybody's focused on Ted. And when he gets the target, it is all hands on deck. Some guys, it's like, all right, they're going to get tackled. We don't have to worry as much. It's a little bit of a jog. When Tech gets the ball, everybody from the water boy to the third string quarterback is trying to tackle Tetairoa McMillan. And it's something fun to watch. So I do understand, though, like his game, it looks different from college, and I really want to see improvements in next year. And I'll put my cards on the table. I do think he'll be on this list next year, but not this year. He just hasn't quite been as good, just even though he has been the primary target in Carolina.
So the guys we haven't talked about are probably the top. Wait, have you revealed all 6 years yet, or is there still one I don't know?
It was Adams plus year 5.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we haven't talked about Pickens, Amon-Ra, Puka, or JSN. I feel like these are players whose games are pretty well known. I mean, for JSN, the big improvements have been he's just making really tough catches at a stellar rate, and he's making the hard catches look easy. I think especially with his understanding of tempo and ball tracking is what stands out with JSN. I mean, we know that he's a fantastic runner. We know he can get after it after the catch a little bit as well, but just the way he is always available. If he has no business being open, he's going to be open. And if somehow he's not open, he's still open because he finds a way to get his hands to the football.
I love that. And that's something that I actually did watch JSN come out of college. He's one of the first, because I've been watching receivers for years. Like in 2022, I was watching receivers. I didn't know much of what I was looking at, but I was watching them. It was the only position I watched, but I love receiver tape. And I watched JSN, and this is a guy you could just tell instantly from college that whatever quarterback gets to throw to him, they're going to love him because he's just never going to give up on a play. It was there at Ohio State. It's been there since he got into the league. And this is a guy who just is unbelievably good at everything he does, from the smallest little stuff, like you said, the tempo of his routes, his release package, the timing with his footwork at the top of the route, the break, the late hands on a deep ball, the scramble drill, to the important stuff, the route running, catching the football, all that stuff. He just does it at an elite level. You do everything at an elite level and you will be elite. And JSN is a perfect example of that. And then Puka are clearly the top two. 12 for 225 and 2 against the Seahawks. Jesus Christ. I mean, my goodness. Just a star. You can make an argument you should put him in the tight end category. But especially, I mean, you might as well just put him in the tight end category because I was struggling to find tight end number 2 for NFC, but
Puka Nacua, if you looked at the news recently, he's a wide receiver.
That's true. He is a wide
receiver through and through.
The enemy speaks kindly but holds a knife behind their back. he does exemplify the position very well. Man, get it together, Puka. That's all we ask. But
on the field, though,
there's certainly no problems on the field. Certainly no problems on the field. He's a star and plays. He has a similar game to JSN as far as just pliability and being able to do anything.
I think that his contested catch ability is even another step up. With JSN, it's I think a lot of angling your body and just maximizing the more limited physical frame that you do have. With Puka Nacua, I don't have their combine vertical number comparisons, but the way that Puka can high point and just bench press you through contact to make one-handed grabs and just go up there like a basketball player, it stands out more than anyone else in the league. I mean, it's him, it's Jamar Chase, maybe Nico Collins as far as just the true, and Justin Jefferson when he's on, the true just, it's one-on-one, you don't even have a chance type of wide receivers.
100%. And it goes further than just when he has a guy on him. It's on the sidelines when there's nobody near him, but he still has to make a circus catch. He's able to get both feet in bounds and keep possession through the ground. Like, he just does stuff catching the football wise that I've never seen. It's unbelievable.
He's also, I think, third in the NFL in missed tackles forced, because why not get him the ball underneath? He'll do damage there as well. And him and JSN are sitting at a clear 1 and 2 in yards per route run, 4.01 for Smith and Jigba. It's just like having JSN run a route is the same as a moderately efficient running back carry, and then 3.65, which is just perfect number for Puka Nacua.
Yeah, and he has only played in like 13 and a half games this year, and he's got like 1,600 yards. If he played the full season, there's a chance he hit 2,000.
Man, those 2-3 games after I traded for him in fantasy, I was missing Puka, and I'm gonna lose in both my leagues. Yeah, I do not miss him now. It is not Puka's fault that I'm a garbage fantasy manager. All right, Amon-Ra St. Brown, player with a very different game. He's actually had a couple of drops this season, which has been jarring to see. He's still sitting at a 3.6% drop rate, which is really, really good. And I was reading a Lions message board, and I saw a comment about there was a play where he looked like he came down hard on his hand. And I watched that, and it does look like he's a little shaken up. And so I wonder if that lingered for a while and caused the 3 or 4 uncharacteristic drops that he's had on the season. We know Amon-Ra's game. He's Jared Goff's best friend. He's an elite route runner. Even if he's not the most vertical player in the world, he will still go up and win a tough catch, and he's going to make guys miss underneath as well.
100%. And he is another one of those guys where it's just, he is the offense, not the entire offense because Jahmyr Gibbs exists, but through the receiving game, he is the number one option. He's the first read almost every time, and you get the ball to him, good things will happen. And Detroit has been living by that, especially in a season where they haven't been able to run the ball as well as they'd like to, as well as they normally do. Amon-Ra has been even more important of an option, and absolutely deserving of a Pro Bowl vote. Yesterday had one of the weirder plays you'll ever see. I don't know if you saw this one, because I know you were.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
I mean, man, I think all of you guys watching are diehards enough to have seen it. But Amon-Ra, he catches the touchdown. They throw the flag for offensive pass interference, which the always commit OPI crowd is a little bit silent now. They throw the flag for offensive pass interference. Then he just gets walked backwards 5 yards by the defenders. Standing still, they don't blow the play dead. So Amon-Ra going to the ground, laterals it to Jared Goff, who makes one of the most athletic plays you'll ever see to score the game-winning touchdown. But they call it back. Oh, man. Amon-Ra would have gotten that. That would have made him number one if that play had counted.
The fact that they didn't blow his forward progress dead
unbelievable
was bizarre. It looked weird in real time.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't even like I was expecting what happened to be he catches the ball in the end zone and then he runs back and a defender like has a hand on him and then he laterals the ball based on how people were describing it. And then I watched the play and it's like he was down 2 seconds ago. He was trying to fight his way into the end zone.
That was one where maybe the OPI was soft because that happens on every play pretty much, but it wasn't that soft of an OPI. It was a decent OPI call. It wasn't a great one. He
shoulder checked him.
Yeah, it was technically an OPI call, but also that should not have been a touchdown. It should have been blown dead a while ago. What are we doing here? Detroit, I get arguing for it, but anybody else who's arguing for it, just please stop.
The Lions and officiating controversies. When has this ever happened before?
It's a perfect marriage because it gives all 31 other teams something to laugh at whenever your team may have not done so well.
All right, and then the last NFC receiver, George Pickens, the most determined pass catcher in the NFL, about 75 to 80% of the time. And the other quarter of the time he is uninterested George out there just jogging his routes. But when he wants to be there, few players better in contested catch situations. He'll even go out and block his ass off. He's made a lot of guys miss, just not really with like juke moves or spin moves, but with the contact balance. And he's good for about 2 absolutely hilarious plays a game. Yeah. I don't remember who they were playing, but this was maybe 3 weeks ago. He runs a slant and it gets called for OPI, and I don't see the OPI at first. I see him like looking like this, like, what's going on here? We never call OPI. And then it cuts to the replay, and he's got the defensive back all the way back here with the face mask,
I'm
just
pretty
hands
sure.
wrapped all the way around.
I'm pretty sure that was Kansas City on Thanksgiving Day, and it was like it was the drive where they were trying to score the game-winning touchdown, and I saw that. I was like, he's complaining. Oh, it's probably a shitty OPI call. No, you're it's a face mask, dude. What are you doing?
I don't think it was that
Really?
game because I remember I remember watching it, I think in my room.
Mm.
It was maybe a Thursday night game. I remember in that same game, he got stood up at the goal line and he is trying to get this fucking ball in the end zone. And he's got like three guys hanging off of him, and he's got one guy standing in front of him. And he just takes the football and like rakes it into the defender's hands. And it pops out of his hands because it's like he forced a fumble on himself, rolls into the end zone. The Cowboys hop on it, and the only reason it's not a touchdown is because it was inside 2 minutes. However, I do believe, though, that he committed two of the exact same OPI throughout the course of the season. It's just like that's a move that he has in his bag. It's the
Fair
fuck
enough.
you, get out of my face.
That's fair enough, and that's pretty much his entire game. I think I'm not actually sure if you know this, but one of the more interesting things that will happen this offseason is that George Pickens is going to be a free agent. So I don't know who where he's going to go. I don't know who's going to pay him. I don't know how much he's going to get paid, but I do know that it's going to be a really interesting saga. So we'll see. Feels like a Raider to me.
He resets the market, but somehow it's not to play football.
He goes. He becomes a professional cricket player.
Yes.
He
Be very in
brings
character.
he brings his he's gonna cause a lot of controversy in cricket, I think. Such a fun player to watch though.
All right, you want to take me through the AFC?
All right, so I've got five guys, and that feels like too many. This is just an incredibly weak AFC. I went with Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, the only two obvious ones, I think. Then two pretty clearly, if you're going to have four, I think it should be Jalen Waddle and Stephon Diggs. And then with my five spot, I didn't feel good not carrying five on the roster. I don't know, man. Let's just go with Alec Pierce because why not? He has two touchdowns right now in the San Francisco game, and he's been a very big part of the Indianapolis offense. If you want to go Michael Pittman, that's also fine. If you want to go Lad McConkey, that's also fine. If you want to go Rashee Rice, who cares? He missed 6 games, but he's been better than those guys when he's been on the field. I don't know. There's just not enough good AFC receivers right now. It's super weird, but those are my guys.
So I actually had to make a change right before the episode. I had Zay Flowers in, and I had Zay Flowers in pretty easily when I think this position I did last week. I think I was working on it during the Sunday slate, so I was making like mid-game changes based on who was making one catch for 13
Nice.
yards. But Zay Flowers, after I put in Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, and Jalen Waddle, I thought those were all pretty clear, was actually in pretty safely because he doesn't have a lot of red zone production. He's never going to be that guy, but he's been a huge focal point in a Ravens offense that's been pretty disjointed throughout the season. He hadn't been dropping the football much. He is a good player after the catch, even if he can frustrate you with some of his cutbacks. But then over the last two games, he has had two drops, which should have been touchdowns, if I'm
Mhm.
remembering correctly. One of them particularly egregious. And then
Good point.
last week, he cuts back, as he loves to do, and he gets the ball punched out of his hands for a key turnover. And in a tight AFC, who wants it less wide receiver race? Zay Flowers kind of wanted it less there, so I had to replace him with Stephon Diggs to be my four.
Yeah. Zay Flowers was in consideration at first for me, but after watching the tape, I've just kind of realized that he's just not as good as people think, in my opinion. I still think he's a nice player, but I think we all kind of realized after Zay Flowers, he came on the scene as a rookie, really good player, and then people just kind of projected that he would keep getting better, and then his stats were still good, so people were like, okay, he got better. He never got better. He's still the same player, and it's a good player. I just don't think it's as good as people think he is. Like, he's the number one receiver for an offense that is led by one of the best quarterbacks to ever set foot on an NFL field. And I think that does a lot more for him than some people realize. I still think he's a good player, but there are just a lot of issues with this game. As far as the route running goes, it's good, but like if he has to be physical and win off the line against a long corner that actually knows how to play football, I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. And I think that's a big reason he disappears in big AFC games, because you have to go against those types of corners. The Christian Gonzalez is the Patrick Surtains of the world. And he really struggles with that. I think he struggles with catching the football. He struggles with fumbling. He loses yards a lot after the catch. So he's good, but there are way too many negatives about his game to really consider him in that upper echelon of receivers. He was still considered for this because, man, AFC receivers just aren't very good, but he was like 7 or 8. Like Pittman, Pierce, McConkey, all above him, in my opinion. And then Rashee Rice as well. So
shows the importance of catch radius, and how it is affected by size as well. He has almost 1 full contested catch over expected, but his catch rate over expected was in the negatives when I did this a week and a half ago. And I'm sure it's sunken even farther now after a couple of really untimely drops. So yeah, he'll be relatively tough at the catch point for his size, but he's obviously not a jump ball guy. And you get a throw that's just a little too high, nothing we can do about that.
And he just struggles over the middle of the field as well. I mean, that's just something you have to be able to do as an NFL receiver. And when you're watching tape, especially when you start watching tape for the first time, you really realize how much of being an NFL receiver is just running anywhere from a 6 to 12-yard spot route, sitting down and catching the ball in close quarters. That's a lot of your job, and Flowers really struggles to do that, and that's a knock. But again, he is a good player. It's just he's kind of an outside of the box receiver, and I don't feel like it's gone to Baltimore's credit as much this year. It hasn't helped them as much as it has in years past, which also, again, is not necessarily his fault. It's just been the Ravens haven't been as good this year.
You know who a player who I kind of think is the anti-Zay Flowers, at least this season, at this phase, is Stephon Diggs for the Patriots, who we both have in.
Yeah. I mean, number 1 receiver on the number 2 team in the AFC, the Patriots. He's revitalized that unit, man. He's really good, and he always has been. And everywhere he's gone, people have been like, well, I don't know. After the way he left his last team, after all of the injuries, surely he's still not that guy, right? He's not a good player anymore. We can just pencil him in as a flighty number 2, and then he just goes out there and he's better than you think he is. He's just a good player no matter what. He's a fantastic route runner. He understands the nuances of the art better than almost anybody does. He can catch the football. He'll always have his drops, but most of the time you need a big time catch. He's going to make that play. He's a smart player. And honestly, even as much of a crazy teammate as he may be sometimes, whenever things are going and they're winning, he does seem to be able to lead a group of receivers and kind of lead a team in a way not many guys have the ability to. There's just something about Diggs I like. There's something about him watching his game that I've always loved, and I wanted to credit him with the Pro Bowl selection.
I definitely think that he's regressed athletically as he's aged, but his play style has really aged gracefully because he's gotten better at using push-offs and bodying for position over the middle of the field. I mean, 13.3% catch rate over expected when I made this. That was leading the NFL by quite a wide margin at the time. I was expecting some really athletic plays, high point working down the sideline. That's not what most of his high-end production is. It's just fighting over the seam, boxing a guy out, and then holding onto the ball right near the end zone with a bunch of hands in your face trying to tear it away from you. I think he needs an accurate quarterback who can put the ball in the right spot to set him up for big catches and then yards after catch as well around the middle of the field and even on contested out routes around the sideline for first downs. And he's got that in Drake May. He's not a conventional wide receiver 1 at this point. The Patriots kind of have a little bit of wide receiver by committee going on with him. Sometimes it's the Stephon Diggs game. Sometimes it's the Kayshon Boutte game. Recently, sometimes it's been Oh, who's the vertical threat they drafted this year? Who's come out a little bit lately? Um, not Ricky White. Oh, who is that? Who caught the touchdown the other game for them? Kyle Williams.
Oh yeah, I legitimately forgot Kyle Williams existed.
Sometimes Kyle Williams getting in on the action, and Stephon Diggs. I don't even know if he has over 800 yards hit this season. I think he had a big game yesterday, didn't he? So he probably surpassed
He
that
he has
mark.
he has 869.
But what matters is that he's been efficient, he's been trustworthy, and he is still really good after the catch as well. He's moved the chains for them. That's exactly what they've needed.
Yeah, he just catches the football, and it seems like that has extended to Kayshon Boutte because Stephon Diggs is actually number 2 in catch rate over expected with 14.4%, and Boutte is number 1 at 23.5%.
Holy hell, I must have
Like,
filtered him out by
my
accident. That
goodness.
is insane.
Yeah, I'm looking at pro, and apparently he qualifies. Maybe he just didn't qualify a couple weeks ago, but they're both really good players, and obviously it helps having Drake May, where he can kind of take advantage of if the ball is well placed, Diggs is going to catch it. He can extend those hands. He's got better hand strength than almost anybody, and bring that ball down no matter who's trying to stop him.
All right, next up, a player who is totally different flavor, Jalen Waddle. He runs down the field. He runs down the field fast, and
Yep.
he tracks the deep ball at a slightly above average level. And in that Mike McDaniel offense, that is enough to make you an AFC Pro Bowler. He's
Yep.
had a lot of explosive chunk plays. A couple of them have been nice. He's won above the rim a couple times. He's dropped the ball above the rim in tough catch situations a couple times. Left you wanting more a couple times throughout the season, but he's a pretty good wide receiver. He's created explosives for Miami. He's been definitively the number 2 playmaker in that offense. I mean, it's Waddle, it's A-Chain, and twice a season it's been Darren Waller. But in the AFC, that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically his entire route tree is just send him in a straight line, and you can send him in a lot of different straight lines, and we'll just see how it goes. And he's good at running in a straight line. There is an art to it. You do have to know how to do it, and he's good at it. So credit to him. It's been better than last year, less drops. And he is a good player. He's just a good player. But yeah, he's. I don't think he'd make it in the NFC. But sometimes we got to give some charity out.
All right, now we're ready to get into the 2 big dogs in the AFC. Who you want to talk about first?
Let's talk about Jamar Chase. I guess he's the number 1 for me. Um, really nothing much to say about him. He's just been that same guy. That guy who just he can put him anywhere. You can do anything with him, and he is going to act like the best receiver in the NFL because that is what he is. I mean, th- there isn't anybody who is a better receiver than Jamar Chase in the NFL. There are guys who are on his level, but there's nobody who's better than him. You can ask him to do anything. You can put him anywhere, and he will win. He is the only guy I've seen beat Patrick Surtain consistently. Now, Surtain also beats him consistently. I'm not going to trash on Surtain. It's not like he owns him or anything, but he knows how to beat Surtain. He knows how to. He's not a guy who just gets stifled by the best corners in the league, and that is something that is a massive test for most receivers. You're saying, all right, this is an elite receiver, but then they go up against one of the best in the league, and they just can't really stick with them. Not Chase. He will go out there and he will win. There's not much to say about him. You know his game. You've seen him play. He's one of the most exciting receivers after the catch to ever play in the NFL. He can catch the football. The drops in preseason were never an issue. They don't seem to be an issue 4 years into his career. When you drop it in the bucket, he's going to catch it. He's fantastic on the Jesus Christ. He's fantastic in contested catches, and he's fantastic in fadeaway catches in the red zone, whatever. I've seen a lot of Jamar Chase. You've seen a lot of Jamar Chase. We don't need to talk about him for that much longer. He's fantastic.
Back in the dog days of the season when the Bengals were running Jake Browning out there, they played the Green Bay Packers. And Green Bay played around a little bit early, put the gas on late, and took control of that game. I think they were down like 15. And the Bengals start to get a little bit of offensive life. They get to the red zone. I think that was a couple of Jamar Chase sit routes into broken tackles, which is something he's absolutely stellar at. Just becomes a running back after the catch with elite contact balance. And then Browning throws him what I don't think was really intended to be a back shoulder fade. I think it just happened to be lucky ball placement. Well, Keyshawn Nixon, who is trying to track him on the upfield fade and keep him out of the end zone that way, realizes that he has been thoroughly beat by this ball. And so he basically just grabs Chase around the chest and tries to drag him down, grabs one of his arms. Chase just goes ahead and pins that ball with one hand, getting dragged down in the corner of the end zone. Feet are in, touchdown. Nothing else was good for the Bengals at that point in the season, except for Jamar Chase.
Star.
All right, and then Nico Collins. It's a little bit of the same. An extremely available player for CJ Stroud within the Texans offense. They've just leaned into his ability to run downfield and elevate and make fantastic grabs. Not an elite separator necessarily. Don't get me wrong. Nico Collins can get open, but he's one of the guys where he's open even when he's not open. And I think when the Texans offense has sort of realized that and gotten him the ball more efficiently over this latter part of the season, we've seen it come alive a little bit.
100%. And the Texans offense has been really hot and cold. And you can tell based off of his stat lines when they're cold and when they're hot. But Nico Collins hasn't been hot and cold. He's always been open. It's just about whether CJ Stroud has had the time to hit him and whether he's had the accuracy to hit him. And like you said, he's not the best separator against man, but against zone coverage, he can get open really well because he knows the soft spots. He knows where he's going. He can read the coverage off of his first step. You know, he's kind of expanded his ability to now he's one of those receivers who I think kind of sees the entire field. He knows the entire concept. He knows what all the other receivers are doing on the field, not just what he's doing, right? So that has allowed him to find these open spaces to stop when maybe that's not originally in the concept, but he's going to sit down in this space and become available. Like you said, for CJ Stroud, they have that connection. And when the Texans go to the playoffs, I have no doubt that will continue to show. And Stroud is going to throw a lot of balls to Nico Collins because he's going to be under pressure. And when he's under pressure, Nico Collins is always there to bail him out. He made the big game-winning catch against Las Vegas yesterday. He's one of my guys. I've been following him ever since he came into the league. And I think the season before last, he had an incredible 6-game stretch to end the season. And I think people didn't really realize that was actually him. That was how he's been playing his entire career. And then he breaks out last season, and people are starting to notice him. And it continues this year. Nico Collins is pretty clearly a top 7, 8 receiver in the NFL. And it's not like something that's a fluke. He's sticking around. He's that guy. And I think if Houston is able to get more help around CJ Stroud, they're going to be able to let him calm down. He's going to be able to find Nico, and Nico's going to put up insane stats if that is going to happen next year.
3-4 years ago, I scouted Traylon Burks, and I comped him to Nico Collins. And say what you will about the merits of that comp from a play style perspective, but I got some hate for that online because people thought that was way too low of a comp for Traylon Burks. Not the case anymore. No. Nico, I think Nico was a 3rd-round pick. Just what a player.
All right, that's the AFC.
All right. NFC tight end time. Do you have 2 or do you have 3?
I have 2. Do you have 2 or 3?
It's got to be McBride. It's got to be McBride and Kittle, right?
It's not Kittle. And I know it's a little bit...
I hate you.
I know. All right, listen. but you know why you don't hate me? Because it's your guy. It's your guy.
Okay.
You know who it is?
Wait. It's my guy, an NFC tight end?
I went real. This is my most
It's not.
outlandish.
It's not Jake Ferguson. I mean, I love Jake Ferguson.
It's more outlandish. It's ridiculous, honestly. It's AJ Barner.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I thought about him, but for like a second.
Listen, man. Especially now that he had that game last Thursday against the Rams. I value blocking from a tight end. I do. And there's not many guys doing it better than Barner right now. Who was I supposed to go with? Kittle? Been better, but he was injured. So Barner has the full body of work. I went with Barner.
So I understand the concern about Kittle's availability this season. I mean, I think he's played in, with this game included, 11 games
Yeah.
this season, and he doesn't have more than 600 receiving yards on the season unless he's absolutely breaking out today. Here's when I knew I had to include him. So I did the contested catch plus stat for tight ends as well as wide receivers. Trey McBride pretty easily leading the pack with 4.37. He's got 105 receptions that it took him to amass that. George Kittle has 45 receptions, 4.24. He's
Oh,
trailing by 1.3 contested catches over average with 40% of the volume. That is how dominant he has been when they've thrown him the ball. And these are real contested catches, too. I went in and watched all of them. Highlight focus grabs. He had the pretty famous one-hander and double or triple coverage on an absolute thread from Brock Purdy. I don't remember what team they're going up against, but that was a fantastic grab. He's still creating yardage underneath, consistently finding soft spots. He runs an advanced route tree for a tight end, and he blocks. And look, AJ Barner has blocked and he's caught passes all season long, but I think the volume of receiving for them is pretty similar. And George Kittle blocks just like AJ Barner does. I'm
I
not
know.
going to be opposed to including AJ Barner because I love some AJ Barner, but dude, I think George Kittle is a top 5 player in the NFL. I will die on that hill.
I mean, that's
He's the
fair.
best tight end in the NFL by a mile, in my opinion. I said
You're
it
not
last year. I'll say it again.
you're not going to find me arguing with this. I do recognize that George Kittle is a far better player than AJ Barner. But he had played, I think, 8 games when I was deciding tight ends. And Barner had played like 13. Um, and I was like, man, I want to include AJ Barner. You know, this is a guy who, when you watch him, he's doing so much for Seattle. Like, Seattle's run game is non-existent to begin with. Without AJ Barner, it would be borderline cruel to expose to human eyes. Like, he basically acts as that sixth lineman for them to steal the edge. And Kenneth Walker, almost all of Kenneth Walker's explosive plays have come from running behind AJ Barner. They can put him as the tight end in 11 personnel and 12 personnel or whatever, because he's a fantastic receiving threat to threaten the middle of the field. So you're not just giving away that you're running the football when he's on the field, right? You can put him there as 11 personnel and run the ball as if you were in a heavy personnel. And then you can put him at fullback. And you can give the ball to him if you want to. You can have him as the lead blocker. You can do whatever you want with him. And then he's also an athletic route runner who can stretch the field vertically. And yeah, the stats may not all be all there, but I don't know if you remember this, but there was a debate among football fans a few weeks ago, like 300 empty yards is worse than 200 like real yards, meaningful yards. And I think
For
the
sure.
average football fan is really close to inventing EPA themselves. But
Yes.
I think they're really close. But Barner is the extent of that. Now, of course, his EPA isn't that high, but I mean it's like 15th, 17th overall. Also, George Kittle is number 3 in total EPA, despite the fact that he hasn't played as many games. It it will be Kittle in the final roster. Absolutely, it will. But I went with Barner just to give a shout out, and because I'm kind of a sucker for the underdog. He's been really good. Seattle's really good, and I think he's a big part of that, and he deserves a shout out.
I hate that I come across as the
You're
AJ
not.
Barner
You're
hater
not.
here.
It's just you're the
I
reasonable one. You're
yeah.
the
My
reasonable one
my
in this
love
argument.
of my love of his game is well documented,
Yeah.
considering I talked about him for an entire segment like two and a half months ago.
Yeah. All right, and then Trey McBride is our clear number 1. 109 catches, 1,100 yards, and 10 touchdowns on the season. Basically the only positive thing happening in Arizona football this year. So the number 2 tight end in receiving EPA is actually Colston Loveland at 36.9 on the year. What do you think Trey McBride is sitting at number 1?
Hmm. Wow, I'm really surprised that McBride
Number
is ahead of
2 and
Kittle because I think when
number
I made
3
this
and 4.
roster, Kittle was
They're
actually at number 1.
yeah,
But
Kittle's like a
McBride
point 2
continues
below
to
it.
dominate. Okay. What did you say that Loveland was sitting at?
So Loveland's at 36.9, Kittle's at 36.4. Tucker Kraft is at 36 after missing the last 7 games. It should be him. It should be him here.
So McBride has, when I made this 10 touchdowns, it might be more now. I'm going to say that he's at 47.8.
He is at 63.4.
Holy, Oh my God. Wow. Okay.
Yes, he's pretty good at football. And it stands up. You watch him and you're like, yeah, it should be more probably. Like, you can't convince me all of Arizona's points are Trey McBride's fault. Like, he's the reason that they actually have an offense. I mean, I guess Michael Wilson as a part of it, but what are you supposed to do when you've got Trey McBride to cover as a linebacker? He's what, 6'5", 255, somewhere around that range. And a bulky guy. This is a guy who's really strong, got a lot of muscle on him, but he just moves like a gazelle, man. Like, he's just floating across the field, separating faster than you feel like should be possible. And then he'll catch the ball, and then he'll turn on a dime and leave you in the dust. There's just nothing you can do to cover Trey McBride. He's a smart route runner as well, puts the heel in at the right time and goes. And he's also a great blocker. He's really improved that side of his game. Kittle's the best tight end in the league. McBride's a close second. He's
McBride
second.
will, he'll also beat you behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, they don't just give this guy touches. I tend to hate tight end design touches. It's like, okay, you're running a challenging screen pass concept here. There's like a 6 out of 10 chance that there's a linebacker with a hand on the tight end's hip, so the QB's gonna throw it into the ground, and then great, you got a tight end 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and he gets tracked down for a 2 yard gain. I like Trey McBride design touches. He has earned them because
Do
he is
more.
athletic. He is nasty after the catch. Even if he doesn't have super high missed tackle force numbers, he's just going to drag you and he's going to stiff arm you and he's going to make it really unpleasant for you to get him on the ground. I mean, he's doing the Colorado State stuff, but in the NFL, he is the Cardinals offense. Michael Wilson, been on my fantasy team. The only reason that I made the semifinals in both of my leagues, surely due to Michael Wilson. It's a lot of empty yards for him. It's a lot of real yards for Trey McBride.
And that's why he's super high EPA. I like these. He's doing the Colorado State stuff because he's making the guys who are covering him look like G5 players.
Okay, so we went with two tight ends. Why no Dallas Goedert? Why no Kyle Pitts?
Well, Kyle Pitts, because I refuse to cave to the mob who was saying he's good all of a sudden. And Dallas Goedert, because you have to leave one guy out, and it's Dallas Goedert. He's just he hasn't been good enough, I think, this year. He's been good, but it's been really, how do I put this? He's been good, but the impact that he's had on the game has just not been much. He's getting open, but Hurts is just missing him. So it's like, it's not his fault that he's not on this list. He probably should be with a competent offense, but I feel like the impact that he's had on that offense has just been kind of negligible. He's obviously a very good blocker, and that's where you felt his impact the most. But as a receiver, feels like how they've used him has not been very creative. They're just kind of, all right, let's throw him in a wheel, throw him in a seam route, throw him in a drag route, and that's it. Obviously they've used him on other stuff, but they're not using him creatively, and whenever they do, they just fail to run the execution because they can't do the basic stuff right. So when they try to do the complicated stuff right, it just goes haywire. It's not Goddard's fault. He's not having the best season of his career because he's playing better than he ever has. It's the offense's fault.
He did have one really nice catch in a game I was watching about a week ago. It was a corner route, and he elevates and just plucks that ball where the cornerback had no chance at it, and he comes down for a really tough touchdown. That did not feel emblematic of his season to me because I think he's sitting at least 10, maybe 11 touchdowns by this point. The majority of them are 1 or 2 yarders where they're
Yeah.
basically using him as an extension of the tush push. I mean, the Eagles have had more success on the goal line going quads formation where it's a bunch and then Goddard is lined up behind. Hurts swings it out quickly to him and then he runs forward behind his blockers into the end zone. Like, look, is that a nice thing they do with him? Yes, but I don't know that that's something that most tight ends can't
Doesn't
do.
matter.
So I felt
Yeah.
like the tight ends were, or the touchdowns were pretty empty for Dallas Goedert, and that's where he's really excelled. And at the time I made this, he was worst among all tight ends, minus 3.36 contested catch plus. So
Yeah.
taking away 3 contested catch wins from the offense. He hasn't won a lot of tough balls this season.
That's fair. All right. AFC.
Yep.
All right. I've got two. Do you have two as well?
Yeah.
Warren and Bowers.
Warren and Bowers.
Yeah, they're pretty clearly the two best tight ends in the AFC this year. Warren is my starter, but it's a lot closer than it would have been if Jones had stayed healthy, because they've just used him less since Jones went down. I love Phillip Rivers. Does not have the arm to hit the stuff that they want to do with Tyler Warren. And like I said, when you can't do some of the basic stuff that Phillip Rivers' lack of an arm keeps you from doing, that they love to do in Indianapolis, some of that, get him on the run and let him make that tough decision to throw crossbody to Tyler Warren, who's leaking out of the formation. That'll limit Tyler Warren, because a lot of what they did with Tyler Warren was a little bit more complicated. Getting him in open space, using him as sort of a gadget. They're not doing that as much because they have to focus on the basic stuff. So not really his fault, but he's still my starter for the AFC.
I am going to start Brock Bowers.
Okay.
Bowers has missed some time. I think that he's still a little bit behind Tyler Warren in a lot of production metrics. But early in the season, it felt like Bowers came in kind of banged up. I wasn't as blown away by his route running and his athleticism, acceleration out of breaks as I usually was. It really feels like he's healthied up. He was always winning tough catches. He's been on a heater the last couple weeks. I mean, the Raiders played it close with, who is that while I was making the 10-hour drive? They played a close game against the Texans, was it? Yes. He goes up in double coverage in the end zone. I think it was maybe on Azeez Al-Shaair, who's a great player in his own right, and makes a really challenging catch where, if I remember correctly, he gets popped as he goes down as well. He is the only thing that has gone right for that Raider season. I mean, the 2025 Raider season bug has gotten him a little bit as he missed time with injury, but when he hasn't been injured, he's been stellar. I think it's George Kittle 1, assuming full health for all these guys, Trey McBride 2, and I'm ready to say Brock Bowers 3. He's that good.
Yeah. Ashton Genty's also been really good. So those are two things going right for the Raiders offense. But unfortunately, running back and tight end are two of the three least important positions on the offense. So, if that's not good roster management, what is?
Just to add a little bit of go on.
Bowers,
a little more commentary on Tyler Warren. I may be a tad lower on him than you are. There are a couple balls where it's like, there have been a couple of throws where it's like, okay, that was probably catchable. 2-3 years into your career, I think you're comfortable enough to make that catch. He just hasn't been all perfect for Tyler Warren. The fact that we're talking about a rookie this way is pretty insane.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, and I have no problem not having him as the starter, but pretty clear he's one of the two. All right, so those are the tight ends for the AFC and the NFC. We agreed Kittle will be the starter for the AFC, for the NFC, not Barner. That's all right.
Trey McBride will be the starter.
Oh, yeah, no. Kittle will be the number 2. McBride's obviously the starter. All right.
And A.J. Barner gets a spot at fullback.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, CJ Ham. No.
Offensive line?
Yeah, offensive line. We're going to the trenches, and it's going to be fun. We talked about a rather lopsided position in receiver. I don't think there's any more lopsided position between the AFC and the NFC than offensive tackle. I went through it, did an exercise. There are 13 offensive tackles I would have as the number 3 tackle in the AFC. In the NFC, there are 13 guys. I'm
surprised it's that few.
Oh my goodness. All right, who are your NFC guys?
All right, so for my personal Pro Bowl roster construction ideology, you do the I don't include players with season-ending injuries thing.
Yep.
Since mine is kind of a year-over-year exercise in who do I think the best football players in the NFL are, where I'm excited to look back in 5 years and compare my picks to the actual who are the NFL Pro Bowlers, how does that change career outlook. I have a rule where if you had a Pro Bowl caliber season, that's condition 1, and you clearly would have made it in the other conference, that's condition 2, I call you an alternate and you get a nod regardless. I use it very sparingly. I have not used it for anyone thus far. Nobody has gotten an alternate. I have 3 in the NFC. So the guys I included in the 53-man are Penei Sewell, Andrew Thomas, Lane Johnson, Laramie Tunsil. And then I had to give an alternate to Tristan Wirfs, Trent Williams, and Zach Tom. And Jordan Mailata was close.
Wow, fair. All right. So I have two of your guys on my list. I have Penei Sewell and Andrew Thomas. They're my top two, pretty clear. My starting left tackle, my starting right tackle. I went two left tackles, two right tackles, because I don't know, I just like
Okay.
that. And I went with Tristan Wirfs as my number three, because if this is a down year for him, that just shows you kind of how good he is. And then number four, I understand is pretty controversial, and I don't know if he's the fourth best tackle overall, but with how good elite of a run blocker he's been, I went with Darnell Wright, the Chicago Bears right tackle. You can say he's been very efficient as a pass blocker this year. Like as a pass protector, the efficiency metrics are great. I don't think that shows up as much on tape, but dominant in the run game. Like legitimately, Ben Johnson's scheme is so fun to watch. Like I watched a lot of Chicago Bears run blocking to prepare for this, because there's also other Bears linemen on this list. Darnell Wright is just paving concrete out there. He is demolishing guys, and he's doing it in a way that it's technically sound. Like he's not just throwing his body around. He's not doing crazy stuff. He's being incredibly technically sound and doing things. So I went with Wright. You didn't mention him, but we'll get that out of the way real quick.
Man, I am sad that I did not watch tape on Darnell Wright. I just had a limited amount of time, and
That's fair.
I
There's
only
so
got
many.
to watch like 12 NFC tackles, and somehow he wasn't in that group, which, I mean, I should have known better than that as a football fan.
No, I love Wright though, but like Lane Johnson's not there. He probably should be. Mailata, Tunsil, all guys that were really close. There were 5, 6, and 7. And also shout out Alaric Jackson, the Rams left tackle. He also got some consideration.
And shout out Rams right tackle, the player who hasn't really started much before this, Warren McClendon.
Sure.
He has been
Yeah,
fantastic in the absence of Rob Havenstein. I mean,
absolutely.
I don't know that he's been Pro Bowl caliber when he's been out there, but he's been no more than one tier below that. And he's
Yeah.
their third tackle.
Surprising, but I mean, good for them.
I
All
can talk
right.
about Lane Johnson first
Yeah.
because you didn't include them. You are a well-documented Lane Johnson appreciator.
He was my vote for the Thomas Kuechly Award last year, which is our best player in football.
There has been talk of regression for him, and maybe there has been a slight bit of regression for Lane Johnson this year. I don't think there's been much. He hasn't played every game. They're still leaving him on an island all the time, just handling one-on-one reps. And his motor, or not his motor, his anchor is good enough to hold up. Obviously, he's a incredibly undersized player and an elite athlete. How much does Lane Johnson weigh?
Oh, it's got to be at least 330, probably somewhere 340.
Are you kidding me? Lane Johnson is that what? Am
I'd
I
be
completely
surprised.
stupid? He looks thin to me on the field.
I mean, he does, but like, well, I know it used to
Oh
be.
my
Like,
God, he's 325. I'm
yeah,
stupid.
325. That feels about right. Like 340 is too much, but 330, 320, right there, around there. Because like he moves incredibly gracefully, but look at him like sit down and stand his ground. Like there's no way he's not at least 320.
I will stand by his anchor being the weakest part of his game as a pass protector,
It's still awesome.
but it's still like, yeah, it's well above average. His technique, we know how good that is. His mobility, he is continuously the first guy out of his stance, works really hard in the run game, reaching his zone blocking landmarks. He's had a couple penalties this year. I don't think that they've been egregious. He's not really a grabby offensive tackle. And his play style with his athleticism and his lower body twitch and his mental processing and reaction time is just not conducive to giving up sacks. At the time I made this, he had given up 7 pressures, no hits, no sacks. When he does give up pressures, they are hurries because of how well he recovers. Hasn't all been pretty for the Philadelphia Eagles, but Lane Johnson, when he's been on the field, has been no part of the problem.
Yeah. So actually, of qualified tackles, he's given up the least pressures of anybody. Now he doesn't actually qualify. You have to bend the rules. That's why I didn't include him, because he's only played like 450 snaps this year. and I wanted to go with Wright because he's played a lot more and he hasn't been as good, but he's been really good. Also, Warren McClendon, 530 snaps, 9 pressures allowed. That's 2 more than Lane Johnson on like he's allowing a similar pressure rate to Lane Johnson when he was playing. If you want a little bit of context for how good McClendon's playing.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with him moving forward. I assume that with Havenstein getting up there in age, just becomes their franchise right tackle, but
look into him.
I don't know. We'll see. He could be no, they wouldn't trade him. Let's be real. He's too valuable for that.
No. All right. Let's talk about. I'll talk about Tristan Wirfs. Missed a few games early in the season, but has come back and not missed time since. He hasn't been like the same Tristan Wirfs of old, but he's still been really good. Like, let's not delude ourselves. People are talking about him like they're talking about Lane Johnson. I think they're talking about them in similar ways. Like they've regressed. Are they as good as they were the last 2 years? No, but they're about 90 to 95% of that. And that is better than 99% of tackles in the league still. So Wirfs is still an elite tackle. I think allowed somewhere. I've got it right here. Yeah, he's led 2 sacks and 22 pressures on the year. Not been as good for sure. The pressure numbers have been bad. I'd also like to point out that not all of it is his fault. The Bucs offensive line as a whole has been worse. Gedeke being out, they've also had some injuries along the interior, has really hurt them. And Baker Mayfield, there's a reason he wasn't included in the NFC Pro Bowl. He has not been very good for the past few weeks. He's been taking sacks that he just shouldn't be. So that's going to be attributed to Wirfs, but it might not have been his fault because no tackle can hold up for that long in pass protection with how long Mayfield's taking on some of these dropbacks. So been a little bit worse. Clearly, it's just an athletic issue. He's not fully recovered since that injury. Do we remember what it was that kept him out the first couple of weeks? Like
I don't
issue.
Let me look up what it is because I completely agree with your sentiment on Wirfs, and I think he'll be included in the final BTS roster. It was a right knee injury requiring arthroscopic surgery.
That's something that doesn't just go away after you get the surgery. It's going to linger. He will be back next year, I assume, to 100% form, but still this year he's playing at a Pro Bowl caliber level. So I think I'd be cool with like Wirfs and Johnson and then Sewell and Thomas as our 4. Because who was your 4th? Was it Tunsil?
It was Tunsil, and I think you can leave him out. He is still one of the best pass protectors in the NFL, and it's not like the rest of the Commanders' offensive line has been lights out, but the infrastructure around him is still far superior to what it's been with Wirfs. And look, probably 90% of my process is how much have you produced? How efficient have you been in the production? How meaningful are you to your team? What is happening around you? But I do reserve like 10% for, okay, if you're a running back and you've had one season, this season, where you fumbled a bunch, like James Cook, that's a high variance thing. Like I'm going to be a little forgiving for that. Or Tristan Wirfs. We know what Tristan Wirfs is. He's got some of the best technique of any offensive lineman in the NFL. Hell, you could say in NFL history. He's just playing hurt. It feels like he's not fully trusting his legs, both trying to get depth in his pass sets and anchoring down. He's gotten bull rushed more than he normally does. And it feels like he's taken some snaps off in the run game where it's just like he doesn't have it in the lower body to continually drive guys off the ball. I'm going to be more sympathetic to that. I am totally fine with putting in an elite player who is just dealing with injuries, even though Laramie Tunsil's also been really good. Laramie Tunsil is going to grab guys more than Tristan Wirfs does, and I think that can be the deciding factor.
Yeah, for sure. He only has 8 penalties on the season, but that is better than previous years. I mean, he's got 8 penalties this season, but last year he had 19. So that is a significant decrease. That is a significant decrease. So credit to him there. He's a bulletproof pass protector, no doubt about it. Ultimately, I think we just go with Wirfs because of the penalties, but also I think Wirfs is a considerably better run blocker.
Yeah, I agree on that as well, especially when he's healthy. Wirfs is one of the better guys in the NFL.
Definitely. All right, Penei Sewell and Andrew Thomas. Do you prefer to talk about either of those guys?
I'll talk about Penei Sewell. So I've mentioned how he has a really unique impact on the Lions' run game in the past, and I wanted to flesh that out a little bit more. Yes, they will pull him because the Lions do run a very diverse run scheme, and they will use him on screen passes, and they will just do dumb shit with putting him in motion and leaning into the fact that he's an obscene athlete. But a lot of the times, what it means to be a super impactful run blocker is just that you're at tackle and you have to fully scoop out a 4-eye out of reach block. You have to get to blocking landmarks that other players can't, and that is what Penei Sewell does. He is the most impactful offensive lineman in the NFL on the backside of run concepts because of how much he frees up everybody else. And then in pass pro, the worst thing you can say about him is he's not elite. His technique isn't perfect, but he's still going to cave your face in with his punches. He's still got great feet. You're not moving this guy. Probably a top 5 anchor in the entire NFL. He has just gotten better every single season. And I hate that as an NFC North fan.
Yeah, and especially as the athletic specimen he is, he doesn't need to have perfect technique because he has a wider margin for error. He's gotten better as a pass protector every year in the NFL, and we're really starting to see that. I mean, he is fourth in pass blocking efficiency according to PFF. Number 3 is Andrew Thomas, number 2 is Warren McClendon, and number 1 is an AFC tackle who will be mentioned. And it shows he's just gotten better. The technique has gotten better. It's not perfect, but with how big he is, with how athletic he is, with how well he can turn those hips and recover after a missed punch, he's just able to dominate guys. Like really, he's the most dominant tackle in the league, I'd say. I think he may not be the best, but he's the most dominant. Similar to how Shaquille O'Neal plays basketball, that's how he plays right tackle. So absolutely deserves a starting spot.
He's this huge guy and he's out to kick your ass. You expect that he's going to be one of these tackles that just grabs onto guys and hooks them and puts them into the ground. He's not. He doesn't really draw penalties. His technique is clean. His punches are decisive. He's not taking up more jersey than he needs to, and so he's not costing with holding calls either.
He's got 2 penalties. That is the lowest number of anybody on either conferences from my Pro Bowl roster. Heck of a player. Another heck of a player is Andrew Thomas, who I just mentioned, number 3 in pass blocking efficiency. He has allowed the least pressures of qualified tackles, apart from Warren McClendon, because Warren McClendon has just played enough snaps to be qualified. With, I think, let me see. He's allowed 13 pressures in the season, and he's doing that playing next to 4 of the worst linemen in the league. Like, that is a really, really good job that he's doing over there because, man, nobody else is trying to help, right? Like, it has just been bad in New York offensively. Recently, especially, offensive line is just not giving him any help, but Jackson Dart has not had to worry about his blind side with Andrew Thomas. Technique is basically perfect. Just not, you're just not really getting by him. He's incredibly athletic. He went number 4 overall for a reason. Or wait, no, he didn't go number 4. He went number 14 overall in 2021, I believe. He did go number 4. Tristan Wirfs went number 14 overall, or number 13. Either way, they were in the same class, and they're both elite now.
Surely those were the only 2 good tackles in that class, right?
Surely. I don't think there was anybody. No, it was 2020 because they weren't in the same class as Sewell. It was 2020 class.
Wasn't that the Slater and Darisaw class as well? Or am I making that up?
No, Slater and Darisaw was 2021. Who was in 2020?
Okay.
This is a little bit of a side because there were other great tackles in that class, or at least highly drafted ones. Yeah, he went 4 in 2020. Jedrick Wills went 10. Mekhi Becton went 11. Tristan Wirfs went 13. So they were the only 2 good tackles, at least in the first round. But either way, Thomas is a basically perfect pass protector, and he is a damn good run blocker. He's similar to Penei Sewell in the fact that he's not the best run blocker in the NFL, but he is absolutely good enough to support the fact that he might be the best pass protector in the NFL right now.
I mean, I think you covered it. Talking about Tristan Wirfs and how we might have the best technique in the NFL, the other contender is Andrew Thomas. I think that Thomas is probably an even better information processor. That's what really stuck out to me watching tape. you can't get by this guy on a stunt. And it's not just the stunt recognition either. It's the quickly identifying based on body language where the edge rusher is going to go and how to build a wall in front of your quarterback. Offensive line play is messy. There are a million little things you can do right to avoid allowing that pressure, to avoid the edge rusher's color from flashing and disrupting your quarterback's process. Andrew Thomas understands that if he has one weakness, he's a guy you can run through a little, like the elite bull rushers in the NFL, but his spatial awareness is so good. He knows how to drop the anchor at the last second and stand you up and keep his QB clean. And that's why he's the most efficient pass protector in the NFL this year.
And it absolutely pays because he's so nimble on his feet. I don't think you can beat him around the edge. I just don't think it's physically possible.
No, absolutely not.
All right, so our 4 tackles are going to be Sewell, Thomas, Johnson, and Wirfs. On to the AFC. How many AFC tackles do you have?
2.5.
All right.
So one is obvious, right? And you're going to talk about him, I assume, because that's Garrett Bowles.
Yep, sure.
My second, man, I'm really interested to see whether we have the same guys. Do you have 3?
I have 3.
Is Bernard Ryman one of them?
He is my number 2. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. He's my number 2 as well. And then my number 3, I can't believe I'm saying this. Like, given the team he's on and given the caliber of player we probably thought of him as coming into the year, it's Titus Howard for the Texans. He's not even playing tackle for them right now. I think they kicked him inside to guard.
They did.
Who else is it going to be, man? Can't, like, the only other guy I felt like had a serious chance is Deion Dawkins, and I got to the tape and just said, nope.
I went with him because I had to have 3 tackles, and I didn't go with Titus Howard. He was the next best guy. And has he been great this season? No. Has he been good? Kinda. And that's good enough. That's good enough. We'll take it. I was so sick of what I had watched, I think 15 AFC tackles by that point. I was just grinding through them. I mean, I watched Deion Dawkins very early, and I was just like, I'm done. I'm not going to find anybody better. Let's just settle down and start building a house in the suburbs. It's enough. All right. Like, Jesus Christ, it's bad. I did want to give a shout out to my absolute guy, Anton Harrison, playing very well this season, just not Pro Bowl level. He's playing really well, and I love to see a guy who early in his career, he struggles, he gets a lot of shit from the fans, and then he just slowly improves. It's really nice to see him.
We could go with either Dawkins or Titus Howard as the third AFC tackle.
Care.
To plead my case, Howard is sitting at a 1.6% pressure rate allowed normally and then 2.3 on true pass sets. So the metrics like him, and he hasn't done it while conceding a ton of penalties. On tape, I don't think it really checks out. I mean, he's just an okay athlete with okay length, and he's a genuinely bad run blocker. I mean, I guess he's fine at tackle. He's awful at guard, a guy with not a ton of play strength, and one of the few players we're going to talk about who will just genuinely fall off of a block. Like, not a guy you can count on in the run game. There are a lot of games where he's actively hurting you, but he has not been the problem in pass pro for the Texans. When he has given stuff up, it has been hurries. It's like every time he gets beat, the ball is already out. And I don't know whether or not that's a skill, because it's like, okay, you actually did a pretty good job on this rep, and C.J. Stroud held the ball for 3 seconds. Oh, you got smoked on that rep, and you got forklifted aside, and C.J. Stroud was about to get decked, but okay, that was a 3-step drop, and the ball's out in 2.2 seconds. I don't know how much of that is a skill, but he's only given up 15 pressures on the season through 13 games at the time I wrote this down. That is my case for Titus Howard. He's played multiple positions, positional flexibility.
Yeah, and to your credit, he has played. This is from our stats department, and it is correct. Wait, hold on. Never mind, it's not. I am sorry to inform you that he has played more snaps at guard than he has played at tackle.
Okay.
So, but honestly, with how bad tackles are, it's just, I went with Deion Dawkins because the pressure numbers aren't great. I do still feel like he has been a good run blocker this year, and I think that's partially why I went with him. And I do think that the pass blocking tape is a little bit better than the pressure numbers would say, because I do think he gives up a lot of pressures, but they're what we call like low quality pressures. They're technically a pressure, but it's kind of just him getting driven back a little bit, but then he holds his ground, and Allen's still kind of comfortable in the pocket. Maybe he has to take a step to his right, but it's not affecting him all that much versus just getting cleanly beat. He still gets cleanly beat, but not as much. And I do think he played really well against Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter in the Houston game, which did go a long way for him as well. That's my case for Deion Dawkins, that he's the better run blocker. His pass blocking is better than Titus Howard's run blocking, and also he's played the majority of his snaps at tackle. But he's also like, I don't care, man. I really don't care.
You actually said something in there that convinced me to go with Deion Dawkins, and it was when you mentioned the Texans, because I just realized probably one of the reasons Titus Howard's been so efficient is because he hasn't had to play the Texans,
That's
who
probably
just
it.
leave a trail of blood behind them, regardless of who they face off against. So I say we go with Deion Dawkins because we have to have three.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And also, he allowed 6 pressures in the Houston game, so it wasn't a good game, but a lot of those were low quality pressures where it's just like he withheld Will Anderson, but Will Anderson got his, you know. All
All
right.
right, I can talk about Bernard Ryman.
Yep.
So I don't think Ryman has had a Pro Bowl caliber season, but he was a pretty easy number 2 tackle in the AFC for me. He's big, he's a below average athlete. He's going to hook the rip when you work to him on the outside, and he is going to wall off the inside lane to the quarterback. The inside lane is the fastest way to get to the QB, so if you're eliminating that consistently, that is a good baseline in pass protection. And then he uses that play strength and those long arms to take guys down as they work around the outside. It leads to penalties, but it leads to some nice wins as well. I don't love the recovery ability from him. When I made this, he had given up 7 sacks. That is a lot of sacks, and some of them were ugly too. But his overall not allowing pressure numbers, those are solid. 5.3% in true pass sets is above average, which isn't something you can say about a lot of AFC tackles because of how heavily weighted toward the NFC it is. Really, the deciding factor is he is one of the better run blocking tackles in the NFL. I mean, he's just gritty. He will go to the ground to extend blocks. He's going to be a rush lane bodyguard in both man and zone concepts, where one thing I didn't understand evaluating football players for a long time, run blocking isn't really about making pancakes. It's just about finding an opening and widening it and stopping your guy from making the tackle. I think Bernard Ryman does that at a pretty good level, and I think Jonathan Taylor and all the success he's had would agree with that sentiment.
Absolutely. And it's really surprising considering he is like as tall as he is. He's an incredibly tall tackle, and those guys are generally worse run blockers because they can't get under the defensive end's pads and move them using the force from the ground as well. Leverage is the name of the game in run blocking, but he's really, really, really good at getting those vice grips for hands onto the tackle and using that grip strength and really onto the edge and using that grip strength to not allow them to shed the block and get in. He's gotten called a few times for holding. But it's kind of a trade-off you're willing to make. I think he's got 8 penalties on the season. But overall, I really do like him. Not the best sustain guy, again, because he is so tall. It's really tough to keep guys in front of him for that long. And he's also a solid pass protector. He's not awful. Like the pressure number, the sack numbers are abysmal, but he's really not that bad. He's just gotten a little bit unlucky, I think.
It should tell you a lot that a guy with 7 sacks is both of our second tackle in the AFC. It's not good.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the only guy who actually deserves to be here, and that's Garrett Bowles. And even then, like, I think Garrett Bowles is the slightest bit overrated. He is really good, but he's the number 1 efficiency rank for pass protectors in the league. And watching the tape, I really have to disagree with that. I think Andrew Thomas is better, but Bowles is really nice player. It's really difficult to get. I think the Broncos pass blocking unit is widely considered to be the best in the league because all the metrics say it. And once one chart is posted on Twitter, that is what everybody thinks is the truth. And a few charts have been posted. The Broncos are the best pass protecting unit in the league. So that is the truth online right now.
Of course.
The truth is that Bo Nix is one of the best quarterbacks when it comes to managing pressure in the NFL. And that goes a very long way to helping pressure numbers in Denver. Not saying Garrett Bowles isn't good. He is incredible. It's just that Bo Nix is incredible at reading the blitz look pre-snap and sliding the line, shifting them, figuring out where the pressure is coming from, how are we going to deal with it, communicating that. And Garrett Bowles is also a big part of that. He's really smart. He makes a lot of calls, and that helps a lot. But Bo Nix gets the ball out quick. And when he doesn't get the ball out quick, he evades pressure. He does not take many sacks. He's really good at that, and that makes the pressures and the sack numbers look better. I still think if Garrett Bowles had a normal quarterback, he would be on this list. It's just he might be a little bit lower. The numbers might be a little bit worse. Because his technique is very nice when he's not getting called for holding. It works very well for him. He's really tough to beat. He keeps guys in front of him. And when they do get behind him, it's not a quick pressure. He makes everybody work for it. Bowles is a fantastic player, also a good run blocker. Not a lead or anything, but he's really good. So absolutely deserves to be here. But I would like to call out, I don't think the Broncos are the best pass protecting unit in football. I don't know who that is, but I don't think it's Denver. I think you got to give Bo Nix credit where credit is due because of how efficient and elite he has gotten at that.
I think that in a lot of ways, Garrett Bowles is just a better version of Bernhard Raimann. Like you mentioned, he does not give up quick pressures. I think that his punches are varied and decisive. He's got a lot of dominant pass protection wins on tape. My biggest issue with him has been that he's not really grabby. He just tends to hook and wrap and take guys to the ground. And it looks the same on tape to me. I don't actually think he's gotten any better at avoiding that. It's just holding calls are really finicky, and he hasn't had as many this year. He's only gotten called for 5 penalties. And okay, I know that this is total sicko shit, but I actually found this website that does penalty yardage, not just number of penalties for every player in the NFL. And I divided it by total snaps. And so that's enforced penalties. Is it holding or is it a false start? And this year, Garrett Bowles is sitting at about 0.4 of a penalty yard per snap, which comes out to right around league average. Normally he's way up there. He's around 0.8, 0.9 of a yard, maybe even a full yard.
Whoa.
Or a full tenth of a yard per snap. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. He just hasn't been called this year. He's a good run blocker. He does do a good job just kind of creating a blanket in pass pro. Not a guy you have to worry about, but I think I would keep him a tier short of really the premier pass protectors in the NFL.
I would as well. Now, does this site include other positions?
Yes, for defensive back as well. Oh, and by the way, it's hundredths of a yard, in case you didn't catch on to that. Not tenths of a yard.
Where does Riley Moss stand? Do we know this?
So, yes, because I'm going to send you this graphic after the podcast. I think you might like it because it's all color-coded with all my favorite stats on all of these players. And Riley Moss obviously did not make the list. However, in order to color-code it, I got to do percentiles. Like, okay, this is the high mark, this is bright red, this is bright green, and this is in the middle. So I'm going to DBs right now. Penalties per snap. Bring up my conditional formatting. It is... Oh, yeah, I actually went with the second highest because Riley Moss is so far above everyone else.
Sure.
It's about 0.23 yards per snap.
He was intense.
Penalties allowed.
My goodness.
Yeah, so almost 1/4 of a yard per snap played. Not even pass snap, just snap.
God. It's not okay. Yeah, all right.
It's not great.
That's fair. I think I texted you.
It was so high, I felt like he would screw up my conditional formatting. So I had to lower it.
I think I texted you during the Packers-Broncos game that Riley Moss might have a legitimate legal case against NFL refs. Because, like, some of it is absolutely his fault, but some of it is, my goodness. Like, that's just textbook coverage.
He gets called for a lot of completely unnecessary stuff. It's like, I hate inconsistent PI enforcement, and I hate soft ass PI enforcement.
Yeah.
And it's not a coincidence that I've watched quite a few Broncos games this year.
Oh man. Well, I'm glad we're talking about this when we're about 2 hours in and have yet to hit offensive guards.
Okay, all right.
If you guys are still
We'll
here, we're gonna stay here the entire time. All right. I don't know how long this video is gonna be, but we're getting through all of this. This is not a 2-part episode.
we'll increase the pace by like 10%, optimistically.
Maybe 10%.
Okay,
Push
we're
it
ready to
beat
go
rates to like
to
5%.
NFC guards.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I have four guys. I have Joe
I do
Tooney,
too.
got Damian Lewis, who really surprised me. I love his tape, good player, but I mean, I have him as a second team All Pro. Chris Lindstrom, and then Kevin Dotson. I was pretty close to putting in Steve Avila as well.
Nice. Dotson was my number 5. Avila was 6. I went with Tyler Smith. That was my number 4. So,
Okay.
uh, really nice player. Dotson and Avila are both really good though. It hurt to leave Dotson out with how electric of a run blocker he is.
Yeah, it is primarily the run game with him. He is one of the best in the league at just driving guys off the ball. People don't realize what a rare asset that is to have a guy who can just win on a drive block. It's not a down
Steamroll.
block. You're not blocking away from the player. Just you need to make a lane for the running back by yourself. And that brings the best out of Kyron Williams, who isn't the traitsiest runner in the league. He does need good blocking ahead of him. And Kevin Dotson has absolutely provided that. He'll take his losses in pass pro, but I mean, he still plays like a wrestler. He gets guys on the ground. He wins the lion's share of his reps. He's just a little more beatable than guys like Joe Tooney.
Yeah. And there's very few guards I'd rather have than him when I'm running dive. Like he's he's just making a hole. Make a hole
Yep.
and he's just going to run a guy over. It's a bulldozer. It's incredible. I went with Tyler Smith. Also because he's a fantastic run blocker. I just felt like he was a little bit of a better pass protector than Dotson. That was the tiebreaker this year, but he's been very good. I don't think the efficiency metrics show up as much for him, but the tape really is impressive. You just watch him, and the technique is incredible. The strength is immediate. It immediately pops out at you. I don't know. When I watch Tyler Smith, there are some guys where you watch them and you're like, that's a good player. Absolutely a good player. They're kind of missing something. But then Tyler Smith, you watch him and that's a great player. That's a guy who he has that indefinable quality, whatever it is that allows him to win on any given play. I think really what it comes down to is how well he responds to what the defender is trying to do, how well he responds to how the defender is trying to beat him. There just aren't many guys who can recover. There aren't many guys who can, I say it again, respond to the defender. And I think Tyler Smith is one of the best in the league at that. Your hand goes on my shoulder. My hand is right there into your chest and trying to push you off balance. I see what you're trying to do to me. I know how I'm going to defend that, and I know how it's not going to work. He's just really good at that as a pass protector and as a run blocker. That's why I have him here.
The reason I left Tyler Smith off is because this year he has been one of the most penalty prone guards in
That
the
is fair.
NFL. He's I don't think he's number one. In fact, number one among offensive guards who normally don't draw as many penalties playing on the interior is actually John Simpson. He leads all offensive
Ooh,
linemen with 106 enforced yards, which is oh, and by the way, I remember now. I watched a little bit of Darnell Wright. Why I couldn't pull the triggers because he is second in the NFL in
that
enforced
is
yards with 95.
that's perfectly fair. Like that, it was a big reason why I was not as confident. San Francisco's up 41-27 right now. My goodness.
It's a shootout, man. Let's go.
Phillip Rivers has still got it. This comeback's about to be insane.
How much time we got?
Phillip Rivers is 21 for 32, 235, and 2 on the day. Turning back the
All
clock,
right.
baby. 2 sacks,
Gunslinger,
23
we love
yards,
that.
108.2. Brock Purdy is 288 and 5. Oh my goodness. George Kittle,
If
of
he
course,
puts
is
up
7
like
for 115 and 1. He's making me regret not picking him.
if Brock Purdy can drop like 60 fantasy points, then I will move on to the championship in one of my games.
I mean, close enough, right?
Pity points.
Yeah. We'll see. Either way, sorry. What were we talking about?
Love me some Tyler Smith, Tulsa guy. One of my favorite players, even before I knew that I was going to attend the University of Tulsa, because this might come as a surprise to you. As a guy coming out of Wisconsin, I did not expect to attend the University of Tulsa, but then there were other circumstances, of course.
Of course.
But yeah, love Tyler Smith. I was listening to the Cowboys radio call, and they mentioned that they had slid him out to left tackle with apparently a Tyler Guyton injury. Maybe the injury is just Tyler Guyton being bad. And they were talking like there was some serious rumbling that Tyler Smith might be a tackle for the future. I mean, Cowboys are really hurting there. He apparently pitched a pretty decent game. I don't know. Maybe that's just internal homerism, but he can do it.
He can, but I think he's one of those guys like Joe Tooney, where just because you can do it doesn't mean you should.
I
Also,
agree.
shout out to another guy that I did consider for this. The other Tyler guard for Dallas, Tyler Booker. He's having a heck of a season, man.
He
I
is
didn't go
good.
with him
Yeah.
because he's not as good as the guys we're talking about, but man, a couple years he might be here.
Looking like a solid draft pick for them after a lot of people, myself included, panned it a little bit.
Yep. All right. So Chris Lindstrom was my number 2. I'll talk about him. He is second best run blocking guard in the league, I think. I'm not really too. I mean, I don't think you even need to talk about his pass protection, which is fine. Like, it's not bad at all. He's an above average pass protector from the guard. He's a solid pass protector from the guard position, but that's not why you're picking him to the Pro Bowl. You're picking him because the Falcons love to run right behind him, and it has never once not worked. He just drives. Talk about moving people. He moves people. And he does, but he doesn't just move people. He knows how to do the finer run blocking things, the seal block, right? Like get to a landmark and stop that guy from getting into the hole in a short amount of time. He's just really good at that. He's really good at any block you ask him to do, he will execute it to perfection. I don't need to talk about his pass protection. Him as a run blocker is enough to get him into the Pro Bowl.
And he just wants it as a run blocker as well. Not just when he's got to drive a guy off the ball, but we're running true wide zone out of 12 personnel. You got two tight ends on the left side, and his landmark is the backside will. He is going to explode out of his stance because he is just extremely explosive on that first step. And he's going to throw a second level cut block. I mean, it feels like I'm watching 1980s football. That's just not something I'm used to seeing. It's like a cut block is something I learned that you do on a screen pass when you're
Yeah.
swinging the ball out quickly, not when you're targeting a linebacker and just trying to blow up his legs with your helmet. So, love some Chris Lindstrom run blocking and pass pro. Yeah, I agree. His metrics are actually pretty bad, like they're genuinely below average. He's trying to guard a statue. It's not easy to guard a statue. That's something that's challenging to do. A lot of cheap pressures. We've explained that already, but it's when your process just isn't really impeded, only giving up one sack on the season, 35 pressures. Bulk of those are hurries. Doesn't matter too much to me. He's good. He's good in pass pro.
Yeah, absolutely.
My guy is Damian Lewis. Damian Lewis has long been a really good offensive guard. It feels like even as a veteran, he's taken another step up this year. You just can't really go around him. I love his technique. I love his anchor. And I really like him in the run game. I think that he's doing excellent work in both phases. He can move you. He knows what he's doing in combo blocks with timing, and he can work to the second level. I think he's been a big part of the Panthers' late season resurgence.
I mean, he's super nasty. And we've been on this train for a while, all right, guys. We had him as a Pro Bowler last year as well. All right. We've been known Damian Lewis was like that, but I'm very glad that a lot of people are starting to come around to it. Only allowed one sack on the year, 11 pressures on the year. The number 2 guard in terms of efficiency, only dethroned by the number 1 guard in the NFC, Joe Tooney. He's just been unbelievable this year in both phases. Like, kind of just I mean, he's a franchise guard pretty clearly, and you have him as your all pro guard, and I absolutely see that. I think he has a real chance to make that team.
He is another take you to the ground type of player as well. And you just love that out of your guards. Because look, driving a guy 5 yards off the ball is great, but you're not very effective making tackles with your face mask in the turf either.
Yeah. And then lastly, Joe Tooney. He's the starter for both of us, or he's the number 1 player for
Yeah.
both of us. He's always been the best pass protecting guard in football for the past couple of years, and that still hasn't changed. Despite a weak first couple of weeks, they figured it out in Chicago, and it has been tremendous ever since then. It's not just that his technique is near perfect, it's not just that he is impossible to get around. It's not just that Caleb Williams is having his best sack avoidance season and his lowest sack number, uh, maybe the biggest turnaround I've ever seen from a quarterback in 1 year. It's the fact that he's doing all this and he's helping the rest of the line do it. He is leading this line. He is communicating with them. The guys have all said that he's the leader of the locker room, at least on the offensive line. Like, he is the guy to go to. He is leading this team, and that absolutely matters. And then you also pair that with the fact that he's graded out statistically as the best guard. He has looked like the best guard on tape. It's really a no-brainer.
He is an incredibly savvy player as well, not just with helping out with protections, which is something the Bears offensive line definitely needs, bringing a whole bunch of new guys into that room, but also just it's all the little angle and technique stuff. He is not some guy who's going to move you off your spot consistently in the run game, but he's so smart that he can hold you up long enough for DeAndre Swift with his great athleticism to run past you, and he is still a really solid run blocker. I would even say that he's above average. I think you mentioned his stunt recognition. I mean, that's best in class. Exactly what the Chicago Bears needed this year, unfortunately.
All right, on to the AFC.
Believe so. I have 3 players here. One almost made the cut, but he was, I think, the last guy I had to eliminate as we were trimming down to 53.
All right. Oh, and for the NFC, do we want to go with Tyler Smith or Kevin Dotson? I say I'm fine with Dotson as the
Okay,
4th.
I like that as well.
All right. So I had 4. Do you want to go first, or should I?
I can go. I have Quentin Nelson, Quinn Miners, and a guy who really caught me by surprise, but I love the tape, Isaac Seumalo.
Ooh, very nice. I don't have Sayamalu. I have Nelson and Miners, and then I went with Skoronski and Onwenu.
Okay, Skoronski is the guy who just missed for me. I thought Mike and Waynu's tape was pretty similar to Seumalo, and I just like Seumalo's a little bit more. They would have been my 4 and 5.
I went with Onwenu because the turnaround of the Patriots offensive line has been so good. I wanted somebody to get recognition, and when I decided on Dion Dawkins over Morgan Moses was 4. Let's go Onwenu for the 4th spot.
Completely understandable.
And Skoronski has probably been the only other bright spot on Tennessee's offense other than Cam Ward. Like, I expected to like him a little bit less than I did whenever I watched the tape. He surprised me a bit. I thought, the efficiency numbers, it kind of happens randomly. When I've seen Skoronski so far, just on field, on broadcast, I haven't loved what I saw. Maybe I just saw a couple of bad reps because he's just been a really nice pass protector this year. The run blocking is solid, and it's not elite or anything, but it's perfectly fine. He's done a really good job of pass protecting in a really bad situation.
I actually think that across from him, Kevin Zeitler has been pretty solid as well, mostly in the pass game. Like you called out, Peter Skoronski's fine in the run game. Kevin Zeitler's definitely regressed in that phase with age.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the first step. He's not moving anyone, whereas Skoronski can do both. And that's a big step up for Skoronski, where he is clearly the better player in that duo. Kevin Zeitler has been a fringe Pro Bowl caliber guard for quite a long time, so things are coming along nicely on the interior of that Tennessee offensive line. I even gave Lloyd Cushenberry a little bit of consideration for the center gig, but I did think he was the 3rd best player on that offensive interior, which has become a little bit underrated. I would be totally fine having Skoronski in the final roster. Like I mentioned, he was my last cut as we worked down to 53.
Cool.
My case for Isaac Seumalo, his pass protection numbers have been solid this year. He's sitting at 1.9% pressure rate allowed on the year, 2 sacks, 1 hit, and 13 total pressures, so 11 hurries when I wrote this down. And I know the Steelers' offense tends to get the ball up quickly, so going into the tape, I thought those numbers might be a little fraudulent, and that's just not what I saw. I loved his technique. He wasn't a guy who was getting moved back by power very consistently as well. he was winning a high share of his reps because one thing a lot of people don't understand when you look at these metrics, you can lose pretty bad, but depending on where the rusher you're confronting is coming from and how fast the ball is out, you won't give up a pressure. It's just like you never had the opportunity to. I didn't think there were many of those for Sayamalu. He was consistently just commanding the guy on the other side of him. I think his ESPN pass block win rate is really high, which I checked after the fact, and it's like, okay, so they did tape evaluation and they see that as well. Great grip strength. Love to see that in an offensive guard and recovery ability, which is why he's given up 11 hurries and only 2 sacks, which is a pretty good ratio there. In the run game, he's not a killer. That's all I'll say. He's a solid athlete. He gets to his spots. He's resourceful. I mean, if he finds some surface area to move you a little bit, he'll take it. But he's not going to put you on the ground. He's not going to widen lanes super consistently. So he's a clear tier down from Quinn Miners and Quentin Nelson, who are both having very solid seasons. But he was my pick for number 3.
Yeah, and it's not like this is out of the blue. He did play very well last year. It's just Pittsburgh, the offense had some issues.
Hit or
And it was
miss,
kind
we'll say that.
yeah. And then our top two, Miners and Nelson, we talked about Chris Lindstrom as one of the elite run blocking guards in the NFL. Well, these are his competition. And actually, I don't think Nelson is his competition. I think Nelson is a tier above everyone else. There's just nobody doing it like him. I just, man, he's nearly the perfect run blocker. How athletic he is, how smart he is, how powerful he is. You have no right to move 300-pound men the way that Quentin Nelson does, man. And then to have the audacity to be the puller on a next play and then isolate a safety in the secondary and chase him down and put him in the dirt, it's ridiculous. Just based off of his run blocking tape alone, he's the number one guard in the AFC. And he's also a well above average pass protector. He's not elite, but he's very, very good. The pass protecting efficiency numbers for him come out to number 3 in guards in the league, only allowed 1 sack, 13 pressures on the year. And it shows on tape. You know, this is not a guy who gets beat very often. And when it does, it doesn't happen quickly. He will have his misses. He's kind of a little bit of a brutalizing player where he's going to go for the kill shot. And sometimes somebody gives him a nice little evade and he gets beat, but it doesn't happen often.
Once upon a time, Quentin Nelson was the highest drafted guard that we've seen in a while. What was he like? Was he a top 5 pick?
Yeah, he was 5 out of Notre Dame, 2018, I believe.
That is rare air. He had super high expectations coming into the league, and he quickly became one of the best blockers in the entire NFL. And then it felt like he slumped for a while, and people were sort of slow to move off this idea that, oh, Quentin Nelson might not be the best guard in the NFL. He might not be a perennial All-Pro. And now it feels like that slow public reaction is going the other way, where a lot of people realize, okay, Quentin Nelson might not be elite one of one. And the moment those doubts happen, now I think he's back to being pretty conclusively the best guard in the NFL. I don't have much more to add as far as his play as a run blocker. One thing I picked up on tape, he can play high and just beat you with elite lower body strength, or he can fire out low with agility and explosiveness and move you off the ball that way. In pass pro, he is still really good. He gets the arms wrapped around a little bit, so he can get called for penalties, but he's subtle about it. He's sneaky. NFL holding rules are so funny because I hear like, oh, you grab him on the shoulder pads, you can catch jersey there. No, you actually can't in the rule book. There's no provision for that. It just doesn't get called. Or one thing I noticed, guards can get away with kind of hugging the defensive tackle as long as it's not like they're hugging and squeezing or hugging and grabbing. It's like, okay, if you're just strong enough to sort of wall a guy off with your entire body and wrap the arms around a little bit, you're going to consistently get away with that. And Quentin Nelson uses that to his advantage. He is clearly the best guard in the NFL, in my opinion.
100%. I mean, if you built a guard in a lab, it'd look pretty similar to Quentin Nelson. It's really funny, Quentin Nelson's career arc, because it's basically just, don't try to define me, man. You think I'm one thing? I'm going to prove you wrong. He's superb. And watching his tape for this, it's a 1-on-1 experience watching Quentin Nelson.
It's nice. That whole Colts line, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, and not much to say about Miners. He's just real damn good on a really good offensive line. He's one of the best parts of it. Incredible run blocker, good pass protector. I don't got much to say. I feel like Miners gets a lot of press, and it's well deserved.
Probably top 5 play strength in the NFL. Just
From
too powerful for guys. Bench press.
From Wisconsin Whitewater, they produce
Yep.
real NFL talent.
I toured UW Whitewater, and I didn't go there. And that's why I'm not an NFL lineman.
That's true. Otherwise, you're doing the bench press at the combine, buddy. We're
Absolutely.
You're cranking out 45 reps.
That's what I tell myself. All right, we ready for centers?
Let's do it.
Okay, so NFC, I have 2 guys.
So do I.
And I have a feeling we're going to concur. Drew Dahlman, Ryan Newsel.
Yes. Two guys who actually played on the same team last year. Same position. Both centers for the Falcons last year, now both on the Pro Bowl. I would like to note that I do think Ryan Newsel's spot, he's lucky to have it. If Eric McCoy didn't go down early in the season, then McCoy would be here. It's just so sad, man. He's one of the best centers in football, one of the best linemen in football, and he just can't stay healthy.
McCoy would have made it easily. Like, I do think that Dahlman and Newsel are fringe Pro Bowl caliber players, and I included both of them because I don't think that one is definitively better than the other, and it would have felt a little disingenuous to leave one off, but I might have been forced to leave one off if Eric McCoy was healthy because his tape is that good.
Yeah. I'll talk about Newsel for a second because he was on our list for breakouts early in the season because of how good he's been. Just not really. There's not really a negative part to his game. He doesn't do anything poorly, I think. Just a really technically sound run blocker and pass blocker. Incredible efficiency numbers, I believe. Let's see here. He is the number 3 efficiency rank center in the league. Only 4 penalties on the season. No sacks allowed. 12 pressures allowed. The numbers check out. Then you look at the tape, and the knock on him is like he's not the best center in the league because he's not the strongest guy. He's not the biggest guy, but the technique is there, and he wants it more than you do. Just a really nice player, and a guy that I feel like is so surprising as a run blocker because you see the size, you see him kind of get pushed back as a pass protector, but then you just see him road grade, move a guy, and they're just as taken aback by it as you are. They're like, what the hell just happened? I didn't know he could do that. So Newsel has been a fantastic revelation for the Falcons at center.
One of the smarter centers in the NFL too, and I weight that higher at center than at any other offensive line position. Drew Dahlman was my Pro Bowl starter in the NFC. I preferred his tape just a little bit. I mentioned that sort of the context that surrounds your season matters. So I factor this in for Joe Thuney as well, the fact that he's a starter at guard in the NFC. The Bears had a rough first couple of games with a bunch of brand new offensive linemen. That's just going to happen. You're going to allow some pressures. And Drew Dahlman is actually the exception to a pretty common rule. He is allowing 1.7% pressure on just normal pass blocking snaps, 1.1 on true pass sets. And what that's doing is it's taking away stuff like screen passes, it's taking away play action. A lot of your opportunities to lose in quick, gimmicky ways and get tagged for cheap pressures. He had a couple of those over the first few games of the season when he was learning the blocking scheme. And since then, he's been one of the best pass protecting centers in the NFL. He can hold up one-on-one. That's something I look for because there are a lot of centers that get a lot of help from guards, and it's tough to assess how much their impact actually matters because a lot of guys can hold up the end of a double team. I think that Drew Dahlman can play one-on-one, and he's just one of the best overall zone blockers in the entire NFL. I mean, this is a guy where if you're talking about Madden, he should have like 97 run block finesse.
Yeah.
His timing coming off of combo blocks, his consistency denying angles and never letting guys squeeze through for cheap tackles. Just he could write a book on how you execute a double team. So that's why I included Drew Dahlman.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them deserve it. I don't think there's really anybody else in competition too much for that between them. They're pretty two clear options.
Okay, now AFC.
Yeah, let's round out the offensive side of it with the AFC South.
All right.
Still
So
got a
I
whole
have
other
Creed
side of the ball to
Humphrey.
do.
Creed
Yeah.
Humphrey, Tanner Bortolini,
Both of mine.
and
Oh,
this is why I left off Peter Skoronsky. I know you're a hater, but I'm a lover of Zach Frazier.
I'm not a Zach Frazier hater. All right, maybe I am.
Look, last year I sort of agreed with you that he was overrated by the media a little bit. I mean, you're looking for good offensive line rookies every season because they're so rare, and I didn't know if the tape totally matched, but I just think this is a player who, in the run game, which is super important for a center since you do get so much pass protection help, I think he wins by himself in both phases. I think he moves guys. I think he's a really excellent zone blocker, consistently getting to the second level. I think he's nasty, and I actually saw a pretty high volume of one-on-one work in the pass game. Now, do they get the ball out fast in Pittsburgh? Yes. So he doesn't have as many opportunities to surrender pressure, but I really care how much your offense is putting you in single block situations, and they're willing to do that. I think he's strong. He's got a great grip, not a guy that you can run through, and I think his technique is good enough and something that can continue to improve into the future.
100%. And he's also just really smart for a second year center. I love to see him. Hey, he just picks up stunts really well. He recognizes linebackers on blitzes more than most guys do. Really good player. I don't hate Zach Frazier. I do think he's
Okay.
improved from last year, and I did watch him for this. I went with Humphrey and Bortolini. He was number 4 for me. I went with Brewer was my alternate, but because Brewer is just such a nasty run blocker, I don't even care about how good of a pass protector he is. Just how funny he is to watch in the run blocking game. Um, but I went with Humphrey and Bortolini, and we don't need to talk about Creed Humphrey that much because I feel like we've talked about Creed Humphrey more than most podcasts should talk about like a lineman. I feel like every podcast we find a way to bring up how amazing Creed Humphrey is because he might be the best lineman in the league, just period, between him and Quentin Nelson, I think.
I will say one detracting word because I have said so many favorable things about Creed Humphrey, such as he's definitively the most efficient pass protecting center in the NFL, and he's a dominant run blocker in both man and gap schemes, things like that. But he does get a lot of double team help in that offense.
Sure.
He is up there as far as the percentage at which it happens. And when I was reviewing the film for this episode, because I did watch Creed Humphrey. Could have just not watched Creed Humphrey because we know Creed Humphrey's game, but I decided to watch Creed Humphrey. You notice how often he is getting double team help. Still the first team All Pro center.
I would also like to argue, is Creed Humphrey getting double team help or are the guards getting double team help?
That is a fair point. We didn't mention Trey Smith. Trey Smith is still a good blocker, but
Well,
leaves something to be desired in pass pro. And then on the other side, yeah,
and then
not Trey
whoever's starting
Smith
at left
even.
guard for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever they're throwing out there. Humphrey is elite. And then Bortolini, man. I loved his tape last year. He was one of my I was like, he's gonna be starting next year, and you watch out because he's going to be a star. When Ryan Kelly left, Tanner Bortolini slotting in. I'm like, people are like, they might need to replace the center. No, don't worry. Tanner Bortolini's here. Don't Thanks, LeBron James. We've got Ben Simmons now, except Ben Simmons turns out to be elite because Tanner Bortolini is awesome. Again, similar to Ryan Newsom, comes into the league and there's just kind of nothing he can't do. He can run block really well. He's a sound pass protector, but I think he has the necessary play strength to play center, and that's what differs from Ryan Newsom. He's really smart. Obviously, he's getting double team help from Quentin Nelson quite a bit, but the entire right side of that line has been injured and somewhat bad throughout the season. Not bad, but like when they've been injured, they have been bad. And Bortolini has really helped take some of the load off as far as recognizing these blitzing packages and adjusting to them as a center should. And he's done a great job of that. And I think he's kind of the unsung hero of that offensive line. Quentin Nelson gets the praise. Ryman's getting some of the praise. Let's talk about Tanner Bortolini.
The fact that he's a Wisconsin Badger is the only reason I'm willing to forgive Tanner for being spelled Tanor.
That is ridiculous.
But keeping it on the gridiron, another just truly elite zone blocker. a little bit of a different flavor than we see with Drew Dahlman because I do think Bortolini brings a little more physicality to the
Yeah,
equation. Elite targeting system, just knowing where to hit guys to really send them flying, and just one of the climb blockers where you just see him bouncing off dude after dude and impeding defender after defender. And that really helps you dig out those last 2, 3 yards on a lot of carries. Turns a 7 yard gain into an 11 yard one.
for sure. And then as a pass protector, using that height, that natural leverage to get under guys' pads and drive them into the air is just something you see all the time on tape.
That's the offense, folks. We are going to special teams first. I mean, I don't even need to say that because Victor will leave the last part in. Kickers, Brandon Aubrey, obviously. I assume
Yep.
we concur on that.
He did miss, though, so he's not a god.
I mean, he's not perfect.
Sure.
I don't know if I would go as far as to say Brandon Aubrey is not a god amongst kickers.
Of course. My fault. He's not perfect.
Who do you have in the AFC?
I went with Dicker, the kicker.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, just pretty easy. Great name. Stats
Punters?
check out. Bradley Pinion for Atlanta for the NFC, and Rigoberto Sanchez for the Colts for the AFC.
Okay. I had Michael Dixon of the Seahawks in the NFC. Really unique combination of power and hang time for a guy who does kick the ball with more of an Ozzie style, rolling out a little bit, driving it lower, which can be tough to field as well. I also just love his stance. Like, he is itching to receive that snap. When you watch as much fucking long snapper tape as me, don't even ask. Don't ask why I do this to myself. You notice the differences in every punter, like how Torrey Taylor seems to really prefer to set up high and receive the ball around neck level, whereas most punters want less wasted movement. They want to catch it around their stomachs. So they don't have to drop the hands. Michael Dixon is like, it's like that on every single snap. So just waiting for it, twitching the hands. So I love that. And then J.K. Scott, elite power punter, is more of a warm weather guy kicking in Los Angeles. That means I didn't even notice this before. The Chargers kicker and punter both made it. Good for them. It's a good
Nice.
operation. And you know what? I'm just gonna add this. Chargers got Josh Harris, their long snapper, back midseason, by far the best in the NFL. Like, it's not even close. It's Josh Harris, and then I think it's Tyler Ott, who's my NFC long snapper. The only reason I went with Morgan Cox of the Titans over Josh Harris is because Josh Harris missed like half the year, and it's a play the whole year type of position. So elite special team stuff going out there in Los Angeles, which
Elite.
isn't something you would usually say about the Chargers, say like a decade ago. It's new thing, new trend.
It's incredible. I'm not going to lie. For punters, I mostly just went off of, okay, I know who's good and who isn't. And then I sorted by inside the 20 percentage on Pro Football Reference. And that was that.
Fair enough.
So who are your long snappers?
So, okay, I
All right,
technically have a total of 3.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
And that is because Tyler Ott for the NFC, he is my second highest graded long snapper. For anybody that is not aware, I watch every single long snap. I haven't done it for the past 2 weeks. I didn't do it during finals. I will get around to grading out all of those as well. Tyler Ott is just outstanding in both phases. I would say he shines more a little bit on field goals, but he's a really good punt snapper as well. Okay in coverage. My second teamer is also in the NFC, and it's pretty clear it is Trent Sieg of the Dallas Cowboys, who I think is even better on field goal snapping, consistently makes the laces, which is a really important factor. Basically, you want to spin the ball so that the holder does not have to spin the ball, because with some kickers, especially younger ones, especially not as good ones, with a big laces turn, it can be a little distracting and, they just don't get it squared up consistently. I've seen multiple misses this year that were caused first and foremost by an aggressive lace turn. You don't need that with Trent Sieg. Plus, he also had a big fumble recovery. And was it the Cowboys comeback against Philadelphia? Am I making that up? Did they come back and win that game? And that's a big play in coverage. So Trent Sieg, and then Morgan Cox, the vet, he's like 38 years old for Tennessee in the AFC. Here's my pick. Just really steady, solid in both phases. Not elite in either, but good in both.
All right, cool. So yeah, for those who aren't aware, Nelson is a fucking psycho. when it
It's
comes to
bad.
long snappers. So, Elson, I'm going to ask that you send me your long snapper sheet, the master thing that you have, and I'll put it up on screen for all of you guys to behold now because it deserves the praise that it garners. And so my NFC long snappers are going to be Tyler Ott and Trent Sieg, and my AFC long snapper is going to be Morgan Cox because I wrote down for my long snapper positions whoever Elson picks. So those are my long snappers. Listen, so a part of ball knowledge is knowing when someone's smarter than you. Okay, it's recognizing your faults. All right, and my fault is that man, my podcast partner knows a lot more about long snappers than I do. So I'm gonna let you lead the way on this one. And you know what? I'm gonna be gracious. We're gonna find an NFC player to cut so we can get 2 long snappers in there.
My God, maybe not smarter, but more psychotic.
There we go.
And then special teams coverage. I'm not a special teams coverage sicko quite as much. So I did just go off who do I notice on the broadcast and who has the best tackle numbers. It's a little different this year. In years past, it's mostly been fast cornerbacks, your gunner types like the Tavier
Yeah.
Thomases of the world. This year, it's a lot of linebackers and even some defensive linemen like Dondre Tillman for the Broncos. Didn't make it for me, but he's made some nice plays in special teams coverage. I went with Daniel Hardy of the Bears and Troy Reeder of the Rams in the NFC. And then Carson Bruner, rookie guy I watched a little bit of tape on. I think he was a 7th-round pick at linebacker for the Steelers. And Jake Hansen of the Texans. Those are my special teams coverage guys.
I only picked one special team coverage guy per conference, so I don't know if we want to do 1 or 2 per, but
We'll do one.
all right. Well, I went with Jake Hansen for the AFC because I've noticed him a lot, and he's number 1 in tackles, I believe. So I went with him, and then number 2, I went with Sean Dolak, who is just all over the field in coverage. He's the Rams linebacker. So
I do want to shout out that for the Patriots. I just lost his name. Brendan Schooler does still exist. He is still a really good special teamer, a guy you expect to make it in the average year, but I think he's had a couple penalties, which
I remember
when
him.
you're just given 110% every snap, yeah, you're gonna have some penalties once in a while. So that's what kept him out.
Yeah, if you listen, if you watch and you listen to the punts, you'll hear these names, and we watch every snap. It just happens.
We've seen all of them, folks.
Yeah, we know this perfectly. This is a perfect list. All right, those are the specialists. Who are we going with for the NFC specialist? I'll honestly give deference to you here. One of your 2.
What are okay? We don't have time to get into Dolek's numbers. Let's go with Daniel Hardy. I
right,
love the
we'll
Sean
go with
Dolek
Daniel
shout
Hardy.
out though.
All right, Daniel Hardy is the specialist. And then Jake Hansen is the AFC specialist. All right, returners. What do we got?
I have okay, so I went with 2 for both conferences actually. Rashid Shaheed of the Seahawks and then Cavante Turpin of the Cowboys.
I went with Jalen Lane of the Commanders, so we got a little bit of a difference there. Lane has been Turpin and Shaheed are both great, but Lane has been the guy that I think I've noticed most as a returner this year. Just really electric returns, and I think he's the most touchdowns.
I think Shaheed is up there though. I
Yeah,
think Shaheed has 2 or 3 after he took one back against the Rams as well. Turpin has had a little bit of a down year by Turpin standards.
for sure. I don't remember. Let me pull up the stats page real quick. But yeah, who'd you go with for who'd you go with for the AFC spot?
Former Badger Chim DK and Isaiah Williams as well. I went with another 2 guys.
I went with DK, so we'll have him be the AFC guy. And yeah, Jalen Lane has tied for most touchdowns in punts, but I think kickoffs might be Shaheed. Shaheed is tied for most. Shaheed was my number 2, so I'm cool with Shaheed as the NFC returner.
Okay, and I think I'm not a Jalen Lane hater. I swear, I think he's muffed 2 or 3 out of the year.
Okay, then yeah, let's go Shaheed. Let's go Shaheed. All right then, that's our specialists out of the way. Much needed information. We're only going to go with one special teams coverage guy and one returner, so that'll leave up a couple of more spots open. I'll have to do some maneuvering after the show, probably tomorrow, to figure out a 53-man, but I will put it at the end so you can just see it in all its glory, and it will be on our Instagram accounts, as I said earlier in the episode. So If you are getting really sick of listening to us talk and just want to click off and see the rest of the defense, feel free to go see the Instagram.
We ready to kick this thing off?
Let's do it. Defensive guys, we're only halfway through. It's going to be a good half, though. Defense, I think defense, I had the most struggles, and it took me about at least 70% of the time to decide defensively. Offense, I think, was a lot easier, but defense requires much more tape, much more context. And there, I felt like there were just more great to good players at every position.
There's a lot of defensive talent in the NFL right now. It felt like there's a surplus at almost every position I looked at, and there were tough leaves at every position.
There was no AFC receiver or AFC tackle where I was like, this guy shouldn't be in the Pro Bowl. Everybody we're going to mention today deserved to be in.
Okay, so my NFC edge rushers, like I mentioned, I do have Micah Parsons in, and then I obviously have Aiden Hutchinson in as well. Jared Verse, even though the sack count is still a little low, that's just his play style. And then my fourth guy, Byron Young, Jared Verse's teammate.
Interesting. So you actually, let me see the depth chart here. You missed out on my number 2 guy. I didn't go Parsons. I had Brian Burns, my number 2 edge.
I did not watch Brian Burns.
Really? Because I think he's the sack leader behind Myles Garrett.
There is no way. Is he really?
He's
There
been
was something
awesome
about
this
his
year.
profile that was really fascinating to me. Uh, yes, he is the sack leader. I
The
think he
pressure numbers
has,
aren't great, but
yeah, I think he has a really abysmal pressure rate with a really high sack rate. And I looked at a bad Giants defense and said, I don't think I can devote time to watching this guy, and clearly I missed
fair.
out.
Nah, but I mean, the pressure numbers admittedly aren't elite, but I feel like he's made more high impact plays than anybody this season, other than Myles Garrett. Every time we say than anybody, just remember it's other than Myles Garrett, because we're going to talk about Myles Garrett in a second. But I just feel every time I watch a Giants game, Brian Burns is making an impact, especially in the fourth quarter. He's forcing a fumble. He's getting a big time sack. He's making a pick. Like, he is all over the place. He's been the best player on that defensive line, which was Dexter Lawrence. So I have to fight for him being in. Byron Young is my number 4 edge, but I am going to fight for Burns over Young.
That is totally fair. And
But
I
it's
think
tough
we can
because
probably include five.
that's fair. Yep, I think we can do that. We'll figure out a way. I'll have to do some maneuvering after the episode, but we'll figure out a way.
Okay. I want to talk about Byron Young because he's a player who seems to get better year in, year out. And how impressively he wins really took me by surprise. When people think of Byron Young, I think they think of the athleticism and some of the ability to channel that into power. But the thing is, he has moves as well. Like, yeah, he can use the athleticism and channel it into a rip move. He can channel it into a long arm forklift is something I'd love to see from him. He has a true forklift where it's both hands up into the air and you're not very effective at stopping dudes with both your hands up into the air, but also just combining that with the long arm. It's a beautiful looking move when it hits properly. Just
So is
driving
that
a guy
called a
and it looks so
forklift?
effortless.
Is that called? I've just been calling it in my head like an anti-trap move. Uh, it's just kind of what it looks like. It looks like an anti-trap from a tackle.
I believe that is traditionally a forklift because
Right.
you take the hands that start low and you bring them up high.
Yeah.
However, it's not just that. He also has a really nice swim move counter that he's developed. I saw him win with an outside spin, or not a swim move, a spin move. Not sure if I said that the first time. It's rare to see a player win with an outside spin move, and it requires a certain degree of athleticism to pull that off as well. It's just not a very easy lane to work around the outside of a tackle with a spin, and he's got the athleticism to pull it off. He plays a million miles an hour, and that makes him a pretty decent run defender, even if he's not some exceptional edge setter. I felt that a lot of his wins were cleaner than Jared Verse's wins. Maybe not quite as consistent at getting pressure because Jared Verse is just a true bull rusher, top 3 bull rush in the NFL. There's a reason that Byron Young is sitting at 11 sacks. Jared Verse is sitting at 6.5. Just different play styles. I put both of them in the Pro Bowl. Versus better in the run game, but one thing is for sure, that Rams front seven, complete insanity.
Unbelievable. And we're going to talk about more guys on that front seven. Yeah, Jared Verse, he's the destabilizer. the slow winner sometimes, but Byron Young can go from 0 to 60 in a millisecond. And it's not just straight line speed. Like you talked about, that spin move, he can go from just completely selling the inside move to halfway through a spin in less time than it should be possible. It's incredibly impressive, and Byron Young absolutely deserves a spot. It's not just empty pressure numbers. It's not inflated. It is real, and he's a superstar. Jared Verse, on the other hand, he can beat you around the edge. He can beat you with a spin move. He can beat you with a swim move. He prefers to beat you with the bull rush just because I think it's the straightest line to the quarterback, and he knows that. So I'll just go straight to the quarterback rather than doing all this other stuff. I can do it. I'm just going to go right through you. And when watching, I think the thing that secured him in the Pro Bowl for me was watching tackles before watching edges. There's no guy I notice more than Jared Verse when watching opposing tackles. You can put the best tackle in the league against Jared Verse, and he's just going to lose sometimes. Jared Verse will beat you with power. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, he will beat you. And if he can't do that, he will go around you or he will find a way. And if he can't beat you, Chris Shula is going to put him on somebody else because there is no line that has two guys who can consistently beat Jared Verse in a day. A weapon, wherever you put him, mugged up over the A gap or in a wide 9, he can win. He's so good.
His just force with each punch, not just on the bull rush, but on every move that he executes, generational, I would say.
Yeah.
Like you've got Myles Garrett as well, but Myles Garrett is generational at everything. It's weird to watch with Jared Verse. That is what a unique play style he has.
You're going to hear Jared Verse's name on this podcast a few times over the next few months when we're doing draft because Ruben Bain's comp for pro comp is going to be Jared Verse. It's a very high comp, of course, but that is my pro comp. Very similar players because Bain generates that force unbelievably well. Like the best I've ever seen a prospect do it since Jared Verse. So that is if you know college football better than NFL football, think Ruben Bain when you're thinking Jared Verse.
So I did include Mike Parsons in the Pro Bowl. I think I made this list last week, so only one new week of information has come in. Micah Parsons, per NFL Pro, not per PFF, but per NFL Pro, might still lead the league in pressures with 83. That is how disruptive he has been. You can put him on the outside in a wide 9, and he will kill you around the outside shoulder. You can play him at 5 technique, and he can win with power, even though you don't think of him as a super powerful player. One thing Jeff Hafley does all the time, and we see this more and more often around the league, Micah Parsons was doing it before a lot of other guys were, just using him as a mugged up linebacker in your third down pass rush packages and letting him shred guards and centers with club swim moves or just with rips where you can't wall that off in time because he is so fast and he is so strong. He is relentless. I mean, I'm sure that these are just Bears fans in the comment section of Packers game feeds, but people talking about how Micah Parsons disappears in big moments and how he takes games off. No way, man. Absolutely not. He answers the doubters every time with a relentless motor, and he has had multiple game-changing multiple game-changing plays for the Packers before he went down for the season. It was really disheartening to lose Micah Parsons because it felt like he took an entire team Super Bowl upside with him.
Yeah, he's that good of a player. You can just say, well, with him, even with the injuries we've taken, we still have a shot at the Super Bowl. But you lose him, it's just not going to happen. And it's not because the rest of that team isn't good. It's just how dynamic of a force he is. And the best thing you could say about Micah Parsons is that he is the only one in a tier with Myles Garrett. There's nobody else. It's him and Myles Garrett on true game-wrecking, game-changing, franchise-changing ability. And then there's the rest of them. All right. Let's talk about... I think our last guy is Aiden Hutchinson, right? Because we went over the rest of them. Aiden Hutchinson's there's not too much to say about him. He's kind of the same guy he's been for the last few years. Last year on Defensive Player of the Year track before he got hurt, and then he appears to have continued it. He is the pressure leader outside of Micah Parsons with 80 pressures. He does have 180 more snaps than Micah Parsons does, and still doesn't have as many pressures as him because that's how great Micah Parsons is. But He's a true number one in every sense of the word. He can beat you wherever you want. Incredibly powerful, incredibly quick, really smart guy. And the Lions are able to use as much man coverage as they are because of how quickly Aiden Hutchinson can win and how dominant he is as an edge rusher.
Love Aiden Hutchinson. I loved him coming out of the draft class he was taken in. He was my number one edge over guys like Trayvon Walker, who went number one overall, and Kayvon Thibodeau. If you remember, there were arm length concerns on Aiden Hutchinson, and maybe a few concerns about his athleticism and his upside as well. He's answered 95% of those, but I want to point one thing out. So you mentioned he is second in the NFL in pressures. You
Mm-hmm.
feel it for sure. I think you tend to feel it more against bad teams. And Detroit has
Yeah.
been fantastic at beating bad teams over the last 2 to 3 seasons. I mean, when they go up against teams that, are winning 30, 40% of their games, it's been lights out for most of that stretch. He's had 9 pressures against the early season Baltimore offensive line, 7 against the Browns, 8 against the Bengals, 12 against whatever was left of the Bucks in like week 8, which was practice squad caliber players, and 9 pressures against a struggling Cowboys offensive tackle group. He's a really good player. He is good against good tackles. Just not sure that he is elite against good tackles. He also gets chipped a bunch, and I think you can chalk some of that up to him not being some incredibly explosive first step player, because I feel the same way about TJ Watt. There are some guys that you could just chip more effectively, and I do think Hutch is one of those dudes. Really, really good player, though, obviously.
I agree. And with the TJ Watt experience slightly declining, I think he's kind of taking up that mantle as, he's not the most athletic guy, but man, he's technically talented and really good. But I do agree with you. A lot of his wins come against not elite players. He can still play whenever he's going up against those great players. He's still the number one, but maybe some of that fear is taken away. But also when he's playing those poor teams, there's a reason that a lot of those Lions help on the defensive line has lower has sorry there's a reason that a lot of his peers on the Lions defensive line have great numbers, and that's because everybody's focused on Aiden Hutchinson. They are all keyed in to stop him, and he still wins. Everybody is in the NFL. Everybody on an NFL field is in the NFL for a reason, and Aiden Hutchinson is still beating them. It is not cherry picking to say that he's elite whenever he's elite against less than elite tackles.
For every sack Al-Qadim Muhammad makes, Hutch should get half a sack.
Yeah, like it's he's responsible for it, just in his own way. It all leads back to him. All right, that's NFC edges. We're gonna try to fit all 5 of them into the final roster. I think we'll be able to do it.
All right, now AFC.
Let's do it. I have 5 for the AFC.
So do I, but I went with 5 and an alternate.
Cool.
So
All right.
he will be the guy who won't make the roster. I thought he was a pretty clear 6, but I could not leave
I think I know who it is.
Tuipulotu out.
Oh, not my guy. He's not there for me. He's my 7. He's so good though.
I was impressed by how many of his wins were real wins, which still isn't very many of them, but from the early season Chargers games I had watched, it's like, oh, it's all stunt production. When in reality, it's a lot of stunt production and effort, but it's not all that stuff. And he is just so good at executing stunts. I mean, you can use him as the looper and sneak him in from a variety of different angles, because they'll just play him at off-ball linebacker. Sometimes they'll play him at 4-eye. You never know where he's going to line up. But you use him as the blow-up man, causes absolute havoc. There's so much to like with Thule. He's a great run defender as well. Some people might wonder why he's not in the official roster, since you said he was your 7
Mm-hmm.
and he was my 6. I mean, he's sitting at 12 sacks. He's got 54 pressures. He's been good against the run. It's because he's not winning one-on-one nearly as much as the guys ahead of him are, but still a guy I think you like as your number one edge rusher. Could be better, but you could do a lot worse.
And he's really excelled in that Jesse Minter system where everybody kind of has to play every position. Everybody kind of can do whatever you want. You need to be able to drop into coverage. You need to be able to play nose tackle at any given notice. And he's really good at doing all that. So I look for one of those teams in the McDonald, Minter type tree to go for him in free agency whenever his time comes. Maybe Los Angeles keeps him. Maybe Jesse Minter steals him wherever he goes to coach next season. I'm sure he'll get at least a few head coaching looks in the offseason. But he's an asset for sure. It's just the edge class is loaded in the AFC. And my number 6, a guy who I'm pretty sure you'll have in your top 5 because I know you love him, is Greg Rousseau, Groot, and I could not fit him in.
I couldn't fit him in either, man.
Oh, man.
And he's been so good this season. What really stands out to me about Greg Rousseau, he did what?
He went off against the Browns too. I think he had like 2 sacks and something like that. He was insane.
The reason I was almost able to justify it is because both his win rate and his true pass set pressure rate are pretty high, and that matches the eye test. This is a guy who can win one-on-one for you, but he has 5 quick pressures on the season. A quick pressure is a pressure less than 2.5 seconds. That is by far the least efficient quick pressure rate in the league. They just use him as a contained man against run and pass. He gobbles up the run game. It has been an absolute black hole. Couldn't quite fit him in.
Defenders here. But that can only go so far. Like you can only say, but he's better than him at run defense so many times before those elite pass rushers have to take the spots. It's how it goes. So I think we'll have the same 5 then. If you don't have Rousseau or Tuipulotu, but there's a lot of guys. So who knows? I'll list mine. Myles Garrett, Will Anderson, Nick Bonito, pretty clear top 3, and then Danielle Hunter and Josh Hines Allen.
Yeah, we got the same.
All right, nice, good. Let's go. This is next level. It's pretty easy when you kind of when you just look at it and you don't. I wanted to get Rousseau in. I was trying to figure out how to do it. I just couldn't. And once I couldn't get him in, it's a pretty easy top 5.
Myles Garrett's pretty good.
He's all right.
He hasn't broken the sack record, right? Not yet.
No, he didn't. He got a half sack yesterday, so he's at 22 now. He could have broken it, actually. So Myles Garrett and Mason Graham were both closing in on Josh Allen in the backfield, but Josh Allen ran backwards and he stumbled. And apparently the first person to touch a guy when he gets sacked, that's the person who gets the sack. So Mason Graham touched him first before Myles Garrett did. Okay, but I'll explain to you why I think this is a good thing. That is such a shitty sack to get the sack record on, right?
That's kind of true.
Myles Garrett's going to get it, right? Who does Cleveland play? Cleveland played Pittsburgh at some point, and Broderick Jones, I'm pretty sure, is still a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think he's starting anymore, actually. I could be wrong. Man,
Fautanu, and who's on the left side?
Yeah, I forget who's on the right, the left side.
As far as I'm aware, it's still Broderick Jones. The big free agency. Wait, no. That's
okay. According to our lads, it's a guy named Dylan Cook. So
sounds like a quarterback.
Well, either way, Myles Garrett is getting the sack on him, so it's gonna happen. But interesting. When did they? Yeah, Broderick Jones was subbed out, I guess, week 12. Because the only reason I said there's no way he can still be starting is because he was that bad.
I was about to say it was Dan Moore. I'm a little behind.
No, he's in Tennessee. That's the part of the reason why I have Skoronski as high as I do, because of how bad Dan Moore's been, is to cover for him.
Not a good signing.
No. Hey, $20 million. Given that money Dan Moore to play football, maybe one of the worst ways to spend it. Anyway, back to Myles Garrett. 22 sacks in the season. He's a bum because TJ Watt got 22.5 in as many games. So there's that.
All goes back to the Garrett Watt debate.
Yeah, a debate that has always been respectful and important and very, very not obvious who the clear winner is.
Of course. But as Watt's faded a little bit, because I did go in and watch the tape. Don't get me wrong, Watt is still good, but
yeah,
it's hard to tell exactly what's gone wrong. Maybe I paid too much attention to the post-lung injury games where I don't think he was playing with full head of steam. But TJ Watt, I don't think is in that elite tier of pass rushers anymore. A guy who's ascended has been Will Anderson. He has taken a massive step up this season.
He's so good, man. It seems like every year he's getting better. His rookie year, he comes in and he's an immediate impact. We all expected it. Coming out of Alabama, he was extremely pro-ready, great pass rusher, elite run defender. He's great in his rookie year. And everybody's like, is he going to get better? Because there was always the issue of you're a little bit small for someone who's not as athletic as like the number 3 overall pick should be. But then he got better his second year. And we were calling him out. We were saying, I think he made the Pro Bowl last year for both of us.
I think he did. Yeah.
And we were saying, this guy is really, really, really good. And I think he can get better. And this year, he's fully taken that step into being elite. Best of the best, top 5, 6 edge rusher in the league. It's him, Garrett, Parsons, though they're in another tier. And then Benito, Burns, Hutchinson. Well, probably not Burns. Benito, Hutchinson, and him, and Hunter. Whoever you want to throw in there, he is in that mix, absolutely. And you're hard pressed to find 5 guys better than him. You're hard pressed to find 4 or 3 guys better than him. He's truly elite at basically everything. He can win with power. He can win with finesse. He can win with speed. He can win cutting back to the inside. He can win on stunts. He is an elite run defender. And what's my favorite part about the game and his game and overall watching the Texans defense is the Texans don't really disguise what they're trying to do. A big part of the modern NFL defenses is let's disguise our coverages, make it very difficult for the quarterback. The Texans just say, put them up. All right, let's go. Let's go. One-on-one, you cannot beat us. We will fuck you up. And then they do that. They stand on business. Will Anderson knocks those tackles on their ass and just kills the quarterback. And it's amazing. And it happens every single game. That is the best defense in the NFL.
And his running mate, Danielle Hunter, has actually had to take a little bit of a back seat as Hunter has gotten older. And he is still one of the very best number 2 edge rushers in the NFL. He's got to be the best number 2, right? I mean, he's a number 1 by any metric you look at.
Who else would it be? Yeah.
What I'm noticing from Hunter is he's leaning on power more and more as it feels like Anderson's technique gets better. Will Anderson, you would expect to start to bring out the higher sack numbers, whereas Danielle Hunter more so becomes the disruptor, the pocket crusher. Still a guy who's a very good run defender. At 7.5% stop rate is one of the highest stop rate among any edge rushers in the league. And then you've got Will Anderson on the backside of run plays tearing up. You can't obviously, like you can't run at Will Anderson either. I wonder how many players on the Texans defense aren't at least honorable mentions for this roster. Henry To'o and the interior guys who have been injured.
Yeah, they don't have the linebackers, and there's nobody on the
Azeez Al-Shaair is an honorable mention for me.
Really?
I wanted to get Azeez Al-Shaair, and I have loved him this season.
I couldn't get there, but that's fair enough. And they got the safeties, and yeah, there's no doubt about it. That defense is freakish.
Good luck, everybody else.
Yep, and I think we can save the coaching monologue for the coaching. We can save it for the coaching carousel episode.
We don't have to put filler content in here.
We don't have to go down every single wild thought we have.
Only like 80%.
Yeah, all right. I think I want to talk about Myles Garrett real quick because we spun past him a little bit. We're going to talk about him a lot when we're talking about. Spoiler alert: he's going to win the Thomas Kuechly Award. Spoilers, but we're going to talk about him a lot there, so we're not going to talk about him too much here. But people understand how Myles Garrett is very good, and they understand he's got 22 sacks in the season. He's a dominant force. I don't really think that we're at a point right now where we understand quite how good he is. Every single play, he is a threat to win, and every single play he wins more than anybody. And the pressure rate, I'm not exactly sure what it is for him. 16.5% per NFL Pro. If you watch the games, he's winning like half his snaps. And it's just
highest true pass set win rate in the entire NFL for a little bit of grounding.
He just wins his snaps, and the reason they're not called pressures is because the offense, every single decision they make, every choice they have to do, every bit of game planning for this Browns defense is to make sure the quarterback ends up as far away from Myles Garrett as possible. It is incredibly rare. There's not 2 guys at least focused on stopping Myles Garrett. And when there's one guy on him, he's 275, 280 pounds, and he moves faster than corners. And I wish I was lying. I'm not. He legitimately has better lateral agility than some corners. I think if you put him in an athleticism contest with like Kamari Lassiter, he might win. I'm not saying he would, but like he might. It's a battle, and he's stronger than everybody else too. Myles Garrett is, when his career is all said and done, we might be talking about him as the most talented defensive player to ever play the game. he might not be there. Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, Aaron Donald have all stepped foot in a football field. They'll make it very difficult for him. But this is the level of player we're talking about. And I think we have to give that respect to him because he's only going to be here for a few more years, I think.
And to add insult to injury, he's a plus run defender as well. People don't realize how rare that is. Most of the best run defending edge rushers in the NFL are rotational guys that only really play on your first and tens. Myles Garrett just gives you that every single snap of the game.
Yeah, and this is a guy who just never gives up either. He's got an endless motor. He's played on losing teams his entire career. And obviously this year he has a reason to keep going the sack record. But previous years, he's not given less energy than he was week one when they still had a shot. He's doing as much as he can because he's showing up for his team. This seems like a genuinely good guy off the field as well. Like, he's one of those guys that we got to appreciate him while he's here, man. I love watching him play. He's a superstar for the ages.
And thank God, for everybody else's sake, he is contained to Cleveland for the foreseeable future.
And Myles Garrett is 30. Thank God, Myles Garrett is 30. This fuckery won't go on much longer.
I wouldn't go that far. We'll see.
Yeah,
Could
we
be
got one guy
5-6
left.
years.
Yeah. Oh no, we got two guys left. I think, right?
Yeah. Josh Hines Allen, and Nick Bonito. I'll let you talk about Nick Bonito. I've long been a Josh Hines Allen guy, pretty raw coming out of the draft, and he's just gotten better every season to where now, year in, year out, he is a true number one caliber edge rusher. Exceptional size, speed, and strength, but at this point, even technique combo, like he's not the best technical edge rusher in the league, but he's more than good enough. Can be a little loose against the run game, but that's because he's super focused on getting after the QB. 25 quick pressures. I'm a big fan of quick pressures. That really puts a number on how impactful you are. If you can get that pressure early versus applying it late when the quarterback can easily escape the pocket, a quick pressure is more or less a dead play. And Hines Allen has been able to come up with a lot of those, besides Trayvon Walker, who's also having a decent season.
Yeah, and finally with Nick Bonito, Broncos edge rusher, paid him this offseason, and it looks to be paying off because he would warrant quite a bit more money if he got paid at the end of the season. Having a heck of a season. Tapered off slightly over the past few weeks, and I'm not quite sure why. Looking at the tape, he's still winning. It's just not as much. It seems like he's lost a little bit of juice. Maybe it's people have kind of reacted to the fastball or something. But he's still really good. It's not, he'd still be a Pro Bowler if he was playing like this every week of the season. It's just the way he was playing the first 6 to 8 weeks. He was playing like Micah Parsons level football, and he's slightly gone down from that to just playing like top 5 to 6, only a top 5 to 6 edge rusher in the league. He's terrible. Maybe the fastest, quickest edge in the league as far as getting off the line, though I think his running mate, Jonathan Cooper, has a faster get-off time than him, which is really funny. But it's
weird to watch. I've noticed
Bonito,
that as well.
It's ridiculous with the way Bonito wins, and he's added power to his game this year. That's been unbelievable. That has just transformed him from that top 15 guy to a top 5 guy. The numbers show it. The win rate show it. The tape shows it. And the Broncos are they're aiming to break the Bears' single-season sack record for a team, and they might get there. I think they need 10 sacks in their final 2 games to break it. They're at 63, the record's 72. So it's very possible. Unlikely, but possible. Benito's a star. He can beat anybody, and I think he showed that. He went up against Joe Alt and cleanly beat him a few times earlier this season. He beat Mailata. He beat Johnson whenever they played the Eagles. Not really many weaknesses with his game. He's not the biggest guy, not the best in run defense when they ask him to play like a true 4. Jesus Christ. What am I? Not a 4. It's late.
5 tech?
No. What? 4, you got 2 feet in the ground, 2 hands in the ground.
4-point stance.
Jesus Christ.
4 point.
All right. He's not the best when they ask him into like a true edge, 4-point stance, set the edge in the run game, but he's not bad. I can't believe I forgot that. It's late, guys.
It happens. It's 11:25.
Yeah, it's late, guys. We've been recording for, I think, 3.5 hours. And you guys have been watching for 3.5 hours. I bet you're tired too. That's too damn bad. You're going to have to listen to a lot more. But Nick Bonito, when he's at, like, he's still really good. It's just he's better when he's running as a linebacker or something similar to that role as a stand-up edge rusher. Against the run, he's also fantastic dropping into coverage, and Vance Joseph uses him a lot. Stunts, whatever you want. True chess piece on the defense, and no doubt he's a Pro Bowler. It's just about, honestly, I still think there's a little bit of room to get better. I think the technique can be improved. I wonder how high his ceiling really is.
To give you an example of how pressure numbers can lie to you a little bit, at the time I wrote these numbers down, he had 10 fewer pressures than Aiden Hutchinson. He had 15 more quick pressures than Aiden Hutchinson. And that is the difference between you lowered the QB's passer rating by getting off his platform, and you killed that play before it had a chance to get off the ground. He's not a great run defender. You can blow him off the ball, but on the backside of zone, he makes a ton of plays just shoelacing running backs using his athleticism. So it's not like he's bad in that phase by any means. And he does have genuine all-pro upside. I think he was an all-pro last year because his sack numbers have been really high. This year, I mean, he's got 12 and a half sacks. I think that could be higher. He is a guy who's going to have a really favorable pressure to sack ratio. And he only has 2 turnovers off pressure. That is a number you expect to climb way up because his brand of pressure is extremely disruptive.
And he's one of the best read defenders in the league. Keys in on that really well. So, Bonito, also a Pro Bowler. There are 5 AFC Pro Bowl edges. We
Defensive
agree
line?
completely. Yeah, let's do interior defensive lineman. Let's do it. I have 5 in the NFC.
So do I.
Awesome. I don't think we'll have the same guys, but it's possible.
I have Quinnen Williams, Leonard Williams,
Sure.
Kobe Turner,
Yes.
Vita Vea. He was close. And then my guy, I had to get him in. I got to be consistent year to year. I love the tape. It's Poona Ford of the Rams. I put Poona Ford in the Pro Bowl. Do we have the same 5 guys?
Oh, no, we do Christ. Not. We have 4 of the same 5 guys. You don't have my number 1. Who's your number 6?
I had to have put a guy in the AFC who's actually in the NFC.
Derek Brown, Carolina Panthers? You put Ted in the AFC.
Nope, I don't have Derek Brown in.
What? Oh my!
Because goodness. I noticed him in one game at the beginning of the year where it's like, holy hell, what is happening? This guy is the best defensive tackle in the NFL, and I have not noticed him since. And his pressure numbers are uncompetitive with the rest of the field.
Yeah, but when you watch him play, it's more than just the pressure. You know, he does get pressure. It's everything he does. It's the run defense. He's one of the best pick players on stunts in the entire league. Like, it also hurts when you have no talent on the defensive line apart from you. It's harder to get pressure.
It's literally none. Yeah.
That's true. Also, to his credit, a guy who's been incredibly underrated this year, had a great game yesterday, Nick Skirden, really coming on down the stretch. But other than that, it's basically nothing. Man, I was sure Derek Brown would also be there for you. He's just been undeniable. Like, the numbers don't show it as much, but I've noticed him a lot when I'm watching Carolina, and I watched the tape, and it absolutely backed it up. He's my number 1 guy. Though Quinnen Williams and him could go either way. Maybe I'm overrating him. It's very possible. Maybe I got carried away, and I've always loved Derek Brown, so it's very possible. But he's got to be in it for if this is.
I agree. Right. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Even if I haven't, I didn't watch Derek Brown because that's how bad his advanced numbers were. And that caught me by surprise because I know Derek Brown is a good player. And I know that this is a Carolina Panthers defensive line that's really overperformed their overall talent. And don't get me wrong, when I have noticed Derek Brown, it's because he's making great plays. This is a movable object in run defense that just makes everyone around him better. So I have no qualms with his inclusion in the roster.
Yeah. And maybe I am slightly overrating him, but man, I think he's one of the best, if not the best run defender on this list. And when it comes to pressure, maybe he's not the most efficient guy, but he gets it, and he gets it when it matters most. I don't know what his pressure numbers are. I'd be curious.
I think he has like 25.
They're not great. Yeah, he's got 21 on the season, about a 5.7% pressure rate. It's not good. But as a run defender, I think 42 stops, also not elite or anything. It's just, I think he's one of those guys that if you watch the tape, you'd also agree. It's just the stats don't really encapsulate what he brings to that defensive line. The motor is unbelievable. He's just working through guys. It's basically every single play he's working to make sure every part of the defense is going. It feels like he's the leader of that defense, and from the interior defensive line position, you just never see that. I don't know, man. I'll have to go back and look at it because I have a tendency to see things through rose-colored glasses when I want to. I'll admit that about myself, but I'm definitely keeping Derek Brown on this list.
No, I think that's totally fair. Quinnen Williams, though.
I would also like to say this doesn't mean we're kicking Poona Ford off because he is my 6 or is he my 7. So I will go to war for him. Just as I will go to war side by side with you for Poona Ford.
I do think Quinnen Williams has as good a case as anybody to be the top NFC defensive tackle. I mean,
yeah.
After he got traded to the Cowboys, there just really hasn't been anything that he doesn't do this season. He's explosive. He splits double teams consistently, which is a big deal for defensive tackles. Can you split a double team versus does a double team neutralize you is huge because a lot of people don't realize these guys get doubled on the majority of their snaps, especially if you're any good. Like Derek Brown's probably getting double teamed 75-80% of the time, for instance. Williams is an interior pass rusher. People don't realize how rare this is either, that actually has a move set. I mean, he can win with a rip, he can win with a bull rush, but also good technique on the swipe, effective club arm over combo, and a relentless motor. That's huge because on the interior, you are close to the quarterback. You theoretically do have more opportunity to disrupt them, and there's not much the QB can do to avoid you when you're coming from an interior alignment. It's like you can't really just back away and throw off your back foot unless you're Jordan Love. Like if you're running around the apex as an edge rusher, QB can step up. Not the case on the interior. So that down and down out impact is really big. And he's also just a great run defender. I mean, he's a tough guy to move. This is not necessarily like a true zero tech nose tackle, but he can do that. And you can't say that about most guys who can get after the QB at all. But at the same time, he'll just shoot gaps and blow up entire run concepts as well. I think I love me some Derek Brown, and you've sold me on Derek Brown a little bit. I think it's maybe Derek Brown, and then it's Quinnen Williams and Jeffrey Simmons as the very best defensive lineman in football.
Yeah, I will say that Quinnen should be our number 1 because, like, if the efficiency metric, I thought that they were better than they were. And it's possible that maybe I just saw the good games or whatever. Quinnen Williams, it was neck and neck between them. So Quinnen Williams R1 is no issue with that. Quinnen is a superstar. I mean, he's got, like you said, him, Simmons, and Brown for interior. Let's see. Is there anybody else I'd give a shout out to there? Not really. It's those 3 at the premiere of the position. Dexter Lawrence, when this year has been kind of an anomaly for Dexter.
Yeah, big one.
Like last year, Dexter is absolutely in that conversation as well. But Quinn's a star. And then we've got Leonard Williams and Kobe Turner. I'll talk about Kobe Turner because one of my guys. He's also one of your guys, to be fair, but had a massive game against Seattle. And he's just kind of been the engine on that defense, on the interior. You see the edges, Verse and Young get all of the press, but Turner, man, let's look at his pressure numbers because I know they're very good. He has come out to an 11% pressure rate and 7 sacks on 44 pressures throughout the year. And that's stuff that you just don't see often from interior defensive line. And that's stuff you rarely see from players who already have edges that get to the quarterback quickly. Like a lot of an interior defensive lineman's production will come from slow moving, played out moves or moving an interior offensive lineman back into the quarterback to get the sack. You don't see guys get it quickly that often. And Kobe Turner has really done a fantastic job of finding out how to do that. He's got 10 quick quarterback pressures on the season, which for an interior defensive lineman is really good. That is really nice and really impressive from him. One of the smartest run defenders in the game. You really aren't going to see him miss a responsibility. He's not going to leave his gap when he shouldn't. He's not going to get tricked by a cutback like a lot of guys will. He sniffs it out at another level. And as a pass rusher, he's got a wide variety of moves. He's very athletic. He can beat you anywhere. Kobe Turner, all around, the unsung hero of that Rams defense. He's starting to get more praise. I think this Pro Bowl nod, hopefully enough on the 27 subscriber Balls Talk Sports channel, is enough national attention for Kobe Turner to start feeling the praise.
Of course.
Which, hey, man,
talk about...
it's up from 21. So we're moving up in the world. By tomorrow, it's going to be 27,000.
And every one of those watched the full video in its entirety. It's like they went into a trance after watching this.
Not a trance. They love ball.
They were entranced, you could say.
Whoa.
Subliminal messaging in this video.
Jesus.
Okay, so I will stick with the Rams for now, and I will talk about Poona Ford, who doesn't really have the numbers to be a Balls Talk Sports Pro Bowler.
Better than Derek
But
Brown.
he does have the efficiency metrics. 12.7% stop rate is one of the very best in the NFL, and you definitely see that with him. He's a super resourceful block shedder. Like Kobe Turner, he's a guy who can hold the point of attack consistently. He can hold up against double teams, but he can also penetrate. I think he wants it more than just about any other defensive tackle in the league. He's giving 100% at all times, making arm tackles, throwing himself in the general direction of the play to close down any gap that he can. And he can legitimately get after the QB in a way that not a lot of guys with nose tackle type strength can. He has a real moveset. He can use a spin move on you. He's got a little bit of a counter package to him. And 17.9% true pass set pressure rate. I like that number a lot because true pass set pressure rate is a pretty good indicator of your overall prowess as a pass rusher. And what it's telling me is the Rams just aren't using him on many pass rush downs. The Chargers were more willing to use him on third downs last season, and he created a lot more pressure. He is athletic enough to be a high-end disruptor if that's what you want him to be. It's just the Rams have 14 good players on their defensive line, and there just aren't that many snaps to go to Poona. So he does not have to make the final cut, but man, I thought he was a Pro Bowl caliber player. Even though he's only sitting at 2 sacks and 2 hits, he is way more impactful than that.
I agree. He's been incredibly impactful. And when you just watch a Rams game and you'll just see him making plays in the run game, in the pass game. And Jason Kelce talked about him a couple of years ago, and he said that he was one of the hardest players that he ever had to face because as like a smaller center, what he always had going for him was that he could always win the leverage battle. But against Poona Ford's 5'11". And he's built like a stout brick, you know. He's 5'11", so he could never get under Poona Ford. But those other guys, those shorter guys, Jason Kelce, he said, well, I always had longer arms than them because he had pretty solid arm length for his size. I had longer arms than them and was more agile than them. And then Poona Ford is like 34-inch arms. So Poona Ford was kind of Jason Kelce's kryptonite, and he's a lot of center's kryptonite because he's really small, so he can just get under you. He can forklift you. He can move you out of the way because he's getting an assist from gravity. And he's incredibly strong and incredibly athletic for that size, incredibly long, and the shortness plays into his game. He's gotten better every single year of his career. I didn't go with him just because you're on a defensive line with a bunch of elite players and not playing as much. So I just went with Derek Brown instead, but the final player I went with was Vita Vea over him. So I felt like Vea on a slightly worse defensive line. We'll give him the credit.
And I would take Vea as a true a double team run defender as well.
Absolutely.
Vea's play strength is just really, really rare. And then you combine that with how solid he is as a pass rusher.
He's just getting better.
Vea, he's trippy to watch because he truly has like that you are a nose tackle and nobody's going to think you're anything else type of build. And
Yeah.
then you see him pulling off swims and swipes. And they don't work very often, but they should work never. And they work enough for it to really matter. You should never get any pass rush production at all out of this guy. And he's an above average pass rusher as a defensive tackle. That's what makes Vita Vea so special.
Yeah, it just doesn't really make sense when you watch Vita Vea play football. It's like watching a, I don't know, it's like watching a bear, but like that bear is also dancing around all the time. It's just like, yeah, if he wants to, he can run through you, but yeah, he can also be the looper on a stunt and just make your world hurt. So, Vita Vea is a heck of a player, and every single year he seems to get better. And I don't really know how it's possible, but he does. So he deserves to make this list. And
Last guy to talk
then,
about Leonard Williams.
yep, yeah.
Do you want to take him or should I?
Why don't you talk about him?
So Leonard Williams is a little bit of a confusing player to me because I don't know that he's particularly dominant at one thing. It just feels like he's really consistent in terms of motor. He's a good athlete. He has a little bit of a unique build. I don't know how tall he is, but he seems like one of the longest defensive tackles in the league. He plays with a very high pad level, but he makes that length advantage work to his favor, where he accumulates a lot of pressures where you're just sort of snaking your way into the backfield or using a swim move. That's one of his go-tos because it's really hard to beat a swim move when the guy you're going up against is taller and stronger than you. He's got a lot of sacks where he's just able to get a hand out and take control of the quarterback. And because he is so strong, he can get him on the ground that way. And it's a similar thing in run defense where he has enough true play strength to hold the point of attack consistently. I don't think he's elite in that regard, but he's good enough where you don't want to run at him. And then on the backside, he's going to be a fantastic block shedder with the arm over, with the push pull. And then he's athletic enough to get in the backfield and cause havoc that way. I don't think he's in that tier one of defensive tackles, but he's so good in both phases and he's just so persistent that he's consistently going to fill the stat sheet with pressures and hits and tackles for loss, especially in that scheme that really leans into his strengths, get him going on stunts. One of the best defensive assets in the NFL.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe his game is that he's just always there. Wherever the play's happening, he's going to be there. He's going to find the quarterback. He's going to tackle the run carrier. I think he's like number 2 or 3 on stops for defensive linemen. Wherever you need him to play, he can play. And in the Mike McDonald system, where defensive linemen have to switch from nose tackle to 9 in a play, that's a really valuable asset to have in Leonard Williams, and he has made the most out of him, just moving him all over the place. And Leonard Williams he's a solid he's a good athlete, he's strong, he's big, but he's not too big. Like, he just fits that system to a T, and that has really allowed him to make the most out of his tool set. I went with him. And the part of the reason why I didn't go with Poona Ford and why I didn't go with Byron Murphy, his running mate, is because they already had a guy on the Pro Bowl list. And I was like, all right, let's let somebody else who is the number one have the shot. But Byron Murphy's also been incredible this year. And you could argue he's been the best interior guy in Seattle. I just went with Leonard Williams.
Yeah, Byron Murphy was definitely a contention for me. He's taken a huge step up in year two.
Yeah, I think he's probably the better technical pass rusher from the position,
Yeah,
at least. Like, from the position he is. Leonard Williams, the overall production, maybe he's slightly more well-rounded, but not that much more. Byron Murphy, who's going to be better in 2 years? It's Byron Murphy.
two very different builds there as well, where
Yeah.
Byron Murphy with his power becomes such a handful, and he does have, for a guy with really good play strength, he's another player with a pretty nice package of pass rush moves. I do agree that his technique is a little better.
All
AFC?
right, on to AFC. I also have 5 guys there.
Okay, I have 4.
Okay.
You want to read yours off?
Yes. All right. So let me get the depth chart out so I have him in order. I have Jeffrey Simmons, Zach Allen, Chris Jones, Cam Hayward, and Malik Collins.
Okay, so I have Simmons, I have Allen, and I have Jones. I wasn't sure whether or not we were going to agree on Jones, so it's good to see that we both have him in the roster. And you said, oh, you had Cameron Hayward.
Yes,
I wanted to include Cameron Hayward because I'm a
I
huge
get it.
fan, but sitting at 6 quick pressures, which isn't terrible but isn't great, and then 2.5 sacks and 4 hits. Watching him on the All 22, it feels like athletically he's taking a step back to me. Still a very
I
impactful
agree.
player though, with especially how he's able to get his hands up consistently. I mean, it's like death taxes and Cam Hayward batting down 5 passes a season. That really matters. Every
It really.
pass you bat down is like what, probably -7 yards. It's pretty close to the equivalent of a sack because I mean, it's going to be a quick pass or a short pass.
Mhm.
I think the average gain on that is about 7 yards per attempt for quick pass, maybe five, maybe it's seven on a completion. So, every pass batted down, it's like 3/4 of a sack. That is hugely underrated. But then anyway, my fourth guy, I have Christian Barmore. Over, you said Malik Collins?
Yeah.
I think his season is over, isn't it?
Is it? Oh man.
Because I freaking love Malik Collins. I might be wrong. Maybe he's coming back.
Oh yeah, he did. I forgot about that. Man, yeah, 3 weeks ago. Jeez.
And
All
it
right.
makes sense that I didn't include him because I would be projecting forward that he would fall down lower in the pressure
Yeah.
ratings. No, I love
Damn.
Malik Collins.
Damn. All right, hold on. Let's see who would make it in my fifth. If I don't think it's Barmore. Because I'll be honest, I did not watch him in preparation for this. Uh, but I love him. He shows up all the time. I just didn't think that he would be good enough to compete with the guys that we've got in this. But if he is, man, you got my vote for him as number 5. But yeah, why don't you talk about Christian Barmore real quick?
So I actually have not been in love with Christian Barmore's tape. He was I put him in because I think you need 4 defensive tackles.
Okay.
However, he has still been an extremely disruptive player. He's got 1 sack, 6 hits, and then 42 hurries. And you feel that. He is shot out of a cannon at the snap. It feels like his technique hasn't really improved since he entered the league, but he is still a guy who plays pretty low to the ground and has the strength to rip through you and can impact the quarterback in that way. But he's also been a really rough play finisher this year. He hasn't gotten the QB on the ground very consistently. And what I think a lot of people don't realize, if you get a pressure, but you miss the QB, oftentimes that actually puts the defense in a pretty compromising position because I don't have the analytics to back this up, but this is just something I've noticed. I think QBs in scramble drill are probably more dangerous than QBs in the pocket. I mean,
Interesting.
it's got to be close, right?
Yeah, it
Like
it will be.
scramble drill creates a lot of explosive plays. And so I do deprioritize those plays where you just weren't able to finish a little bit, but solid run defender as well. His stop percentage is really low because he's getting double teamed quite a bit. I think he's a pretty solid run defender. He was my fourth just because he's generated a much more consistent impact, I think, than Cam Hayward, but I don't think there's like a chasm between them.
I will say if it was my fifth spot, I may end up going to Forrest Buckner because he actually, surprisingly, I didn't consider him because I thought it was season ending. He came back today, apparently.
Did he?
Yeah, I
I didn't
don't.
know that. I
He
thought he
had
was
some.
done.
He had some rare neck surgery, and weighed whether he should come back, and he was like, "Yeah, let's do it." Meaningless 49ers game at the end of the season. Let's go, man. Well, not meaningless. They can still make the playoffs, but so I mean, he is in play, but he only played. I think this will be his 10th game of the season. So he was incredible when he was on the field, but then he got hurt. So
Yeah.
that's interesting. I don't know. Uh, as far as Cam Hayward goes, the reason for his inclusion was he has taken a step back in the pass rushing game for sure. I still think he's there. I still think he's making an impact. But again, it's a little bit. It's not going to show up as much in the numbers, but it's still high impact wins. I think. Um, he's just still an elite run defender, and I value that a lot from interior. There's not a better run defender. Maybe Jeffrey Simmons is a better run defender than him in the AFC, but the, I wouldn't say so. Cam Hayward is one of the smartest players in the league. There was a play yesterday that I saw somebody post, Detroit versus Pittsburgh, where they were running like a counter, or no, they were running. Oh, I forget what the Lions are running a play where they're handing it off to the back, Oh, that's right. It's a toss to the back, and all the Pittsburgh line, obviously all starts to go shift to that side. They're moving with the line, but the play is a toss to the back, pitch to the receiver as he comes across. Nobody sees it. It's a touchdown, but Cam Hayward, the nose tackle, he sniffs something out. There's something wrong. He pulls off of Taylor Decker. He disengages from Taylor Decker, and he makes the tackle to stop the touchdown. And my goodness, there's not another defensive lineman in the league who makes that play, who sniffs that out. Like, that is incredible. That is, the seasons are wearing on his athleticism, but they're also wearing on his mind and allowing him to see stuff that most guys just don't. Such an incredible player, and it's still an elite run defender. You just can't move him. So he had to make the list for me. He has taken a drop off, but I think that drop off has been number 1, number 2 on this list to number 4.
The numbers agree with you. He's sitting at a 9.5 stop rate, which is exceptional. I think there is one player that we haven't mentioned in the AFC that I would take over him in run defense. He's a teammate of one of the players that's already been mentioned, sort of a run defense specialist, but not a zero as a pass rusher.
Forgetting who's been mentioned. Hold on. In the AFC?
Yeah.
Are we saying Tavondre Sweat?
I would take Grover Stewart because I love Grover Stewart in run defense.
I love Grover Stewart. That's fair. Grover Stewart's a stud. I would take Cam Hayward, but Grover Stewart's nice, man.
And Grover Stewart, even though he's not a zero in the pass rush game, I'm still taking this version of Cam Hayward over him. Cam Hayward is still an exceptional player. He was really in contention for me.
And the batted passes count for something. So do we want to go with Hayward as the 4th instead of Barmore?
Yeah, I think so. I don't mind that.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Well, let's talk about the top 3 real quick because we didn't get to them. I'll talk about Zach Allen for a second. Another Broncos defensive lineman. He is the second defensive lineman in history, including edge rushers, to get 40 quarterback hits 2 years in a row. And
I can't wait. I can't wait for this conversation.
You know who the other guy is?
With the second in Broncos history to do it?
Second in NFL history.
Okay. So it's got to be a guy since
he's played
hits were a track stat. Has Zach Allen been anywhere other than Denver?
Yeah.
Is he a Raven?
No. All right, this may take a while. I'm just going to skip to the good part. It was J.J. Watt.
Yeah. Okay.
They played together in Arizona.
Oh, okay. I did not know who Zach Allen was till like 2 years ago.
That's fair. I don't think most people did. When they paid him that much, I was really concerned. Because I was like, that's a lot for a guy who's just like average. He's awesome. Like, there's really not too many guys who are better pass rushers than Zach Allen. He is really athletic. He's not the most athletic guy of all time, and he's slightly undersized, but he's incredibly, like, his hand strength is unbelievable for someone who's about 300 pounds or so. I think, let's see. Okay, it must have been over 30 because he's got 33 hits on the QB hits on the season. The next best is 18. So that should tell you a lot about Allen. He just gets to the QB. That's his game. And then he's also elite run defender. I don't want to talk too long about him because we've got other guys to get to, but I think he's a guy that just, you watch a Broncos game, you don't even have to watch the tape, and you will see the instant impact that he has. He's the guy that you have to focus on the most. And that is a defense that has Nick Bonito, that has Jonathan Cooper. They have all of those guys, and I think Zach Allen's the biggest threat out of all of them.
I hate Zach Allen, and I think he's one of the more overrated players in the NFL.
All right, that's fair. I mean, it's not fair, but go ahead.
And the reason I hate him is because after watching the tape, he is genuinely a QB hit farmer.
Oh, yeah.
He is taking guys down that he doesn't need to take down in unimpactful ways to add to his QB hit stats. When they played the Packers, because it was like, feels like Love is going down a lot in this one. He had 5 QB hits against Jordan Love. I don't think a single QB hit actually impeded Love in any meaningful way. And twice he tangled him up low, and I thought it should have been flagged. So I
That's
don't
fair.
love that. Don't get me wrong. He is my fourth overall defensive tackle, and I reluctantly had him as a second team All Pro due to a down season from Chris Jones, who we'll talk about in a minute. I think that he is one of the worst pass rushers that we are talking about here. He's
I,
on the field a lot. He plays a ridiculous snap share, and his pressure rate tends to be pretty pedestrian. I also don't think he has the move set as a lot of the guys we're
that's
talking
true.
about. It's a lot of motor and a lot of burst because he's a good athlete. He can rip through to you. Like the only thing I genuinely don't like about Zach Allen is I think that his QB hit stat isn't really real. Like what I like
That's
about
fair.
QB hits is it's you had the chance for a sack and the QB just got the ball out early. I like sacks and hits to pressure ratio because that's how often are you consistently impacting the play. And I think he kind of games the system by bringing guys down that he actually didn't have any business getting on the ground. But as far as being an impactful defensive tackle, I don't like him as much in run D as you do either, but I'll acknowledge he is very good. I just think he's closer to a tier three type of player that gives you an extra boost because his stamina is so good and because he's so available for you and versatile.
And I think I just value that a lot because of the moveset. I agree is not on the level of these other guys, but I don't think it needs to be. When you talk about a guy who is just incredibly athletic and gets off the line so quickly and has that motor, I think that's all you really need from an interior defensive lineman to be an elite difference maker. And I think that's what Zach Allen does. He's got a 12% pressure rate. That's pretty good for an interior defensive lineman. Like, there's just not many guys who have a higher number than that. I don't know what his quick pressure
It's
is.
not low.
It's
I
13.
probably undersold him a little bit as a pressure
It's
getter. He's
13. That's
not
pretty
like
good.
elite, but he's good. Yeah,
And as a run defender, I again, like I might be wrong, but it may be watching because I think Denver guys are better than they are. But with Zach Allen, I'd stand my ground that he is a damn good run defender. He will get moved out of his gap occasionally, but as far as shedding a block and finding a man in the backfield and making impactful plays and not just standing in a gap and holding your ground, that has its value. But making impact and having an impact in the run game in mucking up the interior, there's not many guys better than Allen at that. On a down by down basis, there are guys that are there are a few guys who are consistently better than him. But when you're talking about overall run defense impact, I'm going to pick Allen over most guys.
fair enough.
All right. Do you want to talk about Chris Jones?
Yes. So the advanced numbers are not in love with Chris Jones this year. His pressure rate is sitting at 9.9% as of when
Which
I
is
wrote this
weird.
down, which,
He's usually an advanced numbers darling.
yes. However, even though the pressure rate is down to probably just like 60th, 65th percentile, his pass rush win rate still sitting at 15.9. That's second or third in the entire NFL, and you see it. I still think that
Yeah.
in terms of his proficiency of executing moves and getting to counters and winning the mental battle against interior offensive linemen, I still think that Chris Jones is the best in the business. I would still grade him as the highest pass rush finesse guy in Madden,
Yeah.
for example. I think the athleticism is down a little bit. I think the stamina and the motor is down a little bit. It does feel like he's taking plays off in run defense at times, but he still has 20 quick pressures, which is second in the
God.
NFL. And it's a second that's barely up there with Jeffrey Simmons and way ahead of everyone else. So
All right.
he's in that tier one of quick pressures. Everything is kind of falling apart for the Chiefs. It's just, I mean, on that defensive line, you have George Karlaftis, who's kind of a dirty, unimpactful pressure darling, if you will. Like he has a lot of pressures. I watched a lot of them. They're not super efficient pressures.
Zach
It's
Allen of
they
defensive ends.
Yes, but even less impactful. It's a lot of they're running play action at him, or he's
Yeah.
getting pressure on a screen pass, that sort of thing. Chris Jones is the one who's really doing the tough work, and he's the one that's getting double teamed constantly. I think he is still the most frequently double teamed defensive tackle on pass rush snaps, according to ESPN's analytics. He's still that dude. He's slowing down, but he is still a number one pass rusher as a defensive tackle, which is something you can only say about 5, 6 guys in the league.
Yeah, and honestly, I think he's just part of the down season is just the Chiefs defense sucks. I mean, there's nothing else to say about it. The secondary is not awful, but man, they're getting close. And when the quarterback can find answers really quickly, or they know they have an underrated part of a quarterback being able to get the football out, is they know where they're going. It's a totally different thing for a quarterback having to throw the ball 3 seconds in where you don't know where the ball is going a second beforehand versus I've known where the ball is going from the snap, and now I just have to make the throw. Chris Jones is falling victim to the fact that his corners are just not covering the receiver, so he can't get to the quarterback as often. There's just not as many chances for him to do it. They can further focus on him because we're going to talk about the Chiefs in the offseason. And I think we'll talk a lot about how much Brett Veach has neglected this roster and how this was really predictable if you just if you forget about the devil magic part of it and you just look at it from an analytical standpoint. This makes a lot of sense that this happened. And we'll get to Andy Reid and whether he should have a job next year as well. Maybe a hot take, but I think Chris Jones has been one of the biggest victims of that. He's definitely lost his step. I don't think he's that guy that he once was. And I think it's another reason the Chiefs defense has come crumbling down. How we've talked a lot in the past about how much of the infrastructure is built upon the superhuman that Chris Jones is. Now that he's just an elite regular human, some of the magic's wearing off and the Chiefs defense is getting worse. So Jones still deserves to be here, but he's been a victim of Kansas City's implosion just as much as anybody else has.
For anyone wondering, yes, I am wearing this ironically to clown on the Chiefs. The Chiefs are going to lose their division is one of my favorite personal offseason takes of all time. I was happy with that call out. Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't remember that.
I didn't think they would be bad, but I was a big time. I think I'm on record as saying that.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant lose their division is like number 4 overall. My fault.
Oh,
yeah.
I told a story about how I was running on a treadmill and the ESPN talking heads were like talking about the end of the Chiefs dynasty. And I knew that was like an insane hot take and something no one would ever get down with. And that's like just ESPN hot take bullshit. And my hot take was that I thought that they might be right.
Yeah.
Hey,
we're see. Here.
They're not dead
That's
yet.
The ball
they're dead
knowledge
this year, but they're not
That's
dead
true.
yet.
I don't think it's the end of the dynasty, but man, sometimes dynasties take breaks. Took Tom Brady 10 years to win number 4. Patrick Mahomes may have to go through something similar. We'll talk a lot more about that off-season time. For now, we got one more guy to talk about, and that's Jeffrey Simmons. Don't need to spend well, you know what, Titans fans? You guys deserve a little bit of a breakdown, I think. Jeffrey Simmons, one of the meanest, one of the nastiest, one of the dirtiest, in a good way. I don't think he's a dirty player. Defensive tackles this league has seen in quite a while. Just a monster in run defense. Talk about breaking double teams. He just shoves guys off of him. Like, it is unbelievable what you can do with 2 shoulders and a dream. I mean, just get off of me, man. Get off of me. And then as a pass rusher, he's so technically refined, but he doesn't need to be. He can just run through you or run around you, but he chooses sometimes, I'm going to get around you in this creative way just because I can. Now you have to guard against the creative way, and now I can just run through your chest. He has been a spark on a dead defense all season. And honestly, this defense hasn't been that bad. Like, they haven't been league worst. They haven't been Bengals level bad. If we're talking about most valuable defensive player, I mean, Myles Garrett probably wins the award, but Jeffrey Simmons' name has got to be mentioned for how much he's provided to this defense.
I think he's got to be DT1 moving forward. I mean,
100%.
He's leading the NFL in quick pressures, in pass rush win rate, true pass rush win rate by an even wider margin, and that's that. In QB pressure rate, his stop percentage is only slightly above average. Spoiler alert, those are the big 5 stats that I looked at when I was narrowing down my list of guys I was going to watch for this. But that's because he's getting double teamed nonstop. Mm-hmm. It's really tough to have a high stop rate when you are the focal point for every run play. I mean, double teams obviously are really, really effective at eliminating guys. It is a rare trait to be able to split them with any semblance of consistency. And I don't think there's anybody in the league better at that than Jeffrey Simmons in the run game and in the pass game. Because you better believe on that Titans defensive line, in pass protection snaps, he is drawing a lot of heat.
And I think one of the most impressive things about Jeffrey Simmons, like you said, they're all focused on him. Look at every other guy that we're talking about here. Zach Allen, he's got an all-world supporting cast around him. Benito, JFM, Malcolm Roach, John Cooper doing incredible things on the defensive line. Chris Jones, well, he's Chris Jones, and he's also been, we talked about that as well, how he's been focused on. Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig doing great things. Malik Collins, Myles Garrett, DeForest Buckner. He's got Grover Stewart, Laiatu Latu, Barmore, Kaylavon Chason, Harold Landry, Milton Williams doing great things. Jeffrey Simmons has nobody. Devondre Swift for like half the season when he hasn't been injured. And nobody else. Like, there's not a single edge rusher who honestly should be on an NFL roster next year. Like, it has been that bad. I mean, probably not that bad, but nobody on that edge in that edge group is going to be starting games next year for any NFL team. And Jeffrey Simmons has still won. He's still found ways to just be better than two guys at once. And that is just unbelievable. Special player. He is 19 in pressure rate among defensive linemen. That includes defensive ends and all of that. He's got 15% pressure rate. I don't know if that's number one in interior defensive linemen. I'll check real quick.
Yes.
That's number one in interior defensive lineman. Yeah, he's just that good. All right, that's interior defensive lineman.
Great way to end that position. We ready to get on to linebackers?
Yeah, this is, I think, the position. Now we're on to stats can't save you. You got to watch the film.
Yep, I concur with that. I have four guys for... Okay, I hated the AFC so much that I actually only went with three linebackers.
That's fair. I know who your three are, I'm pretty sure. But the NFC, I have four. And I have four for the AFC as well.
Okay. So for the NFC, I went with Jack Campbell, Nate Landman, Zach Bond, and then I had a really tough choice between two players. Those players were Demario Davis and then the guy I wound up actually siding with, Edgerrin Cooper of the Packers.
I went with Davis.
Okay.
But I had the other
Did you entertain Coop?
I did entertain Coop, and I can't remember why I didn't end up going with him. It was between him. Actually, for the fourth spot, it was between him, Landman, and Ellis, Caden Ellis from the Falcons. Okay. I cannot remember why I didn't go with Cooper. I love his game so much. He's not injured, is he?
No, he is. I think he's the Packers' leading tackler, at least. He's pretty close. I bet Quay is the leading tackler because Edgerrin Cooper does get a lot of work as a true 4-3 outside linebacker, which puts him farther away from the ball. But when you run it at him, he makes it a mistake for having run the ball at him. He is one of the hardest hitting linebackers in the NFL. He's a stack and shed guy. He reads things out well enough. I like the sort of simplified role that Hafley has dropped him into. Not as much blitzing as there was last season, but you want him to blitz, he can find a way to get home. He's got a couple moves, and he's going to drop the QB. What I think the biggest change is, his coverage has really come along this season. He has the athleticism to run man-to-man if you need him to. Don't get me wrong. He's not doing the highest difficulty stuff. Quay Walker is probably the slightly better athlete, and Quay Walker does handle the tougher coverage assignments. Quay Walker handles really about as tough a man coverage work as any linebacker in the NFL does. But in zone, Edgerrin Cooper has really understood it. He had about a season-long stretch, about 17 games from the back third of last season to I think it was 2 games ago, where he didn't give up a touchdown in coverage, and that is crucial for linebackers. Linebacker coverage tends to not matter all that much until you start to condense into the red zone. Can you control the middle of the field? Can you keep guys out of the end zone? And the answer to that was yes, and the tape on that checked out. He just really knows how to protect the goal line. He knows how to squeeze the back line and make sure there's not room for a over-the-backer throw. He takes away the over-the-backer throw very effectively. He's not perfect. There is room for the processing to improve. He's really strong, but his tackling technique can get a little bit shaky. Your strength can't always save you. You do have to consistently square guys up. You do have to consistently hold down your side of the assignment, but all that stuff is fixable. I do think that Edgerrin Cooper is definitely going to have a long run of Balls Talk Sports Pro Bowl appearances, possibly into all pro contention. Really like where things are headed.
It's really tough to be that good as a linebacker this early. And like you said, he's improving. The recognition of concepts, both in the passing game and in the running game, have made massive improvements over the past year. And I love him as a player so much. I went with Demario Davis was my number 3, but I went with Demario Davis as Pro Bowler because I just felt like he had maybe the highest impact of any of the linebackers on this list in that Saints defense. It's just kind of him back there, and the secondary's been really weak. He's handling tough coverage assignments, and yeah, he's lost a step athletically, but he's still doing it, man. He's still messing with guys, and I think he's who all pro voters think Bobby Wagner is. Um,
I
and
love Bobby Wagner. Don't say that about Bobby Wagner.
I
But
love
you're right.
B-Wags too, but yeah, like he's this superb run defender who just is a step ahead of the offense at every point, is an elite tackler, just doesn't miss tackles, is incredibly strong, will take out guards in a second, but can hold up as a pass defender. He can hold up in coverage as a linebacker. He's not that guy who can carry guys in like a Tampa 2 anymore, but you can put him in a zone and he's not going to be suspect. He's not going to get his ankles taken by the smallest juke move. He is good enough in coverage to warrant a Pro Bowl vote because of how good of a run defender he is.
I wish that he and honestly Alvin Kamara as well had just played for better teams this season. I mean, look, it seems like the Saints have a pretty decent culture thing going down there, and players do want to stay even when things are bad. But Demario Davis should have been starting for a contender this season because he is playing excellent ball, quite possibly the smartest linebacker in the NFL.
100%. Like if it's not him, I don't really know who it is. So we both had Bond and Campbell and Landman as members.
Okay, so Nate Landman has gradually become one of my favorite players in the NFL because he is 100% motor all the time. He's not some exceptional athlete. He is not a guy that runs sideline to sideline very effectively, in my opinion, but he's just going to own the space between the tackles. He doesn't even shoot gaps very effectively, where he's not farming stops in the defensive backfield. He lets the play come to him, but he's not a guy that enables the ball carrier to fall forward very often. He's just reading his keys. He's extremely smart, and I think his coverage has taken a big step up this year. He has, so in my notes, I only have their total passes defended written down, so I have 4. I think he might have 3 picks on the season. I know that he's been an impact coverage defender and that his coverage production is real. It's him triggering to stuff on time. In fact, it was, I think, 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was last week. I was watching a game in the apartment, talking to Owen about how I was watching tape for a Pro Bowl episode, and we got to talking about linebackers. And just at that moment, Nate Landman made a fantastic leaping interception. It's like, okay, I've officially made up my mind. Nate Landman is in.
Yeah.
And that's just the kind of player he is. He's gotten better every season, and we'll see if he can keep getting better from here. But it feels like he's maximized his athletic profile. And I mean, I'm a tremendous Xavier McKinney fan as well. I love those types of players.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a great story, and that's partly why I included him just because he deserves it, right? He's been such a fun player to follow. I don't know how many forced fumbles he has, but it's a lot.
That's
Um,
true. That's huge as well.
like he's made plays when it matters most, and I think that especially in the Pro Bowl, it does matter. Like I'll go with the guy who has a bunch of picks, um, and maybe he's slightly worse than the other guy, but he has a bunch of picks, and that it's the Pro Bowl. Stats like that sometimes matter in the Pro Bowl. Not that much, but I don't know. He's had that X factor, and he's just so fun to watch. A really great tackler. He'll miss some tackles, but like on a down-to-down basis, the way he makes like he will miss tackles, but when he makes a tackle, you're not getting an extra yard. You know what I mean? He's strong at the point of attack, plays the run really well, and is really smart. And there is value to being that engine, the motor leader of a defense, and he's absolutely been that for a tough Rams defense. He's benefited for sure from having that elite defensive line in front of him. I don't think that he's necessarily as good of a player as Caden Ellis or Edgerrin Cooper or Demario Davis, but I do think that he's closer than maybe their athletic profiles would think, and I just want to give him credit because it is much more difficult for him to be good than it is for those guys to be good, and he deserves it. Like, let's be honest, it's not always, like I said, it's not just about who's the best player. I'm going to put the guys I want to put in, and so he's in.
I was watching some other broadcast. This was like my introduction to the Nate Landman Kool-Aid. This was in like week 3. And I think he had an interception in this game as well. And the commentators start talking about him. And they mention that there's a nickname that he likes. And that nickname, and I swear I'm not making this up. I think I'm remembering this correctly, is the Landman. And I thought that was like
what?
The funniest
I guess.
ever. I wonder where he came up with that one. So the Landman has become one of my favorite players in the NFL.
Man, is it a nickname if it's just your name? You know what?
It's stressed slightly differently.
It's better
Not
than first
Landman.
initial. It's better than first initial, last initial number. So credit to him for that. He didn't just go NL53, which he could have. He could have. That's his number, right?
The gamer
53. I'm not
tag.
making that up.
I have. If you just like casually pulled Nate Landman's number, that would be wildly impressive. He is.
Oh, let's go.
Yep. You nailed
What
it.
a pull. This is what watching tape does to you. You learn the players' numbers. Because on NFL Pro, it's not like they have the pointer. You got to pick them out by their number, right? So I don't know how many players I could do that for. Probably too many. All right. So who do we got left?
We got Zach Bond and Jack Campbell in the NFC.
I'll talk about Zach Bond. It's really impressive to me whenever you've got like a group of players and you're like, that guy's the best of that best group of players. The Eagles have the best linebacking core in the entire league, and Zach Bond's the best one there. And that is insane because they've got Nakobe Dean, they've got Jahad Campbell, and they've both been great in their own right. But Zach Bond has proven that last year he's not a one-hit wonder. He is here to stay, and he's just an elite linebacker. He was my number one. I had him above Campbell just because overall, I still am impressed with Philly's defense. Their offense has been rather incompetent this year, and they still have a really nice record. They've won some games they really shouldn't have had any part in. That's because the defense always comes up with takeaways when they need them. They get stops when they need to. And I think Bond's a massive part of that. He's not the most important player in that defense, but he's one of the most important players in that defense. As far as playing the run, he is the Mike linebacker. You know, he's the guy, well, him and Nakobe Dean. Again, the Mike linebacker is not necessarily a set role anymore. It's not like, oh, you have the Sam, the Mike, the Will. Everybody trades. But he's the big man, right? He's the guy who's going to make the tackles. He's going to call out Jesus Christ. He's going to call out the blitzes. He's going to tell his guys, get over there, get over there, get over there. This is what you're supposed to be doing. This is what you're supposed to be doing. Not saying that Kobe Dean isn't doing that, but Bond is also doing that. He doesn't really miss tackles like ever. It's kind of insane. I don't know what his missed tackle rate is. Do you know that? Do you have that anywhere?
It's 11.6, which is actually
Really?
average, but a lot of those came at the beginning of the season, and I remember being like, "Oh, Zach Bond's missing tackles. That's uncharacteristic. I hope he
Yeah.
doesn't regress back to being like the third best linebacker on the Eagles." And then he hasn't. He's just been lights out since then. He's got a lot of fake missed tackles too.
All right. So yeah, he's a great tackler. And the coverage is just exceptional for a linebacker. He's one of those guys that you can kind of just put him on anybody and say, that's dealt with. He will get beat, but any linebacker is going to get beat. Now, I wish we were talking about a linebacker today that we can't. Fred Warner, best linebacker in the league, but man, season-ending injuries, they take a lot of things from us. Fred Warner, we miss you. We still talk about you. But Zach Bond's going to take your spot as number one. He can do any coverage assignment. You can put him on a really fast tight end and a shifty one, and he's going to run him up the seam, and he's not going to let him get an easy catch. He might catch the ball, but you bet your ass it's going to be difficult. Really physical player, smart player. He's just a do-it-all number one linebacker for one of the best defenses in the league and one of the best linebacker rooms in the league. It's a no-brainer.
There might be linebackers I would take over him in man coverage. Don't get me wrong, not a lot, but
I think there are, yeah.
Outside of Fred Warner, this is the best zone linebacker in the NFL with how incredibly quickly he can read things out. That's a rare trait. I think it's maybe becoming more common in college, or maybe I've just watched a lot of tape of good college linebackers because of how good this class is, that there are a couple guys in this upcoming draft class that I think actually read out route concepts and diagnose from zone pretty well. That is not common in the NFL. Doing what Zach Bond is able to do is really rare. 41.1 rating allowed when targeted in zone coverage. That's not normal. Average is like 95. It is normal for linebackers to get picked apart in zone because NFL offenses are designed to make you wrong, and Zach Bond makes them wrong instead. Really good ball skills as well. He can get after the QB because this is a guy who played edge rusher at Wisconsin. He was a true stand-up Sam linebacker type. Shout out Wisconsin Badgers as well. Say what you will about the direction the program's headed, but we still got some solid players in the NFL, and Zach Bond is absolutely one of them.
There you go. And yeah, like he'll read the concept, but he'll also read the quarterback's eyes better than almost any linebacker. Like predicting what the quarterback can do is a gift, and Bond has that. He's gotten a lot of pass breakups from just like clairvoyant, seemingly, and then you watch him and you watch the quarterback's progressions, and you're like, all right, so he's reading that quarterback like a book.
And then lastly, in the NFC, we have Jack Campbell, who I think you can make a pretty strong case had the best linebacker season of anybody this year. I'm not saying for sure.
Yeah, I think Devin Lloyd would be the competition.
Jack Campbell has the highest stop rate of any full-time linebacker at 10.7%. He just guts the run because he's very strong. He does know how to attack weak points as a block shedder, and I don't think his coverage processing is elite. His run game processing is absolutely elite. He flies to the ball, he tears through guys, and he's a super consistent and powerful tackler as well. He has not graded out very well in coverage. He actually hasn't broken up a single pass. He's given up 130.3 rating in man, 112.3 in zone. I went in and watched those. They just put a lot on his plate. I mean, he maybe got legit beat for plays you want to see him make a couple times, but for the most part, it's okay, there are three guys that he would be classified as the nearest defender to. He's covering two of them. And then he tackles the guy who gets the ball short of the chains. Whatever, that's fine. I'm sure he's one of these guys where their EPA allowed, if that was a stat, would be a lot lower. I thought he's been perfectly fine in coverage, average to above average, and he is up there as far as guys who beat the run. So, good blitzer as well.
Yeah, and up there is like at the top almost for me. I mean, he's just incredible. And pretty much all aspects of the run game. One of the strongest linebackers you'll ever come across. Like you said, the processing is elite. Kind of just ask him to do so much for that defense, and it's earned. You know, they let Anzalone run around and make all the tackles, but Campbell's in position, and I think a really important part of being a linebacker is just being in the right spot. You're not always going to make an impact, but the running back can't run there because you're there. And Jack Campbell is just in the right spot. You're not really going to pick on him and make him wrong. He's going to make you wrong. So Campbell's incredible.
I do think the NFC is the stronger linebacker conference as we pivot to the AFC, though.
I'd agree.
My three backers are two teammates. Foye Oluokun is my number one. And this surprised me because I've actually been a little bit lower on Foye Oluokun. Like, he started the year out an absolute heater. Felt like around midseason he was getting beat a little bit more than maybe not just at the beginning of the year where he was absolutely stellar, but more than we've seen him get beat in the past. And then the Jags have been surging back, and Foye Oluokun getting back into form and playing more snaps as well has been a big part of that. Then I have Roquan Smith, and then his running mate Devin Lloyd, also of the
Interesting.
Jaguars.
Interesting. So I got Devin Lloyd, number 1, Carson Schwarzenegger, number 2, Jordan Brooks, number 3, and Foye, number 4.
Okay. So I love Devin Lloyd. I talked about Devin Lloyd in the Breakout Players show. Victor, he's got 59 tackles. Jordan Brooks is 155. He stands out that much. He doesn't get a ton of playing time, like in comparison to all these other guys, because they mess around so much with Dennis Gardick on early downs, which don't get me
Yeah,
wrong, Dennis Gardick has been a great
awesome.
thumper in his own right. But linebacker is a position where I'm not looking at just the sheer volume of tackles
Yeah,
you make, but if you want to look at stops as well, Foye has 66, Devin Lloyd has 29.
yeah,
And that
absolutely.
actually might just be run stops, but that is sort of a proxy for how impactful you've been. He's got 5 picks though, and most of them are earned. I think his coverage has taken a big step up. Great man coverage, 39.6 rating allowed. It was good enough. He was efficient enough to be my third linebacker in the Pro Bowl. It's just that's what my reservations were on him.
That's fair, and I really went with him because of that coverage. I think he's been the best coverage linebacker in the AFC this season. So that was mainly my reason for going with him. And I think the run defense has been good enough. But I think the reason he doesn't have all those tackles is because Foye is just the tackle guy. Like you said, Lloyd is more, I'm going to be in the right position. And Foye, why don't you go chase that guy down? I'm just going to be in the right position. He's not going to cut it back because Foye has more to do on rundowns. He has more responsibility. But when it comes to who has the biggest responsibility in coverage, it's Lloyd. Everybody defers to Lloyd. If somebody needs to be, if you're playing a premier tight end in the league and you need man coverage on him, Devin Lloyd is the guy. And they're going to be playing that type of team in the AFC. They're going to be going against, well, not so many elite tight ends like we talked about, but I mean, Travis Kelce's not going to be in the playoffs. Who are our guys in the AFC? There were Tyler Warren and Brock Bowers. I don't think either of them are going to be in the playoffs, but he'll still be asked to cover. Hunter Henry's not the easiest guy to cover, right? Either way, Lloyd has been
Dalton
tremendous in
Kincaid,
coverage.
maybe?
There you go. Yeah, Kincaid, you got to cover him in man coverage, but really where he's impressed me the most has been zone coverage. It has really just been a linear progression for Devin Lloyd coming up year over year, getting better. And now he's gotten to the point where those eyes in zone coverage are reading out where's the quarterback trying to go with the football. It's not who's open, where's the quarterback trying to go. I'm not covering, he knows I'm not covering grass, I'm covering guys, but he's got to that point where there's just some guys you don't need to cover right now because the quarterback is already decided. And I've played enough of the game. I've seen enough of this guy on tape that I can tell he's going to go to this player right now. And that's the reason he has so many picks. Like you said, they're real picks because he's reading what the quarterback wants to do. He knows what they're trying to do because he's watched tape. He knows a lot of shit. He knows a hell of a lot more than me. Jumps the route and he makes the pick. And there's a lot more plays like that where he's that close to a pick. So he's been incredible in coverage, incredibly impactful, and it's allowed them to do so much more. He's also been a dynamite blitzer. So fun to watch as a blitzer. He's opened up a lot for Campanella's packages.
You talked a little bit about his teammate Foye Oluokun as well, with Devin Lloyd being the more conservative player on rundowns, the guy that sits back and cleans up. Foye is just a classic C-ball, hit ball type of linebacker. It's in the run game, but it's really in coverage as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how much he understands what he's covering when he's executing zone. I do think he has satisfactory athleticism to play man, but he finds himself in the correct position enough. He guesses hard, and sometimes he will guess wrong, and he will get beat, and you will say, oh, you should have covered that guy at the chains and not given him the first down. But he does have 6 passes defended on the season, whereas Lloyd has 5. So he has been an impact coverage linebacker. I mean, Jacksonville just drowning in riches at the linebacker position. You got 2 of the premier guys in the league, and then you have a really quality number 3 in Dennis Gardick. That's a great
Mm-hmm.
place to be, especially in a very zone heavy system that asks a lot of them and takes advantage of their strengths.
Yeah, 100%. And like we were talking about, Eagles have the best unit. Their competition is Jacksonville. I think. And you know what? When you boil down a linebacker's job, his see ball, hit ball, and Foye does it. So that's good enough for me. It got him the vote over Roquan. Um, On to my guy, the rookie from UCLA, Carson Swesinger. Man, oh, he's just been so nice this year. Like, I I don't think he's the best linebacker on this list. Obviously, he's number 3, but the impact that he's had on Cleveland's defense has been extremely noticeable, especially because that defense has struggled in years past at the linebacker position. And oh Jesus Christ, I cannot remember for the life of me who the other linebacker there is. Um,
Uh, Devin Bush, who
yes,
actually has
Devin
like
Bush.
fantastic efficiency stats in his own right, but I didn't love the tape.
That's what I was gonna say. He has had to cut. The reason I think Devin Bush has fantastic efficiency stats is because Carson Swessinger is shouldering a lot of the load, so Devin Bush can just go be athletic. I also didn't love the tape. I was, oh, it's gonna be a breakout, and then yeah, no, he's not that good. He's
He's
fine, I
Devin Bush.
guess. Yeah, he's just still Devin Bush. It's just he's playing against. He's playing with an extremely heady, smart linebacker who's in the right position, and not only is he in the right position, he is in the right position relative to Devin Bush. He knows what Devin Bush is trying to do. They're communicating a lot. Bush is going to go run and chase this guy down. Again, he's going to be in the right spot. He's not this guy who's going to come in and muck up the run game. He's not that size. He can't do that, but he's a smart guy who can make tackles on the ball carrier and in coverage. He's been more than good enough, especially for a rookie in zone coverage, seeing stuff and making the play. He's not perfect. He gets beat. I don't love him, but as far as a rookie goes, he's incredible. I think he's been one of the 4 best linebackers in the AFC. That's why he gets the nod.
I'm actually okay with including Carson Schlesinger as the official Balls Talk Sports third linebacker. This has not been an exceptional season for Roquan Smith. It's been a while since we've seen an exceptional season from Roquan Smith. It feels like his play speed has taken a little bit of a dip where he's still quite good stacking up inside zone and keeping himself clean and consistently tackling. I think he's a better tackler than Carson Schlesinger is, but the Browns linebacker, whose last name I will cease to try and pronounce, is much better playing sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
I mean, you see the springiness in his step and how quickly he triggers onto stuff attacking the outside. I think that Carson S. has made more plays in coverage. Like you said, he hasn't been perfect. There have been a couple plays where he's been a rookie in zone coverage and he's given up touchdowns and he's given up the big chunks over the deep middle that you wish he would have taken away. But he hasn't been bad, and he has much more ability to handle challenging assignments at this stage than I think Roquan does. Roquan could still have really nice games against the run. He's still a great tackler. He's still a guy who's really heady and can come out and hit you. But I think that he is trending down, and Carson S is going to be a no doubt Pro Bowler next year. I mean, if he gets 5% better, he's there. He has an all pro future.
Yeah, and I think that's really what sold it for him as my number 2 is just how much he's had to do, how much responsibility they're asking him to take. And like, yeah, I think, man, is he playing as well? Like, does he look as good as like a Roquan or Foye does? No, but if they were asked to be in his position, they would look a lot worse. Not a lot worse. I think Roquan would, but I think Foye would. He'd do fine. But I just really respect all that what he's done and how much responsibility he's had to take on as a rookie. I'm excited to see what the future holds. That draft class is really good. Like, regardless
Yeah,
of the
it is.
quarterback, which if Shadur works out, that looks even better. But Mason Graham, Judkins, which he just got hurt yesterday, out for the season. That's terrible. Harold Fannin, Carson Swessinger. That's just ridiculous. First 4 picks.
So I know that you have one guy left. You have Jordan Brooks, who I did consider and is a really great player in his own right. I already shouted out Aziz Al-Shaair, who was pretty
Yeah.
close for me. He would probably be my number 5. Two more guys I wanted to talk about real quick. Bobby Wagner. He's Bobby Wagner. I mean, he is an elite stack and shed type. Some of the best block shedding of any linebacker in the NFL. I think you can argue the best. Super smart attacking the run game. Elite of the elite tackler. He's too slow to run sideline to sideline, but like
Yeah.
he's a notch below everybody else. He's a borderline liability in coverage, even though he is smart and opportunistic. We know Bobby Wagner's game. And then Cedric Gray for the
Oh
Titans.
my goodness, I can't believe I didn't mention him. Yeah.
Dominating run defender. I really wanted to get him in. Peter Skoronsky was cut 54. I think Cedric Gray was cut 55.
Great stud. And the only reason I don't think he's here is because the rest of the defense sucks, and it's a lot tougher to be a good linebacker when the rest of your defense sucks than it is to be a lot of other positions. Linebacker, a lot of it is helping your guys get to the right position, and when your guys just suck, not much you can do about that. So Cedric Gray, I think he'll be on this list next year. He's a star in the making.
And then you want to talk about Jordan Brooks?
Yeah, I'm fine leaving him off the official one, but he was on mine as the number 3. He's a really nice player in his own right. When it comes to I'm just gonna find the ball and I'm gonna make the play. He's just really good at that. Sometimes he's wrong, and that's just something you got to live with. He's just gonna make the play on the ball all the time. That's great. Um, and I really like him as a coverage defender. Sometimes I don't think he's the best zone guy of all time, but as a man coverage defender, he's really nice. So, and also he has his lapses, and man, he's not perfect in either, but he's good enough. I think he also has a few picks this year because I know he's like really high on EPA rankings or whatever. I think it's probably because of the picks.
I don't
Or
think he
maybe
does. I think it's because of the stops.
maybe he's not. I don't think he's
He's
actually.
leading the league in tackles last time I checked.
Yeah, it's that he's actually not high on EPA. Um, but he is really nice either way, and worth a mention, but probably not on the final list.
He's a vicious downhill linebacker. I'm sure he's the
Yeah,
number one AFC linebacker in Pro Bowl voting because he's leading the league in
he's got
tackles by a
169
pretty
tackles.
decent margin.
That's just
And
ridiculous.
they're aggressive tackles too. They're not Blake Martinez tackles. I think
No,
he's below average in coverage. This isn't reminiscent of what he is as a player, but he does have the worst passer rating and man coverage in the league because they put so much on his plate, 153.5, 109.2 against zone. I don't think he's a liability. I just don't think he's very good overall in coverage. So that's why I left him off.
that's fair. See, I don't think he's that bad. I actually liked him a little bit more in man coverage than I thought he was. I just didn't love him in zone. That's interesting.
Passer
Um,
rating against is a very fickle stat because it's low sample
Also,
size.
I don't think I watched too many snaps of his, so I could just be wrong. There's a lot of guys we have to get to. All right,
Yes,
that's
there are.
linebackers. That's linebackers. We got our guys. On to one of the big tickets, corner.
Okay, so I do divide corner into perimeter and slot. I'll just
I do as well.
read off from top to bottom, but you are going to get some safeties in here, particularly in the AFC. So I only did 5 cornerbacks for the NFC. They are Jamel Dean of the Buccaneers, Quinyon Mitchell, Cordell Flott of the Giants,
Ooh,
a guy who really surprised me, but he was a little bit of a there's got to be a third perimeter cornerback here somewhere inclusion. The only 2 other guys I really considered were J.C. Horn and Mike Jackson, both
sure.
of the Panthers, and I didn't love the tape on them. And then in the slot, 2 really good ones, Cooper DeJean and Devin Witherspoon.
Okay. All right. So, um, I ended up going with 3 slots, 3 outsides. I went with Witherspoon, DeJean, and Lenore, but Lenore was my number 2 overall. So I really liked him. And on the outside, I went with Mitchell, Dean, and I went with J.T. Horn. Just I liked his tape a little bit better.
Okay.
I did consider Flat though. He was a nice surprise. I didn't. I watched him a few weeks ago for one reason or the other, not related to the Pro Bowl. So I knew his game. I just liked Horn a little bit better. Let's start with the Eagles duo. Knock out one outside, one inside. They've both been really good. Like rookie seasons aren't a fluke. We're clearly here to stay. I think DeJean's slightly. I think if I had to say one guy's been a little bit worse than their rookie season, we expected them to be this year, it'd be DeJean because but that's just how good Mitchell has been this year as a cover corner. Just number one guy every week. Come to Mitchell Island, leave frustrated. I don't think he's been perfect. Like I don't think he's I don't think he's better than Surtain. I don't think he's better than Gonzo. I don't think he's like a top 5 corner. I don't think he's a top 5 corner in the league, but I do think he's the closest thing to it. He's a fantastic cover corner, easily your number one guy. Anybody would be happy with him. Can play man, can play zone, can really just do whatever you want. He's got fantastic ball skills. All the stuff we saw come out of college, they translated to year 1, and they're translating even better year 2.
I think a lot of people forget that coming out of Toledo, that was a very zone heavy system, and there were a lot of questions about whether he could handle man coverage responsibilities. I think since people know Quinyon Mitchell is a good corner, they think of him as a man to man guy, and he can absolutely do that. He can hang down the field. He can get his head turned when he's in phase and break up a key touchdown pass in the corner of the end zone. But he is just best in the Eagles' quarter zone heavy system, keeping everything in front of him, just playing top down. And he does that with a rare stickiness that is really tough for zone corners to have because you don't want to just be passive and let everything get underneath you. He doesn't do that, but he doesn't give touchdowns either.
Yeah, which is also tough because quarters is like half man, half zone, especially with corners, because corners end up just playing man coverage most snaps. But Mitchell, whenever he doesn't have to play man coverage, whenever it's his time to do something else, he realizes that really quickly. He's not one of those guys that tries to play man when he doesn't. Fantastic zone corner. And I feel like that's where he's best. It allows him to use his instincts and ball skills to the best of his ability. And that's where I like to keep him if I'm Vic Fangio. And Cooper DeJean, the tackling and the run defense have returned. They're still elite, and he's still a good cover corner. It's just he's gotten beat a few times this year, and just it happens sometimes. He's still a fantastic player, no doubt about it. But underneath zones, he's gonna mess you up. He will lay into even a tight end coming across on a drag route. He will lay into you, right? I just think there have been a couple of breaks this year.
The worst thing you can say about Cooper DeJean is that he is not a Devin Witherspoon type man-to-man cover slot corner. He does got a little bit of the safety play style. I'm going to hold up the edge. I'm going to win as a block shutter, and I'm going to win in zone coverage to him. But he's still above average man-to-man, which is so rare to have one of those big nickel types that you can also have consistently playing man-to-man on slot corner. So a lot to love there. He's got 10 pass breakups on the season. Great in trail technique, super physical.
And that's what you love about bringing a guy who's got like that quasi safety role in Iowa. Also played a lot of cover 3 there. He's really used to coming downhill and making those plays and reading out concepts. So when you put him in the nickel, where he has the opportunity to go out there and make plays, he's going to make plays. Going to get a lot of pass breakups, picks, fumbles, whatever. All right, Devin Witherspoon was my number 1 overall corner for all of it, and number 1 overall slot corner. Like you said, the worst thing about Cooper DeJean is that he doesn't have Devin Witherspoon's stickiness. I don't think anybody does. Like that, this guy's just super natural. I don't think I've seen anybody who can stick with somebody as well as Devin Witherspoon can. I mean, Seattle runs a lot of cover 3 match. They run some man coverage, but they've made their name on match coverage and weird blitzes, like I said, where everybody has to do everything. And Devin Witherspoon, that's his game. His game is that he can do anything. So you ask him to play man coverage, you betcha. I'm going to stick with this guy to the end of the earth. You ask him to play match and read out a look and see, all right, I'm going 1, 2, 3. Which one am I going for? I'm going on that guy. He's going to read it, and he's going to go quicker than anybody. You ask him to come downhill to break up a concept, he's going to do it. He's incredibly quick off of the ball. He's incredibly quick off of the snap to read the QB. And he is maybe the best blitzing corner in the league.
Just way too much to like with Devin Witherspoon. Another guy where it feels like he progresses somehow every season. And within his unique use in that Seattle defense, is he a perimeter cornerback? Is he a slot cornerback? Is he a box safety? Because he somehow manages to play the run like he's a box safety. What is Nicky Manwari? Is Sam Darnold going to be good in January? Is Gray's Able the best guard in football? Find out on the next episode of the Seattle Seahawks. Where did we get this 11th fucking defensive lineman that's really good from? Where did he come from? How is Uchenna Nwosu our 7th best player on the defensive line? What's going on here?
How is Jaron Reed being considered for the Pro Bowl? Like, what is going on there, man? They're all smoking crack. And Devin Witherspoon's the leader.
The Mike McDonald defensive scheme where you run a ton of stunts up front and you run a ton of for lack of a better term, coverage stunts where you have guys rotating down, you have guys
Yeah.
rotating up, and you're doing it all with match quarters principles. Truly a defensive revolution, akin to what we saw with the Seattle 3 defense over a decade ago. I mean, it's a copycat league, and soon enough, we're going to see, you know, 60 or so more percent of defenses trying to emulate what they're doing now. We're already seeing a lot of that. Look at the success the Chargers are having doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I said I think I like I was gonna. I think we are. I also saw a video on it how it um apparently a big reason that this was created in the first place is just because it simplifies the defense. People don't have to learn like all of these different concepts. We're gonna run a select amount of concepts that we love, but we can run them from any package. Any people on the field, whatever we want to do, we can run it from this package. So it's the same blitz, but the outside corner's coming instead of the three tech. And it's the same thing. It's just somebody else is filling that role. I think I was watching tape and I saw Devin Witherspoon and Nicky Manwari both come on blitzes, and they both came unblocked. And that may have been the most like lions chasing down the gazelle look of all time, because that was scary. I would have been shivering in my boots if I was the quarterback.
That's when you pull a Tom Brady / Jared Goff and just kind of take yourself to the ground.
Just, I'll spike it. That was a spike, ref. We'll do it again. Oh, man.
I want to talk about Cordell Flott and a guy that really surprised me. So I was surprised when the advanced metrics even flagged him as a guy that was worth watching for me. And then I was even more surprised when he didn't disappoint on tape, because that entire Giants defense has been so disappointing. This is a guy who has risen to the occasion. He can play man coverage. I think he's better from zone. I think he really shines on match concepts. His ball skills have been really impressive this year. He hasn't converted a ton of interceptions, but he is just extremely feisty and comfortable when you throw the ball his way and knocking it out late. Another thing I really like about him, he's not grabby, which, much like for offensive tackles, is a really important thing for cornerbacks that I look at. He's been penalized twice. He's sitting at 2.9 hundredths of a yard of penalty yardage per snap, which is a really nice mark for a corner. This is a guy who plays the run really hard because he has a background in the slot. I remember watching Derek Stingley Jr. at LSU, and it's like, okay, there's this guy who keeps flying down into the box, and he is diving at everything that he can even theoretically get a finger on, and he's missing a bunch of tackles. I don't know if he's any good, but I think this is a guy who deserves a pro look, and that player was Cordell Flott. I think that's where he gets that lack of grabbiness and coverage from as well. It's like in the slot, you don't face many deep balls where you get uncomfortable and where you get arms around or try and tug down on a wide receiver. You wouldn't think it would translate well to outside corner, but he can do it. He's not an elite athlete, but it doesn't really matter. I think that this breakout season is sustainable, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here.
And it's even tougher to do that in a secondary like the Giants, where they just haven't had much success in doing the basic stuff. Like they like to run a fair bit of man coverage. At least they did early in the season, and it just didn't work. They don't have the personnel to run man coverage, so now it's just a lot of zone. And I haven't watched Flott's tape. I haven't. It's been a while. It's been like a month since I've watched Flott's tape. And I didn't watch all that much of it when I did, but he's really thriving in that zone system. So it's really nice to see. And I do think he can play man coverage. It's just nobody else can, not his fault necessarily. Diamador Lenore was my second slot corner choice. He was not my second overall corner choice. I made the mistake there. He was number 5 or number 4. I don't remember. I don't think he's been perfect this year. I do just like him as a player though. And I think a lot of I don't think the advanced stats are friendly to him, though. I believe he does have a nice advanced stats. I just think he's allowed a lot of touchdowns, and he still has a negative EPA allowed, which is really impressive. I don't really care about net EPA when it comes to coverage, because that's impossible to quantify, and one number isn't going to do it. But generally, people who allow a lot of touchdowns, at least nearest defender statistically wise, they have low EPA, and Lenore didn't, and that caught my eye. So I watched the tape, and yeah, he's real nice, and he's had his issues this year. Namely, I feel like sometimes like he's just not fully tracking with guys. He's not fully trying till the end of the play. Sometimes he'll get caught off guard in like a scramble drill. I'm like, why'd you stop? But in man coverage, as a slot corner, he's sticky. He can run zone. In the Robert Saleh system, you got to be able to run zone. As a slot corner, you got to be able to be underneath and make physical plays. There's a lot of situations where it's been him against the receiver for the ball, and he's a small guy, but he can muck it up. He can make the play. I think he's been a solid run defender, not perfect, but doing enough. It's just been the consistent loss of there's just nobody else on the field for the Niners. It's just him and Jair Brown who are left. Him, Jair Brown, and Alfred Collins are the only three non-injured Niners defensive players. So it's definitely taken its toll on the overall function of the defense.
It feels like the media has been pretty harsh to Diamador Lenore this season, and I don't really think that's deserved. Yeah, he gives stuff up. I mean, who else wouldn't with the infrastructure that's around him? I still watch the tape and see a good player. I just didn't think he had the overall body of work for him to be a Pro Bowler over a guy like Flott who has genuinely like played well versus just surviving and playing pretty well. I do still think Lenore is the better player, though. It's just, are you valuing the career body of work or what their situation has allowed them to produce in the short term? Yeah, things are bad in the San Francisco secondary. They're putting Upton Stout up there. I mean, they drafted him to start in year one, and they have started him in year one. That's the nicest thing you can say. Renardo Green is a really nice CB4. In terms of his starting caliber pass coverage, the nicest thing you can say is that he's a really good run defender.
There it is.
And, the safety room is fine. You got Jair Brown. You don't have Tal Hufanga anymore. And you have no pass rush. Yep. That is what is so damning for them. They have no pass rush whatsoever. Just number 32 in the league by a wide margin. That is a cornerback killer. Like, Cordell Flott on the Giants, that's not a good defense, but it is a good pass rush. They pressure QBs pretty quick most of the time. They got a lot of guys who can get after it, and that does help you as a defensive back. So Lenore has got his work cut out for him, and I expect a rebound next year.
Yeah, and I'm fine leaving him off the list for the sake of having 2 slots and 4 outside corners. So Flott is on the official list for us. I think we got 2 more guys to talk about. I'll talk about, I just talked. Why don't you?
Horn and Dean.
Yeah, why don't you go about Dean?
So I think you can make a decent case that Jamel Dean, outside of Devin Witherspoon, because I guess Devin Witherspoon does play a pretty healthy amount of outside corner. You can stick him wherever. He has been the stickiest cornerback in the NFC this year. In that Bucs defense, he is asked to play a lot of man coverage, and he has really been up to the task. 39.6 rating allowed in man coverage. Damn. I want to say that sets the pace for the league. He's kind of been an exception this year where he's kind of been locked down. He has not been a guy that you go at very often. He's only broken up 4 passes, but the thing is he's not holding anybody. His enforced yardage per snap is like 55th percentile in the good way. He's been slightly above average. His snaps per reception is really nice. He just hasn't been targeted. That's how sticky his coverage has been throughout the year. It's going to be interesting to see whether he can sustain this in the next season because Jamel Dean's long been a good corner, not a guy I would consider a high-end number 1. That's what he's been this season for the Bucs.
And I think part of it has been like the breakdown of Zion McCollum, a guy who was on this list last year, but he's just struggled in man coverage this year, man. Like I still watched him to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe the stats aren't telling the whole truth. Maybe I just saw a few bad plays. Maybe you just get beat, but you also have a couple. It's just been a down year. Hopefully he could pick it back up, but sometimes you just lose more than you win, and that's what McCollum's year's been. And the slot play hasn't been elite either. Like on a rotating thing, like Tyke Smith has played. Tyke Smith has been great when he's played there, but you can only play Tyke Smith in so many positions. Like he's only one guy. So
Victor, they have a slot. They have a slot who's really good.
They do. They do have Jacob Parrish.
Who's awesome in Tampa Bay.
They do have Jacob Parrish, but again, they don't play their good slots all the time. So when they don't play their good slots, the other guys have to play and they get targeted. So also the linebacking for Tampa has not been good in coverage. it's been bad. So that has been
Yeah.
another avenue to throw to him. That's still to say. They could throw it to Dean if Dean was letting guys get open. He just isn't. You just can't get on him. He's just improved. Some guys just improve later in their careers, and Dean appears to have improved. He's always been good, but maybe he's taken that leap. We'll see. We'll have to see next year when Tampa's hopefully running out a competent group, hopefully without the head coach back.
You want to talk about J.C. Horn?
Yeah, he was the last guy included on this list, and I just included him because he's been the number one in Carolina, and he's one of those guys. He's gotten beat, but he's gotten beat in more acceptable ways. I feel like he's been taking risks. He's been trying to get the big time plays for Carolina to get them back on track. Those pass breakups to end the drive. He's gotten a few interceptions this year. He's taking calculated risks, and I can respect that from a guy who knows that his defense is just going to give up more yards per play. So if I can make this pick here, if I can make this play, that does so much more because it keeps my defense off the field. We don't got a good defense, so I can control this moment right here, and I'm going to go for it. And I think once I realize that's what he's trying to do, I can respect that. I want to see you do it more. And he does it. And it's not like he's getting beat every other play or anything. He just gets beat occasionally, a little bit more than you want a Pro Bowler to get beat. But he's still such a heady zone corner, sees stuff really well. And in man, when he sticks to a guy, he's got some of the best ball skills you'll ever see.
Shout out to his running mate Mike Jackson, as well. I'm still taking J.C. Horn over Mike Jackson 10 times out of 10, but I got to appreciate just a really unique player in Mike Jackson, who is a long and physical and really slow zone corner. I mean, that's just not a very common archetype. We know what he is. He's essentially hit his physical ceiling, but he's pretty solid CB2. And he just, he's been in the right position to make plays on the ball this year. I don't anticipate him being an honorable mention for the BTS Pro Bowl again next year, but it's been a really nice season for him.
Definitely. He's been a big part of why that secondary hasn't just completely collapsed.
Now the AFC, which I think is the stronger conference for cornerback play. Boy, did I struggle with this one. There were guys I left off I didn't want to.
I think I have one guy you don't have, and the other five definitely were in conversation. We definitely got the same top three. We definitely do. Gonzo, Stingley, Surtain. No.
Okay, Stingley's going to make the final roster, but I made him an alternate.
Are we watching the same page?
He was my sixth perimeter cornerback.
All right.
I love Derek Stingley. He is a fantastic athlete with fantastic ball skills.
The rest of them are just that good.
They've had that good of seasons.
All right.
I would say Stingley is the third best corner in the NFL, and he's knocking on the door with Sauce. We'll see how well Sauce comes back from the injury.
Sauce is also there. He's number 4. He's clear number 4. Gonzo and Surtain are there, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not insane, Victor.
All right. I was just like,
isn't Sauce's year over?
Is it? No.
I think he's done.
Not again. Man.
And again, he's been great. I've been a Sauce Gardner apologist ever since people were getting on him last year. And if he played a full season, I absolutely would have included him.
I don't think he's done. I just think he got hurt.
Oh, I thought they officially shut him down. You're right. They didn't officially shut him down.
Yeah, no, Shane Steichen said the other day that he will play again. So
okay.
I'm keeping him on. Yeah.
Fair enough. He's had that kind of year.
Yeah. So I got Gonzo, Stingley, Surtain, and Stingley is my number 2. Sauce Gardner's my number 4. Jalen Petrie is my only nickel, and he's my number 5. Well, I've got a safety classified as a safety, but he might have played more nickel than safety. I actually don't know, so we'll have to see.
Kyle Hamilton.
No,
right.
I have him classified firmly as a safety, and I know he's played more nickel than safety. Yeah, I wasn't sure about James. I have Petrie as the only nickel, and then my number 6 spot, you probably didn't get around to watching him because the analytics are awful. Joey Porter Jr.
No, they're great. I have Joey Porter Jr. as a second-team All-Pro. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. This is great. I thought the analytics were terrible. This is fantastic. I thought I was going to have to defend him tooth and nail because of how bad he's been in previous years. So you got him on the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be a little bit of a take.
Well, this does suck because we clearly both thought this was going to be one of the biggest takes of the episode. And
No, wait for me to finish.
all right, go
I
ahead.
have Dante Jackson as my number one AFC cornerback based on the product they put on. Actually, no, I watched more tape on him and moved him down, but I have Dante Jackson in the Pro Bowl from the
I have him.
Chargers.
I have him 7, so I get it.
And God, I can't believe I have a Bengals player, DJ Turner.
I have him 8.
Okay, so I'm not
So
completely insane then.
yeah, no, we're kind of just on the same level with these guys.
Do you have Lassiter in?
No, I have him like
I don't either.
9 or 10 or something like
And
that.
I
I like
thought,
him. It's just
God damn it, Victor. I thought that was going to be a take
no. I
that I
mean,
left Kamari Lassiter out.
is he a consensus Pro Bowler?
He has 4 picks, 7 PBUs, and has like made a whole bunch of plays in the ground game.
Well, yeah, but you just watch the picks and like they're just throwing it to him.
And also, it's like I watch Derek Stingley Jr. and it's like, oh, why was there this huge runway on the deep crosser for a receiver to pull away and like the QB throw it to the one spot Derek Stingley Jr. or Kalen Bullock couldn't get it? Oh, it's because Kamari Lassiter was supposed to rotate into a deep half there and he didn't get there in time.
Yeah.
I like Lassiter, but he's not fast enough to be, a
No.
year in year out number one for you, even if he's produced that way this year.
No, I mean like the production was enough to get me like consideration, but he was never going to make it. All right, well this sucks. We had takes and we agreed with our takes. Now what do we have to
Who
talk
do we
about? It's
talk
not like
about
we've been on
first?
air for like 5 hours. Um I don't know. Let's talk about where does Gonzo rank for you?
So my defensive back rankings are kind of out of order, but I would probably put him, you know what? I would put him one.
Yeah, he's my 1 too. Let's just get him out of the way. Probably he's been the best corner in the league this year. At least he's played like it. I don't know if he is the best corner period, but he's played like it. And he might be. As far as man coverage goes, good luck. I just like that's genuinely that's the only thing you can tell the receiver playing him. It's possible to beat him, but it's just unlikely. And what are you supposed to do, man? This guy's 6'2", 201, and 6'2", 205, and he is faster than you. He has more fluid hips than you, and he knows what you're gonna do. Like he studied release packages and like the stuff. Whenever he's playing press coverage, I see him respond to release packages better than any corner in the league. I think he just loves tape more than anybody. Like he's just grinding it. He knows what you're running. He's gonna match it, or he's just got next level like reaction time. Either way, can't beat him in man coverage. Incredible zone eyes, ridiculous instincts to break on the ball, and then elite ball skills to make a play on the ball. Corner built in the lab. Massive reason why the Patriots defense is as good as they are is because they just have an entire half of the field walled off by Christian Gonzalez.
He shadows as well, and they just still trust him to run man coverage. I do think that he can occasionally get out physicaled, but there's a trade-off with that where he doesn't hold people either. He's
Yeah,
probably about
I don't think he
the
has any penalties.
70. He does have 3 on the
Oh, okay.
season, but the enforcement on those has been limited. He's about 70th percentile in terms of avoiding penalties by the number I ran, which for a guy who has to run a healthy amount of man to man, that's a fantastic place to be. I mean, he's doing all the hardest work and he's answering the call every time.
Yeah, unbelievable player.
Let's see. Next up, okay, I'll talk about one of the deeper cuts here in Dante Jackson for the Chargers. He is one of the reasons why people say that cornerback is a really fluky position year to year. I tend to think there are peripheral stats you can dig into that do have a pretty high degree of consistency. Dante Jackson is not going to give up a 39.6 rating in man coverage and a 37.3 rating in zone coverage again next season.
No.
He's playing a pretty unique role where in this Jesse Minter defense, it's a ton of deep thirds that wind up converting to man coverage, and he's gotten a lot of errant throws that he's been able to capitalize on. I don't think he's the most fluid guy to mirror routes consistently, but I do think that his ball skills are very good. He hasn't really been in a position to draw penalties. He's taken advantage when the opportunities have been given to him. And he's still a decently sticky zone corner who can also run man coverage. I'm projecting regression next season, but how can you not put in a guy who's had 4 picks and 7 pass breakups and 1 penalty, and the tape is pretty good?
Yeah, I didn't put him in just because I was like, he's he's playing well, but when you watch the tape, he's just being asked to do the least out of all of these guys. And
Yeah,
when I want to put in all of them, it just makes it a lot tougher sell to myself. Logic part of me tells me maybe he should be in, but feels like everybody else is doing a lot more stuff, and it's a lot harder for them to play, and they're still playing as well as him. That's really impressive. But again, I mean, I think he makes it in the AFC, in the NFC. Sorry.
oh yeah, 100%.
Um, and then I'll talk about, I guess, well, no, I'll go with, I'll talk about Pat Surtain, another Bronco. Yeah, he's still Patrick Surtain. There's not much to say here. Reigning Defensive Player of the Year, one of the only true. Oh man, I consider him a shutdown corner. I consider Gonzo a shutdown corner. Is there anybody else?
No,
Like,
I don't think
I
so.
I love Sauce and I love Stingley. I don't think they're on that level of man coverage. Um, Stingley gets beat too often, and Sauce holds too often.
I agree with both of those things, yes.
Surtain and Gonzo are the only true shutdown corners in the league. You can put them on anybody, and that's just that guy's just gone. He might win 1 or 2 reps, but it's over. You don't really have to worry about that, and that's unbelievable. Surtain, you can match anybody stride for stride, and man, he's been hurt this year, and that's hindered him in a couple of games. That's why his stats may not be perfect. But most of, like, I think the only few mediocre games he gave up were after injuries or when he's been hobbled. And it's also been a little bit tougher because Riley Moss has been getting beat a lot more on the other side. So you got sometimes you got to cover for that as well. Brandon Jones is on IR. There's not, but I mean, that we've talked about Patrick Surtain. Y'all know his game. We know his game. He's elite. Also the best run defending corner in the league, or one of at least. He's that guy. He's a Pro Bowler. Easy.
The only reason he's getting gashed, shredded in man-to-man coverage, surrendering a 85.6 passer rating, is because of
Disgusting.
the injuries
Yeah.
as well.
And that's even
I'll talk.
shockingly high for how well for even during the injuries.
Oh, for sure. He's had a couple holding calls this year as well. He is
That's
up there
true.
as far as most penalized players.
For
I
sure.
think that's because he knows he's had to hold guys because his athleticism has been dialed down by being hurt.
Yeah, it
He'll
100%
shake it
has.
off.
Those holds are not coming back next year.
Next up, I'll talk about Joey Porter Jr., who Victor has somehow been a borderline shutdown player in
He's
terms of
that
not
guy.
giving anything up in coverage. Now, he's still one of the most physical, grabbiest cornerbacks in the NFL. Like, if you get a step on him, especially not necessarily on like a deep ball, because I think he tends to be pretty decent at getting his head around in time. Like, you beat Joey Porter Jr. on a dig, he is going to straight up grab you and he is going to get
Yeah.
called for it. He's gotten called 8 times this season, and that's down. He's drawing penalties at about a 20th percentile rate, which is down for him, like in the good direction. But his ball skills have really had the opportunity to shine. He's not a very athletic man-to-man corner, but I think he's great in press. He really does do a good job feeling out routes, and he's been good in zone coverage as well this year. Like, you're going to get variance with JPJ because it's do the refs call it or do the refs not call it, but guys are not open on him very often at all. And even if you sometimes do get a yellow flag because of that, taking a guy away from the offense just off the progression is huge. That's what he's done this year.
Yeah, and I think a major improvement for him this year has been he's gotten better at holding. Like, holding happens on every play. It's just he was doing it so aggressively last year that obviously they were going to call it. But now he has plausible deniability, man. He's playing the game within the game. He's learned it. Joey Porter Jr. has always been one of my favorite players to watch. I've loved him. I defended him last year when everybody was shitting on him. So it brought me great joy to watch the tape and be like, yeah, I'm putting this guy in the Pro Bowl episode. When we talk about asking a guy to do a lot, there's nobody on Pittsburgh who has bigger responsibilities than Joey Porter. I mean, this is a defense with Jalen Ramsey, and every week they're asking Joey Porter to cover the number one receiver. They use man almost as much as any team in the league, and JPJ's out there on an island doing his thing. He's holding, but he's gotten better at holding, so it's not being called. He should be called holding on half of these plays, but they just can't do it. And there's really not too many guys better at the catch point than him, getting his hand in there and just batting it down or making it extremely difficult for the receiver. Also, after the ball is caught, you still have 2 more steps and a football move to go before that's officially a catch. And Joey Porter knows that. So he's going to punch that ball out. He's going to get his hand there and muck things up, making it as difficult as possible. Easy Pro Bowler. Love that we're on the same page as this. Absolutely love it.
You want to talk about Derek Stingley Jr. next?
Yeah, sure. Sting is he's still the same guy where he's a great man coverage corner who takes big swings, and sometimes those big swings work against him. He's going to go for a play, and he's just going to miss sometimes. And that may not be your flavor. It's my flavor. I love a guy who's going to take shots, and it works. How many picks does he have on the season? Like 3 or 4? Something like that?
He has 3, but he's dropped like 2 or 3 that he normally has, where he put himself in a fantastic position to make a play on the ball and just happened to not capitalize.
It's like, what happened to those ball skills, man? Catch that ball. But he's also just a really good coverage corner. I mean, he's never... I don't know. He has been a really good zone corner his entire career, and that's maintained this year. He's just had a couple more plays go against him than previous years. Also, I think it's been tougher for him because the defense is having to shoulder more of a big load because of the offense's woes. So you're asking the defense to hold up. So when they don't hold up, that is losing the game. Even though last year when the Texans offense, well, it wasn't working great, but it was working better. If the defense let a play go, all right, it's all right. We're still up. No, we can't allow them to score any points right now. So Stingley makes a mistake, it's magnified. I still think he's a Pro Bowler. Super elite corner talent. Slightly down year in terms of the advanced statistics, but he'll get right back up there.
Okay, so mini story time. I think I was a freshman, a 9th grader, and I had just gotten into watching college tape. And I absolutely adore Derek Stingley Jr. And so on a class whiteboard somewhere is written down in dry erase marker, Derek Stingley Jr. will be an All-Pro 2020.
Awesome. I mean, called it. There we go. Stingley Jr., now an All-Pro. See, there are certain instincts that corners have, that linebackers have, that NFL players have. There are also certain instincts that analysts have. We don't talk enough about that. From 9th grade, he had those instincts. This is the story of Elson Gratz.
Absolutely. Lastly, we've got DJ Turner the second, right? I'm not making that up. Does he have? Yep. Does he have 2 in the second?
Which, okay, I have a question for you. So I always assumed the second was like, okay, my father's name was DJ Turner and my son's name is DJ Turner. Apparently that's not the case. How does it work then? Do you know? Like, because there are DJ Turner the second. I don't think DJ Turner has a kid.
I think you can, so you thought it was like the second was really like the third?
No, I thought it was like the second is like there is the third in your family. Because why are you not just DJ Turner Jr.? You know what I mean? Maybe there's already a DJ Turner Jr. in your family, or you have a son and you named him DJ Turner as well. So he's DJ Turner the third, and you're the second. I don't know. That's always been weird.
It must. I've always assumed it was personal preference with whether you go with that or Junior. And I'm pretty sure I confirmed that at one point because, like, I'm a big name guy, and there was some guy who was the second, and I looked him up, and officially he was like so-and-so Junior.
Yeah.
So I guess it's just if you want a number in your name instead of Junior, yeah, go ahead and add a number in there. It's funny that it's funny. Yeah, I was gonna say it's funny that we have 2 2s in the AFC perimeter cornerback room. Just because we got a Joey Porter Jr.
Surtain the second. I know he doesn't have a kid. Wait, actually, maybe he does. I'm not
and a
sure.
Derek Stingley Jr. So
Oh yeah,
okay, I guess we're vying for two or junior superiority in the AFC cornerback room.
if your father named you after him, that means you're going to be an elite NFL cornerback.
My father, who is a junior, tried to name me after him, and my mom shot that down, and thank God she did. Or I would
See,
be the third, and I don't want to be the third.
see, I got the middle name. My middle name is my dad's name.
Gotcha. DJ Turner, the second, is one
Understandable.
of the least sticky cornerbacks on this list, I would say. But the Bengals have asked him to run a lot of man coverage, and he has taken risks. He has gotten beat on double moves, but he has also made some fantastic plays on the ball. What I noticed about DJ Turner is it's actually not a ton of Joey Porter Jr. playing through the hands, being really physical with guys. It's athletic, lengthy plays on the ball. And I mean, there's nothing better or worse about those styles, but DJ Turner has developed into a very nice finesse cornerback. He doesn't really hold guys either. He's very comfortable with the ball in the air. He doesn't feel the need to make that an automatic gain for the offense through DPI. He's gotten beat. I don't think he's particularly good in zone coverage, but he's got 13 pass breakups, two picks. That leads the league. And because he's been able to deny so many passes, he's doing pretty well in terms of not allowing yardage as well.
Definitely. And I don't think him and JC Horn are similar. I don't think they're the same player. I think how they approach man coverage is really similar. And the fact that, all right, I know our defense is ass. So if I make a play here, that's great. If I don't, well, that was going to happen anyway. So let, we're getting beat either way. I might as well try to make a play. And I think I love that philosophy from DJ Turner. And he's like having a good season. He's making a name for himself. When in it's like finding water in a desert. Why is a good player on Cincinnati? So you got to give him respect for that. I didn't give him the Pro Bowl nod, but he's real nice.
Jordan Battle owes like every interception of the season to DJ Turner. Somehow, I swear he's
Yeah,
batted Jordan Battle like three picks.
Jordan Battle's just there for when the ball comes flying down. Oh, tip ball. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me pick that right up. Oh, but the second there's a streak coming his way, I should cover the flat. That's what I should be doing right now. Man,
Somehow he's got to have like three or four interceptions. Somehow he makes the Pro Bowl.
I would not be surprised. Nahshon Wright is the number one cornerback getter. So whatever.
Okay, side note, I know it's 117, but I was listening to the Packers Bears call. I was listening to the game and it was Tom Brady and Kevin who?
Oh,
Kevin
Burkhardt.
Kevin Burke, yeah, Burkhardt. And I actually like their commentary for the most part. Like I love
Brady's
that
gotten better.
Brady just he sounds like somebody's dad who also happens to know as much ball as anybody who's ever lived. Like there was a hell of a game in there. He's always saying God instead of gosh. There was
Yeah.
a screw that. I'm the starting quarterback talking about Malik Willis. But at one point, Kevin Burkhardt's like, Nahshon Wright, who's probably the story of this NFL season. It's like that's a little strong. Thought that was like the story. Not Miles Garrett like about to break the sack
No.
record. Not Puka and JSN having two of the most efficient wide receiver seasons in the history of the game in the same division. It's Nahshon Wright.
I mean, he
He's
has
been
been
good though. He's
fun.
been
Like
solid. Yeah.
forcing fumbles, making tackles, getting picks. And you know what? To his credit, what I'll give him is he's better than Deron Bland was, who was getting
Yeah.
similar amounts of press. Deron Bland sucks. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That was a little harsh. All right, it's late. I'll let it through. But man, he sucks. No offense to Deron Bland. Okay, a little offense. Nahshon Wright is at least a startable player. Like he's genuinely a startable NFL corner.
We
Man.
concur. Yep.
But like I had to watch Deron Bland get an all pro. Jesus Christ. Anyway, is that corners?
That's corners, my friend.
All right, we're on to our last position, fellas. If y'all stick with us, seek professional
Wait,
help.
did you
I don't
didn't
think I
talk
heard
about
it.
Jalen Petrie, who's technically a corner for you?
Do we need to talk about Jalen Petrie? All right, yeah, we should because I like Petrie. It's been 5.5 hours, but let's find time to talk about the Texans nickel. He's played a lot more nickel than safety for him. He's always been a guy I've loved, and coming out of Baylor, just really nice zone defender. Really read the eyes of the quarterback really well, read the concepts really well in college. That transfers to the NFL. Then he gets hurt, doesn't play for a while. Now he's back, and he does not appear to have missed a beat. That zone stuff, which has always been there, is still there. He's seeing stuff really well, and especially as a nickel, he's a lot closer to the action. He sees it. He gets a lot more chances to make plays on the ball. I think he has something around 4 or 5 picks this year.
4.
Yeah,
Unless he picked one off last game.
No, he's got 4 picks on the year. I think he's got like a 50 passer rating when targeted. So it's not like, oh, I'm going big or I'm going home. It's like, no, I'm going big or you're still not getting the ball. It's just we're also not getting the ball. So he's been incredibly efficient. Just not allowing many guys by him. He's a good tackler. He's a very nice run defender. And I really think where he's improved the most is man coverage. He's not elite by any measure, but he's still really nice as a man cover corner. He'll get beat by physicality. He's not the biggest guy of all time, but he's just a fun player to watch regardless. And another cog in that elite Texans defense that I don't think it runs as well without him.
The Texans defense as a whole is a great example of why you need context if you're looking at missed tackle rate. They miss a lot of tackles as a defense. Jalen Petrie is missing 14.7% of his tackles, which is a lot as a nickel.
Tackler, though.
But he's a good tackler because he is missing the tackle on the side of his assignment that he's supposed to hold down, and then Azeez Al-Shaair or Kalen Bullock fly to the ball and they clean things up. And the Texans are so well coached that they do that every time, and they don't allow extra yards, even though they are a super aggressive, risk-taking defense. Petrie has really embodied that. I mean, he's had a lot of that Kyle Hamilton trait to him this year, where he's just around the ball nonstop. Brian Branch is another decent comp, different players, but they have that trait. They just find ways to make impacts.
I think if you watch a lot of college ball and then you transition to NFL ball, the biggest difference is what happens when a guy gets the ball in the open field. In college, sometimes one or two guys will get there and they'll try to make the tackles and they're miss. In the NFL, there are 7 guys on him in a second or two. You don't have any time to hold the ball and think about what you're doing. The NFL rallies to the ball better than college and I think that's the biggest shell shock for a lot of skill position players, how quickly a guy is on him when they get the ball. And the Texans defense is the best example of that. 7, 8 guys all zoning in on the football the second it's thrown or given. They're just all there. It's incredible what Ryan's done with that unit.
One guy you don't want to hit you in those open field situations would be Derwin James of the Chargers, who just continues to be one of the most diverse, impactful defenders in the NFL, so long as he is healthy and not suspended. And I don't know that he has gotten flagged for fucking spearing anybody this year, which has been a major demon for Derwin James. And I don't think that he's a dirty player. It's not like he's Vontaze Burfict trying to take people's heads off. He drops his helmet into your chest, and sometimes it's going to catch face mask because he is out there trying to hit you hard. And I respect that. I love a good hard-hitting safety. Cam Chancellor is one of the players that really got me into football. I think what really separates Derwin James, and one of the intangible things that makes that Chargers defense so good, he is a tight end eraser.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be interested to see what the most effective tight end performance against them is. I mean, it seems like every week somehow my fantasy tight end is playing the Chargers, and I'm seeing that bright red first in defense against. But to quantify it a little bit, guess what his passer rating allowed man coverage is?
Oh, God. Whatever the equivalent of spiking the ball is, like 38 or something.
2.8.
What the fuck? Oh my God. Yeah,
that's what we call an unproductive use of a target. If you're the offense, is 2.8 passer rating. You want to avoid those. So don't throw Derwin James.
That's ridiculous. We were talking about true shutdown corners. Derwin James is a true shutdown player. You put him on a tight end, he's shut down. It's as simple as that. Incredible run defender, great zone player, but that is something that I have him in the safeties, so like I didn't just leave him out. He's in my safeties list. But he just does that better than anybody. Like that is a elite trait, and it's true elite trait. We'll say elite trait, and we don't really mean elite. That's elite. He does that better than anybody, and it is superhuman.
I think that's a segue into our final position group, the safeties.
All right, let's do it. To the
How many you got in the
NFC.
NFC?
I got 4 in the NFC. A lot of guys are considered for that 4th spot. Pretty not a clear-cut top 3, but a clear-cut top 2. It's Antoine Winfield and Xavier McKinney. I think probably 2 of the best safeties in football and the 2 best in the NFC. 3rd spot I gave to Jesse Bates, and the 4th spot I went with Kobe Bryant.
Okay, I had Xavier McKinney. He was a pretty clear first teamer for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had Tyke Smith. I did include Antoine Winfield, and they play very different roles, even though they're both listed as safeties. It feels like it's been a bit of a down year for Antoine Winfield to me, but a down year for Antoine Winfield is a career year for any other safety. And then I included Kevin Byard, who, if you asked me after week 3 whether or not I would have Kevin Byard in the Pro Bowl, I would have bet you large sums of money that the answer to that would be no, because he looked cooked, and he has looked anything but cooked over about the last 13 weeks.
Yeah. All right. So I'm realizing now that when I did corners, I was like, okay, Tyke Smith is a safety. And then when I did safeties, Tyke Smith was showing up in the corners, so I didn't get him down on either of them. He should probably be a Pro Bowler. I hate to leave out Kobe Bryant, though. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's way too late. We can figure this out tomorrow. But I did not.
Victory is tomorrow.
We can figure this out later today. But I did not purposely omit Tyke Smith because he has been a baller this year.
He has been perfect. I don't think he's a good tackler. I think he straight up misses a lot of tackles. He's aggressive, but he is always around the ball. I think his man coverage has made strides this year, and the way that he can just fly into the box as a blitzer or trigger hard from zone coverage to break up passes. He's got 6 passes dependent on the season. He's one of the top tacklers among safeties, even though you don't think of him as a box safety and you don't think of him as a good tackler. He's just a key component in that Bucs defense.
He's just kind of like we were talking about with Petrie and the other guys. He's just kind of always around the ball, finding the play, making the play. He's a really nice man coverage defender. Like, he's not the best in the world. He will get beat, but it just seems like everything he does, he gives his all. Obviously important, but also everything he does, he's good enough at it, and that allows him to really. That allows me to appreciate those good traits because you don't have those glaring holes. You're good enough, right?
You want to talk about Winfield's teammate?
Yeah, Winfield, I think he's probably the best safety in the league because Kyle Hamilton's just a defensive player. So we're not going to consider him as a safety. McKinney's his competition. Also, Derwin James, defensive player, not a safety. McKinney and Winfield are pound for pound the 2 best safeties in the league. Winfield probably, I was going to say that Winfield's the best coverage defender, but I don't think you can say that. They're both elite. And they play somewhat similar roles. They're both the deep single high guy a lot more often than not. Winfield, incredibly rangy. He's big. He can initiate contact and really lay you out, but he's also going to be all over the field. He's just not a guy. I don't believe he gets targeted much. Let me look at his nearest defender stats.
He is well above average on snaps per target.
Yeah,
not like elite, but pretty good.
He's targeted 39 times, 25 receptions as the nearest defender. It's solid for safeties, but when you watch him, it's just the targets that he's getting, they're just not high quality. He's immediately getting there. He reads the quarterback's eyes really well. You're just not really going to be beating him, and if you do beat him, it's going to be really hard. He's emblematic of that deep safety. He's exactly what you want from that position.
He's got a knack for the clutch play as well. We haven't seen quite as much of that this year. In fact, I've seen a lot of bad Antoine Winfield plays. Then I queued up the tape and it's like, oh, I've already seen all of the bad Antoine Winfield plays. He makes defensive stops against the run at an above average rate, even though he is just a deep single high safety. That's not something you're supposed to be able to do. Stop rate is kind of divided along Do you play single high safety? Do you play box, or do you play something in between lines? And he's the exception to that rule because he does use his athleticism to fly downfield and hit people. He's had ball production. We know how heady he is in coverage. There's not really anything to dislike about Antoine Winfield.
Yeah. And I think you can take most of what you said about Winfield and apply it to McKinney.
I do think of McKinney as a little bit of a different player because I
I
think
agree.
McKinney's a lot less athletic, and I don't think he has the play strength that Winfield does, which to me makes what he does even more beautiful. Like he's not a tiny player by any means, but he's not gonna consistently drill you as a tackler. If he is gonna hit you hard, he's gonna need every bit of forward momentum he can possibly get. However, his tackling technique has progressed so steadily. He has the lowest missed tackle rate of any eligible safety this year as a free safety. You're not supposed to be able to do that. It's 4.3%. Usually it's like Deshaun Elliott, who exclusively plays in the box, or Buda Baker, who plays a good deal of snaps in the box and is a run-focused player who has the best missed tackle rate in the league. And this year, it
Exclusively
is
there to get
Xavier
cleanup
McKinney.
tackles. Yeah.
He the interceptions are down after his unsustainable pace last year, and people are going to say, "Oh, that was kind of a flash in the pan." It has not been a flash in the pan for Xavier McKinney. I think he is, I would say, the best coverage safety in the NFL because he just doesn't get beat very often. 20.2 snaps per target. That is among the best in the league. It's the best in the league among safeties that don't just sit really far away from the play, and so it's harder to register a target. And he leads the league with 32% pass defended percentage, which is just what you get when you take PFF passes defended and interceptions and divide that by targets instead of arbitrarily only using passes defended. Like, why do we have forced incompletion percentage when passes defended percentage could be a thing? What are we doing?
I don't know, man. And you want to know why the interceptions are down this year? It's because he's been targeted 28 times, period, all year. That's less than 2 targets a game. And only 14 of those have been caught for no touchdowns. He's got a 41.4 passer rating when targeted. I mean, sure, right? Like 21.4% tight window percentage for a safety. That's absurd. 35.7 ball hawk percentage, which is how often do you get a hand on the ball or like close to the ball or something like I don't remember. But last year he was so good because when you did throw at him, he was able to make a play on the ball and he was able to get there. This year he's been so good because he is already making a play on the ball before you've even thrown it. So now you can't throw it. Like you said, I'm perfectly fine with calling him the best coverage safety in the NFL, at least in a deep half or deep third. He is just so instinctive. He sees stuff almost clairvoyantly. Like obviously you know him better than I do, but I have so much fun watching Xavier McKinney. He's just when I think about like a coverage safety in a deep assignment, when I'm watching college safeties this spring, I'm going to be thinking about him and I'm going to be thinking about Antoine Winfield as representations of what this should look like.
Highest Madden zone coverage rating if Madden was
Yeah.
made by people that know ball.
Yeah. 97, 90, not 99, but he's getting close, you know? What else do we got? I'll talk
You
about
have a
Jesse
safety left,
Bates.
and I have Jesse Bates.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Did I forget about Jesse Bates?
Did you not include him? Oh,
I think I forgot about him.
now, well,
You
okay,
talk
I
about
forgot about
Jesse
Tyke
Bates.
Smith. You forgot about Jesse Bates. All right. Um, well, Jesse Bates is also checks out analytically. Um, pull it up real quick, but it's not really that important when you watch Jesse Bates. It's like this guy just doesn't get beat often, and when he does get, like, I watched all of his targets. Like exclusive, I watched games, but like I wanted to see all of his targets. And like most of them are just screens where he just happened to be the nearest defender there. Like you're just not throwing at him, because he's just always on. He sees stuff so much better. And the reason that he is the nearest defender on all of those screens is because he sees the screen quicker than all of the other Atlanta Falcons defenders. So he's already triggered and he's halfway there when everybody else is still sitting on their asses. Jesse Bates is a fantastic coverage safety. Now, he doesn't do as much deep half stuff as McKinney and Winfield do. He does a lot of it, but they do like to bring him down in cover 3 sometimes as like the buzz man, because, oh God, I forget who plays the single highs there, but listen,
Xavier
guys.
Watts.
Yeah, Xavier Watts, because he's been so great as that single high guy this year. So they've allowed Jesse Bates to come down, play like big nickel a little bit more, muck it up in the run game, make plays on the football, and he's been able to do that. He is an all or nothing tackler, but he gets all a lot more than he gets nothing. And he is when he connects, who boy is it electric. Generally makes a lot of plays on the ball. Has 2 picks this year. Probably should have been more. I think there's a couple of drops in there, but just a tough guy. And again, another great guy who is just really difficult to catch a ball on. If it's a tight window, he's going to get his hand in there and make it as difficult as possible for you. Really clean safety, tough to throw at. Pretty easy inclusion on this list.
He has I just straight up forgot about him. Obviously,
Yeah,
Jesse
it
Bates
happens.
makes the BallsTalk Sports Pro Bowl. He is suffering from success in that I believe earlier in his career he had superior interception totals. Let's see. He had 6 in 2023. He had 4 the year before in 2022. He had 4 last year. Where now offensive coordinators know what Jesse Bates is, and it's okay, don't give him a chance to be a ball hawk.
Yeah.
He's going to get fewer interception opportunities because he's a known commodity. He might be the best. You throw it up in the vicinity, you're playing deep single high, and Jesse Bates is going to go and get it type of safety in the NFL. Because I don't quite think Xavier McKinney has the range. I don't quite know that Antoine Winfield has the production. He's a pretty unique player in that regard. Although, another guy who's not as good in coverage as Jesse Bates is, but is one hell of a ball hawk that we'll talk about as we go to the AFC. I don't really feel like I need to talk about Kevin Byard. I mean, he doesn't make the roster if I include Jesse Bates. He's been good, but he was kind of a reluctant inclusion.
No.
Kalen Bullock, your guy. I'll let you
Love
talk
him.
about him, but one of the top ball hawks in the NFL. He has not gotten beat as often as he did last year, where last year he got beat a healthy amount and the ball was overthrown and he didn't really get punished. This year it's okay, he takes risks, but they almost always go his way.
He's taking better calculated risks, I think is the thing. Like, we'll save the talk. Let's just get our guys out in the open real quick. I got Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James, Kalen Bullock, Talanoa Hufanga, and Antonio Johnson.
I have. Oh, you don't have Cam Bynum?
I don't. He just missed it.
Okay. I have Bynum, Bullock, Johnson. I think I don't have room to include Tal Hufanga.
That's fair.
I'm at my 46 player clip. I love Tal. I've talked about how impressed I've been with Tal after I was like pretty lukewarm on the signing in the offseason. He's just such an incredibly high energy player. He just gets beat a lot. It's his play style.
Yeah. And really, I'm including him here, like that high energy stuff, but he's one of the best run defenders out of these guys. Like when I'm looking at Cam Bynum and I'm looking at Antonio Johnson and I look at what they provide in coverage, Tal Hufanga, he's not as good as them in coverage. He's good, but he's not as good. But what he provides for the run defense in Denver is just astronomical. That's why he was included.
And I think that's fair enough. He was my 4.
Yeah, so let's talk about Kyle Hamilton real quick because, man, he deserves to win Defensive Player of the Year. He's not gonna, but Jesus Christ, does he? There's nobody who does more. I don't think. Like Myles Garrett does a lot. Nobody does more for a defense than Kyle Hamilton does for the Ravens. Like we talk about a guy who plays every position. It's not usually true, but Kyle Hamilton, I'm pretty sure he's played every position this year. I know he's played edge. I think the only thing he hasn't played is like 3 tag, like hand in the ground 3 tag and nose tackle. I'm pretty like because he's played stand up edge. He's played linebacker, big nickel, outside corner, deep safety, quarter safety, buzz safety. He's done everything. And okay, well, you can put anybody at every position. Yeah, you can't put everybody at every position like Kyle Hamilton. Like you put Kyle Hamilton at a position and Kyle Hamilton would make the Pro Bowl as a corner. He would make the Pro Bowl as a linebacker. He'd make the Pro Bowl as a nickel. He's making the Pro Bowler as a safety. It was just about where you want to put him. And honestly, he might make it as an edge. Who knows? Not a better run. There's very few better run defending safeties, if any. There are very few better coverage safeties, if any. Man coverage is just a different beast. Zone coverage, he sees what's coming before the offense has like called the play. Kyle Hamilton is a wondrous safety. And are there flaws? Sure. I'm going to choose to ignore them because I want to talk him up. And there aren't many.
So the bank or the all right, I'm confusing the teams in the AFC North. We've hit a new low. The Ravens bringing in Alohi Gilman has been a really good ad for them
Massive.
because Alohi Gilman has played well. But you know why it's been more important? Because it's allowed them to put Kyle Hamilton in the slot. Just get Kyle Hamilton close to the ball and let him fix your defense. It feels like they have hit only red lights. They have ran over only speed bumps throughout the season. You're not really getting a good year out of Roquan Smith. Marlon Humphrey looks absolutely cooked. Malachi Starks started the year slow. And it is not a coincidence that now the Ravens defense has become a much more competent unit that's coincided with them adding a decent player, yes, but adding a guy that lets them unlock the Kyle Hamilton that can just fix that defense almost single-handedly.
And it really makes sense why this defense has turned a corner because this was originally their plan. If you'll remember, Ardarius Washington had a great year last year,
True.
and they wanted to run this three safety system from the beginning. He gets hurt before the season starts. They have to go back to a typical two safety, Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks, because they just don't have the horses. So that also explains why Malachi Starks started a little slow because he has to adapt to a new system immediately in like a week before his first NFL game. That's just a difficult thing to do. You add Alohi Gilman playing the Ardarius Washington role that allows Malachi Starks to go back to what he was taught all camp, that allows Kyle Hamilton to just be a general havoc causer across the defense. And that's it. Kyle Hamilton is, if you're ranking overall players in the NFL, you're not getting far before you talk about him.
All right, I can talk about Cam Bynum next. He's just been a fantastic playmaker and stabilizing force for the Colts. That I really think is why he was actually my number one safety that I had. However, I had Derwin James as a nickel, and I have Kyle Hamilton as a nickel, and I have Jalen Petrie as a nickel. He's made plays on the back end. He's been really steady in coverage. 43.6 passer rating per target, 20.3 snaps per target. Again, that's not elite of the elite, but it's elite for safeties that are actually involved in reliably defending passes. And what I mean by stabilizing, he is missing. Did I write this down right? I wrote down that he's missing 1.6% of his tackles. That seems like a number that's incorrect. I thought that
Not
Xavier
possible.
McKinney had the best missed tackle rating in the league, but it doesn't feel to me like he's missed a lot of tackles.
No.
It feels like he's been reliable in that phase. He's not creating very many stops because they are using him as a free safety and using his
He's got
zone
6%.
instincts. 6%. Okay, so that's still really nice. That's
That's
probably
still awesome.
third or fourth among safeties. He's just done everything that they've asked him to do in this new Colts defense.
Yeah, he's absolutely incredible. He was the first man out for me. Really wanted to include him. I just like Johnson and Hufanga's games a little bit better. Um, Bynum just providing, I think, I don't know. It was just one of those things where they're all about the same in terms of how much I like them, how great they are as players. They just do very different things, each of them. And Bynum, the deep cover safety, so good at it. He's just so good at sniffing out what the play is and then breaking on the ball. And sometimes he doesn't get there in time, but he's not really. He really defines what a safety is. You're just not beating him over the top. You're not getting big plays on him because he's just so aware of where you're trying to go.
And he's still going to have a healthy 23.1 passes defended rate, like well
Yeah.
above average. Not the elite ball hawk in the NFL, but a guy you can always count on.
Yeah. And then we talked about Kalen Bullock for a second. I'll just talk about him a second longer. He's just gotten better from last year, and I voted him into the Pro Bowl last year. Making plays in the ball. He's just seeing stuff so much better now, and he's taking risks, calculated risks. He's being a risky safety, and I love that about him. He is playing in more zones, and when he's playing single high, he's using that range better, and he's just not getting beat as often. Like there were a lot of times where it was just an out route, and it was just a deep out or a deep corner, and he was poorly positioned. to attack it. This time, he's positioned well. He's just not going to make those same mistakes, those rookie mistakes. He is a special one of them ones, and he's going to be in the league for a long time.
Lowest passer rating when targeted of any safety in the league this year, and it's because of the picks.
Yeah.
Are we down to our last player?
Antonio Johnson, Jag safety. Surprise inclusion, but he's here.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish we had a more significant Pro Bowler to talk about as the last player,
whatever.
but I did like Antonio Johnson's tape. He's just been really steady. He has been in the mold of you can't beat him over the top unless you are Marvin Mims last night. Beat him over the top.
Yeah.
He's been super effectively denying that. He's made some nice plays on the ball. If I'm remembering his tape correctly, his interceptions were all earned. It wasn't just this is an airmailed throw and you happen to be in the right place. I think he had one that came on an overthrow, but getting there in time was a pretty spectacular play to pick it off.
For it.
Runs a little bit of man coverage. He's mostly just a steady zone guy. We didn't expect the Jaguars defensive backs to be in these conversations at all. I mean, even Andrew Wingard, he's been more up and down, but he's having a solid season. And Antonio Johnson has been a fantastic fit for the Anthony Campanelli defense. He has enabled Campanelli to do what he wants to do, and that's the reason the Jags are where they are. The Jags offense really struggled. It was the defense keeping them around. They would not be in the playoff race right now without players like Antonio Johnson.
100%. And his instincts on where the ball is going have really showed. He's rallying to the ball really well, just getting there and making the tackle, and physically as well. He's hitting with a controlled violence. Credit to Campanelli for identifying him, and credit to Johnson for keeping going.
Oh, one more little thing to throw out there before we're out of here. It's about Talufanga. 5.8% stop rate. You're not insane. That is the highest rate of anybody in the league. Nobody creates more havoc against the run game than Talufanga does. Incredibly entertaining player to watch. Oh my God. It's almost 2 o'clock.
That's incredible. I don't know how long we've been recording because we've have 3 separate sessions of it, but it's got to be at least 5 hours. The video will be at least 5 hours.
It'll be longer than 5 hours.
Yeah.
Victor, I think we've been at this for
maybe 6.
6. Yeah. Closing on 6 and 15, I think. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But
we still got one more Pro Bowler to talk about. And that's
you
guys. That's you guys for sticking around and making it to the end of this episode. Even if you skipped, I respect it.
Somebody.
I'm perfectly aware that nobody is here right now. I'm perfectly aware of that because I am posting all of this in 6 hours in its entirety. I'm not splitting it up into 2 sections. Hell no. But if there is anybody there watching, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you very much. Have a happy holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen, so long, good night, and as always, stay hard.